Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota, and I'm not wearing a tie or anything. It's a disaster. It's a disaster up in here. Up in here. Up in here. But I gotta say, Angel the Aussie has already dropped 40 gifted memberships, and my God, get on her level. If you even can. I don't think it's possible. But that's amazing. Thank you so much, Angel the Aussie, for doing that. We are, hold on, I'm getting the banner. I have to put the banner up for that. We are getting ready here to start the live stream for me and you guys of the Tyler Robinson hearing in the alleged murder of Charlie Kirk. This is a pre-trial hearing for 5 days, 5 days long, to determine if there will be a full trial or not. So this is some sort of competency hearing, and it already started yesterday. I'm sorry. We won't get too much into it. I was in Washington, D.C. for the 4th of July. I did get back yesterday, but I immediately had a whole bunch of stuff to take care of. So I wasn't able to get to streaming like I planned. So, but we're here now. We're here now. There's no escape for you. Why am I not able to start? What are you talking about? A relay is not active. Yes, it is. Oh, no, it isn't. That's my fault. Edit. Forgot to add Rumble to this. This is my bad. We got that going. As soon as that hopefully picks up, we'll be, I'll get my Rumble Studio stream going. There it is. Okay. All right. I'm sorry for the delay on that as well. Someone asked if I've recovered from my accident. I mean, it's getting better. It's getting better by the day here. I'm really excited because I just got the estimate finally for my van, which is why I'm late. I was on the phone. I'm sorry. The adjuster called. Did Angel the Aussie give 10 more? Oh my God. Did that happen? Is that a real thing? It's a real thing. This 50 gifted memberships from Angel the Aussie. I'm still here setting everything up. I'm still here trying to look like less of an idiot. It's not working. But she looks amazing. Obviously, anyone who's gifting memberships at all is automatically very attractive. Let's see. Yeah, DC was fun. I'm not going to talk too much about it. Maybe during some of the downtimes. Let me just get my window up here, and then we will get this thing started. We are going to burn through all the breaks and all that crap. Like, obviously, that's part of the thing with streaming. Like, after it's not live per se. It's not live per se, so we are going to just go ahead and stream the main stuff, and we're going to skip the superfluous breaks and all the pauses. I need day one. Day one. How long was this? Oh, just under 8 hours. That's nice. I hope you guys are having a good time and a good day. Let me get this to where the court actually begins. Oh, there's a grumpy looking judge. I know all about those. Guys, I've had to do horrible stuff in my life. I've had to talk to lawyers lately. No one wants to do that. No one wants to talk to lawyers or anything. Being in DC was cool. Real quick, the reason I was in DC, the primary reason was not July 4th. That was fun. That was extra. I and my family got invited to the unveiling of the 250th anniversary passports, the Trump passports. And I was contacted by someone. He said, "Hey, do you want to do this? Do you want one of these brand new passports that no one else on earth has?" And I was like, yes, I do. And so he said, "Okay, get your ass to DC." And so we were in the State Department, like the 8th floor of the State Department building for the reception. It was something else. I mean, it was out of a fucking fairy tale book. If you're a nerd, like a political science nerd, it was like that kind of fairy tale. It wasn't like an actual one with like cool stuff and dwarves and there may have been some midgets. I don't know. But it was really cool. Okay. I think I've got everything ready to go. Let's see. Let me see if I share this, if that's true or not. I think I have to do this guy. And I think I have to do this one. This one. Share. Mute. Yeah. Here we go. Here we go. If they put like evidence and stuff up, I'll probably change the window setup so that it's a little bit bigger so you guys can see. But for now, let's get this shit started. And I'm going to ask Lady, I got to send a message to Lady Rackets to ask her to bring me a tie or two. Because look at me, a slovenly, disgusting monster.
Please be seated.
No, don't tell me how to live.
Court is back in session. Noting the presence of counsel and the parties to the state, are you ready to proceed?
I hope the volume's good for you guys. Let me know.
Yes, we are, Judge, but prior to calling our first witness, I would like Mr. McBride to make a brief report on discovery updates, and then just inform the court that the state has provided copies of all exhibits for today's proceedings to the defense in advance of this hearing.
So, all right. Mr. McBride.
Shadow Bear 2, you won't have to go to D.C. to get one. It was only to go to the reception.
My report at the last hearing is the latest report. As of June 18th, we had provided approximately 100% of the material in our possession. Over the last week, we have received additional materials from SBI due to preparation for this hearing. Those materials have not yet been provided, but they will be as soon as this hearing is complete.
Thank you. Defense require the benefit of the record?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. And in case the mic didn't pick that up, she declined. All right, turning to the state, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Officer Chris Bagley.
Officer Bagley, if you'd like to come forward. Looks like he's being brought into the courtroom.
Good job, Chris Bagley. So I don't know. We're going to discern what's going on as this happens. I'm not all caught up on this. So if you guys don't know what's going on, me too. Me too.
All right, Officer Bagley, if you wouldn't mind coming forward past the lectrum and being sworn in.
Thank you again, Angel the Aussie, for the 50 gifted memberships, guys. Oh my God.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
We have 20 months of Boosh
Officer Bagley,
McFadden.
if you wouldn't mind having a seat at the
doesn't want that?
witness table.
Says, hope y'all had fun in D.C. I love the Smithsonian. We had a blast in D.C.
And after you're
No one
situated
was
to your
shot
left is a
or
bottle of
stabbed.
water. And if you wouldn't mind bringing the microphone toward you to ensure that it picks up your voice.
Can you hear that?
I can. Thank you. Mr. Grunander, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Ryuji, I'll
Will you
fix it,
please
thank
state your
you.
name for the record and spell your last name?
Christopher Bagley, last name spelling Bagley.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Spanish Fork Police Department as a police officer.
As a police officer. What is your position or your rank there?
Just a senior officer.
Senior officer, okay. How long have you been with the Spanish Fork Police Department?
About 5 months.
5 months. How long have you been a police officer?
26 years.
Okay. Will you briefly describe, for the court's benefit, your training, what you did to become a police officer?
I did the Utah Post
Sucked a lot of
Academy,
wieners,
which is
probably.
about 600 hours of training for basic things to become a police officer, report writing, arrest control, stuff to that effect.
When you say Post Academy, is Post an acronym?
It is.
What does that stand for?
Police Officer Standard Training.
Okay. Were you certified through Post?
I was.
Okay. And what did that certification require?
Going through that post and graduating, all the academy, all the credits that you could get with hours, and then physical fitness, stuff to that effect, and then graduating from that to earn the certificate.
Was there also testing involved?
There was.
At the academy?
Yes.
Okay. Were you employed in September of 2025?
I was.
And where were you employed then?
Utah Valley Police Department.
And how long did you work for the Utah Valley University Police Department?
5 years.
5 years, okay. And do you recall what your position or your rank was there?
A senior officer there.
Senior officer, okay. Describe, if you would, just your general duties as a police officer at Utah Valley University.
There at Utah Valley University, we'd patrol the campus, we'd walk around, we'd patrol, we would do investigations if there was crimes to that effect. We'd make sure that students or staff, if they needed something, we'd be there for them. So basic
Campus police,
kind of like
you.
a school resource officer, community-oriented policing.
Okay. Was this a full-time position?
It was.
Okay. Did you work in law enforcement prior to UVU?
I did.
And where did you work?
I worked at Utah County Sheriff's Office for 13 years. Before that, I worked with Springville City Police Department for 6 years, and also with the Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office for a year.
What were your positions with those departments?
Varies. I did K9, I did SWAT, I did motors, senior officer, FTO officer, detectives.
Okay. While you were at Utah Valley University, did you have access to the video surveillance system on campus?
Yes, I did.
And how so?
It was at our desktop where our police station is. We have desks, and on our desktops we'd have access to it there. Or we'd go into dispatch and they'd have a wall full of camera systems that we could look at.
How familiar did you become with that system?
Very familiar.
Can you describe how you became very familiar?
Like I said, it was one of our daily routines that we'd go in there. If we were looking for somebody or tracking something back, we'd go in. We'd go back to that time frame. We could trace somebody to track somebody through campus. I'd also turn around and make some maps so it was easier for dispatch or somebody to click on an area in the campuses where the buildings were and be able to click a little bit easier and get a faster response. So made some maps and stuff like that.
And how often did you use this system?
Every day.
Okay.
All day.
Did you become familiar with the campus at Utah Valley University
Yes,
when
sir.
you were working there?
Yes.
And explain how you became familiar with it.
Like I said, we'd walk around. I would train other officers. We'd make sure that we knew all the ins and outs,
Lisa
the back doors.
Franceschi, hey, what's up?
We'd make sure
Good to see you.
we knew where every classroom was, where every entrance and exit
Always a
was. We'd
pleasure.
secure the building. We patrol the neighborhoods. We patrol around campus, and then we also have off-site campuses that we drive to and make sure that they're secure also.
Okay. You mentioned that you patrol the neighborhoods
Yes.
surrounding campus.
Yes.
What about the neighborhood to the north and east of campus?
Yes.
Okay. What was your purpose for patrolling those neighborhoods as an officer for UVU?
One, it was right next to the UVU, so we patrolled it. Sometimes people would run up in that area or be walking up that way.
I'm
We'd have
taking my
stolen bikes, stuff like that.
drugs
So we'd go into the
right now in
areas,
the
look for
background.
stuff. Also, with Orem Police Department, we'd go back up them quite a bit for other calls, and a lot of it would be in the area.
Okay, so back up just a little bit. So Utah Valley University is located in what city?
Orem, Utah.
Orem, Utah. Okay.
Boring, Utah.
How familiar did you become with the buildings on campus
Very familiar.
and the walkways?
Very familiar.
You mentioned the entrances and exits to the buildings.
Yes.
What about parking structures?
Yes.
Same answer for that?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the courtyard or the outdoor amphitheater on campus?
I am.
And generally speaking, where is that located on campus?
It's more of the central
What?
and outdoor area centered by a bunch of buildings on around it. So it's in the center of the campus pretty much.
Okay. Can you describe what it looks like, this courtyard, this amphitheater?
It's kind of like an amphitheater
Who would
look.
ever say
So you got
this?
some grass and a couple steps that go up. You got some cement on top with some bushes and flowers. You've got places where people
Rumble,
can sit
I got
and
you.
eat. They come out and
There's
study
some
and relax
Rumble
on the
rants
grass. And there's a
and super
waterfall.
chats I'll get to when there's a little bit
with a little
more
pond
of
that
a
comes
lull,
down into a
okay?
stream.
But I got you guys.
Okay.
We got everybody pulled up. Locals is here.
Are you
also.
familiar with the surroundings, the buildings around the amphitheater?
Yes, I am.
Okay. In relationship to this amphitheater, this courtyard, where is the Hall of Flags located?
It would be directly west of the courtyard.
Right
Okay.
over there. That's where
is
the
it
Hall of Flags.
Part of the courtyard,
Flags.
or is it just off of the courtyard?
It's kind of the courtyard. It like butts up right against the courtyard, so it would be the west side of the courtyard.
Okay, so to the west of the courtyard.
Canadian
Is there a
bimbo.
walkway across the Hall of Flags?
There is.
Okay,
There's an
and
inside
what-
one and an outside one.
Okay, so what is the Hall of Flags then?
The Hall of Flags is a kind of like a bridge between two buildings that all the flags throughout the world are represented in there with some chairs where people sit down. And
MLS.
relax
This
with
isn't
windows,
the kangaroo court.
so you
The
can see through all
kangaroo
the way
court
to
is
Utah
my
Lake.
own
Okay. What are those two
HRO?
buildings that are connected by this Hall of
Over a
Flags?
year now.
The Fugal
Over a
building,
year of a temporary ex
over
parte
to,
order.
like the science building area.
Okay, so you mentioned the Fugal building.
Yes.
Where is the Fugal building located in relationship to this courtyard?
It's to the south of the courtyard.
Okay. Does it run up against the courtyard?
It does.
The building, okay. What about the Woodbury Business Building? Where is that in relationship to the courtyard?
That's kind of southeast, and it runs up right against the courtyard also.
Okay, and in relationship to the Fugal building, where's that Sorensen? Or excuse me, that business building, the Woodbury Business
Woodbury
Building?
Business is right directly east of the Fugal.
Okay. What about the
Canadian
Sorensen
Bimbo,
Center?
I would never
Where is
judge
that
you. I just
located
love your name.
with respect to this courtyard?
The Sorensen Center is going to be kind of like a northeast of the courtyard.
Okay. Does it, again, run
guys,
up against this
Utah has
courtyard?
the
Yes, it does.
most
Okay.
exciting trials.
And where is it in relationship
with
to
the
the
most
business building?
dynamic and animated
Woodbury Business Building is just
attorneys,
directly south of the
judges,
Sorensen.
and,
Directly south.
and
Okay.
witnesses. There's
The
nowhere,
Losi Center,
nary
are
a
you
place on
familiar with
earth
that
where you
building?
I
find
am.
people
And where is it
so
located on
like
campus?
Directly
tuned
east
into the
of
fact that this is a fucking murder trial of
courtyard
the next
amphitheater
president of the United
Okay.
States.
Does it
Like,
run up to the courtyard? The Losi Center?
you think this
No,
is
not
a
really.
shoplifting
Okay,
It doesn't
so-
for
run
like
right up
2
against
packs
it.
of
So
extra
the Sorensen
gum?
Building is kind of like right between those two.
Okay, in relationship to the Sorensen building, what direction is the Losi building?
East.
East, okay. Are you familiar with the LDS Institute building on campus?
Yes, I am.
And where is that located?
That is going to be located north of the Losi Building, and just kind of like northeast of the courtyard.
Okay. And
I've
is
missed
there
you
a
too,
parking
Sunderwear.
structure next to this Institute building?
Yeah, there is.
And where is that?
That is going to be, so you mentioned the
Dan
Institute
Rose,
building.
I
is gonna
may
be
bump the speed
north
in
of
a
the
minute.
Losi Center.
Still-
There's a
still
parking
getting into it.
structure
We'll
that has
see how
several
we do.
levels of parking. It's going to be directly west of the Institute building. And then they also have a parking structure, not parking structure, parking lot to the north of that across the road.
Okay. With respect to the
Cat
parking
slave,
structure,
I was also late, sorry.
can you describe for the court how one would enter this parking structure, driving and even walking? How do you enter and exit that structure?
So on the
I'm
north
so
end of the
sorry
parking
to
structure is
leave you
Campus
guys in the
Drive. You
hands
can
of
drive
Kurt.
in and exit on the level 1, so that's the ground level.
Usually
where
that's
you'd
something
enter
that's
if you're driving in or exiting back out on campus.
Desired.
Then it goes up to level 2, and on level 2, exit is what's called Heat Plant Road. In between the Institute building and the garage is a little road. and there's an exit right there that you can drive out. You can also, if you were to park in there, you could walk out right there at that exit only where I was talking about on that southeast side.
Cagfatism.
You can walk
that
out
seems
there,
a little
or on the
personal,
north end of that
and it's
garage, there are some stairs that go up all the levels, and it goes down to the bottom level and across the street through a tunnel to the LDS Institute building. And then when you pop up on level 2, you can walk over to the Institute building.
Okay. Can you describe how long of a walk it would take from that parking
guys are
structure
mean.
to get to the courtyard on campus, approximately?
A couple of minutes, because when you go to that far southeast exit, you can walk directly almost to the courtyard. You can also walk along the south end of the LDS Institute building up towards the low C.
Oh, who cares?
Officer, I'm going to turn your attention to State's Exhibit number 1.
What did you
It
even
should come up on
see?
your monitor there. Let me know when you can see that.
I can see it.
And just for staff, let's go ahead and not publish it until it's admitted into evidence, so we're going to take it off the monitors. But for the witness, he should be able to see the exhibit.
MLS, don't tempt me. That would be so funny.
That's fine. So table monitors, witness, but not the main monitor. Thank you. All right, Mr. Grunander, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Do you see that plaintiff's Exhibit number 1, Officer?
I do.
And do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is an area of the buildings plus the courtyard in the middle, is all the grassy area. So this is an area of the campus at Utah Valley University.
Is it a photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar then with what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I am.
Does it fairly and accurately portray this area
Picture
of
of his
campus?
mother's
Yes, it does.
underwear drawer.
Can you tell the court what direction the camera is facing when this photograph was taken?
It's kind of facing north and a little to the east.
Okay.
Are you guys good at your
Does
cardinal
it
directions?
depict
Are you like,
a
oh
number
yeah,
of
that's
the
like
buildings
east
that we've
over
talked
there?
about today?
Yes, it does.
For example,
I'm not good
the
at
Hall
that.
of Flags, does it show the Hall of Flags?
Yes, it does.
The walkway of the Hall of Flags? What about the Sorensen Center? Does it show that?
Yes, it does.
The Woodbury Business Building?
Yes, it does.
The Fugel Building?
Yes.
What about the Losi Center? Can you see that from this photograph?
Yes.
Is this photograph a fair and accurate depiction of this area of UVU campus on
They don't
September
want him
10th,
to comment?
2025?
Yes.
How
Now, the
embarrassing.
state offers State's Exhibit 1.
Your Honor, we would object to failure to lay a foundation for, oh, I'm sorry.
It is a little bit tricky
Shut up,
because
Nestor.
of that microphone.
Sorry about
Ms.
that.
Nestor.
Your Honor, we would object to inability to authenticate. There's not been a foundation laid that this officer took this photo, can verify when it was taken, or by whom it was taken.
He
so we would
actually
object.
asked him if he
Mr.
was
Gruden.
familiar with this photograph
Would you
and
like
if it
us to argue
depicted.
now or approach the bench?
Well, as it relates to this, I'll hear argument.
Okay. Judge, first of all, it's very clear, well-established law that the person who took the photograph is not required to be present to lay the foundation for it.
It just is the photograph an
What's required for
accurate
foundation is that the
representation.
witness has knowledge of what's depicted in the photograph.
This guy walks past
and,
that building every day.
Can testify to its accuracy. And that's exactly what this officer has done. We laid an ample amount of foundation about this area of campus. He's confirmed that it depicts this area of
You know,
campus.
Zaffert,
that
it is
previously
all of the
described.
baldness
He
in
confirmed
Utah.
the buildings
I
that he can
have to
see
wear
there.
sunglasses.
He
My
also
doctor
confirmed
prescribed
that
them.
it was an accurate depiction of this on September 10th, 2025.
Thank you. Any further argument, Ms. Nestor? And Mr.
Honor.
Hernander, if
We did file a standing objection at the very beginning of the hearing. I would just refer to our standing objection as well. I know this is not there's no written testimony in this, but just out of an abundance of caution, I want to also refer to our standing objection.
thank you, Ms. Nestor.
You have an abundance of
Right, having
donuts,
considered
lady.
the arguments, I find I'm going to overrule the objection and admit Exhibit 1. This witness has firsthand knowledge of the location.
Yeah, that was
as
a
well
dumb
as the
objection. I
building
don't know why she
locations.
did it.
That foundation has been laid. He also stated it was a fair and accurate representation of what's being depicted here, and for those reasons, the defense objection is overruled. State's Exhibit 1 is admitted into evidence and may be published to the courtroom.
Okay. So the state would move to publish that to the courtroom.
It is so granted.
Boosh, I know she's awful, but someone emailed me and
Officer
told me
Bagley,
she's
are you
good.
able to see the monitor that's here in the court that's pointed towards the gallery?
Why
Yes.
do they all sound like they're whispering at the pulpit?
From where you're seated, are you comfortable in describing where the courtyard is on that photograph, on that exhibit?
Yes.
And for the record, where is that located?
So all the grass that looks like
Spots,
a triangle.
bro, no fucking
the
kidding.
amphitheater look, that is going to be the courtyard amphitheater area. It's got the tent in it, the white tent that's at the bottom on the far left of the picture. That would be the courtyard area. That's it's surrounded by buildings, more of the grass area.
I'm going to approach the photo. Well, I'm just going to. When you look at this exhibit to the left of the photograph, there's a walkway there. What is that walkway?
So the red brick walkway
What's up, Treasure
that's
Island?
going north to the top of the
Definitely
picture on the far
lucky
left
us.
is going to be
Thanks
the
for
Hall of
being here.
Flags, the outside top of it.
Okay. On the bottom of this photograph, there's a white roofed building. It's the largest building, at least as far as what's depicted on this exhibit.
Yes.
What building is that?
That would be the Fugal building.
Okay.
The Nerd Lord one. This is a guy
to
who
the
allegedly
right
shot
of that,
Charlie
so
Kirk.
that would be to the east of the Fugal building. What building is that?
The other red brick pathway area, that is the Woodbury business building.
Okay. And if I were to walk north, so left on this photograph with respect to that red brick walkway area, there's another building, sort of triangular in shape, the rooftop. What building is that?
With that white rooftop, that would be the Sorensen building.
That's the Sorensen building. And what about the Losi building? You've described that. Where is that located on this photograph?
If you go to that triangle white roof, if you go directly to the right, so the right side of the picture, that is going to be the Losi building. It's got several levels.
Is it to the right and up a little bit as
Yes.
well? Okay, and that would be east on this photograph, is that
And
correct?
it's got the gravel rooftop.
Gravel rooftop, okay. I referred you to the LDS Institute building. Are you able to see that in this photograph?
And yes, you are.
And where is that located?
That's going to just be directly north of the Losi building. It's going to be that other white roofed building on the far top of the picture.
Okay. Thank you, officer. We can take that down, Your Honor, as far as the publication. Officer Bagley, I'm going to take you back to the date of September 10th, 2025. Do you recall that day generally?
I do.
Were you working that day
Yes, I was.
at UVU?
I was, yes.
Okay. Do you remember what time your shift started approximately?
Yeah, it approximately started about 11 o'clock in the morning.
11 o'clock in the morning?
It
Okay.
approximately started
Did you
about
receive
at
a
11. I don't
specific
trust him.
assignment shortly after coming on to duty?
Yes, I did.
And what was that
My stream
assignment?
approximately started at about
That was to
2:30.
secure the top of the Hall of Flags on the south end. So we had people that were gathering on top of that were looking down on top of the tent. So we wanted to secure that area. So I was put up on top of the Hall of Flags on the south end.
Okay. My apologies, Your Honor. Could we have Exhibit 1 published again?
Go ahead and republish State's Exhibit 1.
Venom Dave, this is wild. On my YouTube
you.
chat,
You
it says
mentioned
you
that
type
you were securing
Nicholas
the south
Jerk.
end of the walkway on top of the Hall of Flags.
On
Yes.
my
And so where do we find that in this
YouTube
exhibit,
chat,
officer?
it just says Nicholas
So if
Ricada.
you can see
This
the
is the
tent, the
weirdest
white
fucking
tent,
thing I've ever
there's
seen.
that rooftop where the red brick is. I was on top of that, and there's some actually looks like yellow crime scene tape. That was some of our barrier that we put up so people wouldn't go above that and walk. So I was sitting right by those flower plants that were by the Fugal on the south end.
So is the south end on the bottom of this
What if
photograph?
I hold
Yes,
it
where
over
that
there? It
walkway
just says Nicholas
kind of
Ricada.
begins from the bottom.
Is it like a YouTube feel-good
And you've
filter?
referred to
What
a
the
tent.
fuck is
that
this?
the white object we see inside the courtyard?
Yeah, that square white object with the tent.
Okay, thank you.
Am I a square white
So you were
object? I
securing
think
that
so.
area.
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity that morning, you mentioned
Now
you
it says
checked on about
Nicholas,
11
he's a
o'clock
jerk.
that morning and later to walk around campus that day?
Yes,
Did you walk along the Hall of Flags that day,
I did.
that walkway?
Yes.
Did you visit the courtyard that day as well?
Lisa says I
Down
vape
below,
too.
yes, on the
Red
south
apple
end, I was
peach.
down there.
Red's apple peach is my favorite. Well, that sounds good. This one is oh shit,
Let's see.
black mint.
Officer, I'm going to turn your attention to State's Exhibit
It doesn't
number
always
2.
work.
And that should come up on your monitor there.
Racism.
Let me know when you see that, if you would.
Your Honor, if we could maybe not have it on the lectern screen, we're getting reports that the documents shown on the lectern screen are being live streamed. It's live streamed.
Live streamed.
So maybe if we could just not show that until it's admitted.
It's a picture of the skull.
Mr. Grunander?
I'll submit it to the court, Judge. I've got copies of these for myself that I can refer to as I'm asking questions.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and grant the request by Ms. Nestor. We'll go ahead and there should be a
I want
power
to live
button to
stream
turn it
stuff.
off.
Not sure where that's at.
Thank you, Jeff.
Vaping is like giving a robot a blowy. Look, I'm just prepping for the revolution. Sounds like Sam Kinison.
You're good.
And if at
My
any
buddies
point,
were
Mr.
dying
Grunander,
face
you
down
do
in the
need
muck
to
in a rice
use a
paddy.
monitor, let's revisit that. And obviously, Ms. Nestor, you can renew your objection if needs be. But for now, the monitor's turned off. Let's
Is
go ahead
this
and
the
proceed.
same judge
Thank
from
you.
Corey Richards?
Officer, do you
no.
see
That
State's
guy had
Exhibit
that was deep
number
voice
2
judge.
on your
Where have I
monitor?
seen this?
Yes,
guy?
I do.
Probably on
And
just
do you
other stuff
recognize
from
that?
Tyler.
I do.
And what is that?
This is a picture of from the east side looking west of the campus.
Okay. Are you familiar with what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Tomorrow,
And
we're
does
going to
it,
start the stream late
show,
again as well.
For
I have to
example,
go
the Losi Center that we
sign
talked
some
about?
documents
Yes,
and
it
get
does.
my insurance
Does it
payout
depict
for my van.
the Woodbury Business Building that we've talked about?
Yes.
What about the Fugal Building?
Yes.
Does it show the Sorensen Center
Yes.
and also the Hall of Flags?
Yes.
In this particular exhibit, can you also see the courtyard?
I can. A partial of it.
A partial of it? Okay.
It
Does it
is the
fairly
same
and
lawyer from
accurately
court.
depict
Yeah.
this area
No,
of
the
campus
judge, though. I've
of
seen this
UVU
judge
on
somewhere.
September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit number 2.
Your Honor, we renew our standing objection. We also
You can't
argue that
stand.
a foundation hasn't been laid in terms of the time this was taken or who took it, and at what point in time this was created and how. So I don't think he has any personal knowledge of that, and we'd object.
Mr. Grunander?
Same arguments, Judge. He has testified that he's familiar with it. He has personal familiarity with it. He's testified that it's fair and accurate as of the day of September 10th, 2025. And that's what was asked of him.
All right. I will go ahead and overrule the objection by defense, noting that the witness has laid.
Judge, I have a
he's
standing
expressed,
objection to everything
this
they're
is a
gonna
fair and
say.
accurate representation of what it purports to be, and he's familiar with it. He was there on the day.
No,
on
Ryan, they do
September
all start
10th,
to blend together.
and
But this
because
guy, I
that
remember, because
foundation
he's
has
like,
been laid.
he looks
State's
like he's
Exhibit
going to
2
be
is
louder than
admitted
he is.
and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. State moves to publish Exhibit 2.
All right.
Officer, I'm going to direct your attention to this exhibit on the monitor facing the gallery of the court today. Can you describe, there's a large building in the middle of that photograph, slightly
Nestor can't drive me
above the
nuts.
middle, but what building are we looking at
I
there?
can't possibly
Are
get
you looking
angry.
at the top of the rooftop of the Losi building? It's got two different grays, like a lighter gray and a darker gray, kind of.
Are you familiar with that rooftop
Do
then?
they have
Yes, I
Christian
am.
Grey?
And what's it made of?
It's made of gravel.
Gravel, okay. You mentioned two different grades, or did you say grays?
Grays.
Grays, okay. All right. Now, you described that you could see the courtyard, but it wasn't easily visible in this photograph. Where is the courtyard located on the State's Exhibit number 2?
So you got the white roof that's going to be in the middle, just to the top of the building where the Losi is. I described there's a white roof there. That's the Sorensen building, and it's just below that. You can see some grass, and that's where the courtyard is. It's just to the
Can
left
we
of
stop
that white
describing
roof.
this photo for
Your Honor,
years?
I'm going to ask if the
What
witness
the
could
fuck
actually
is the
come down
point?
from the stand and point out where the courtyard is located in this exhibit for the court's benefit.
All right. Do we have a second microphone so it picks up his voice? Okay, Ms. Nestor, thank you for allowing us Officer, you may step down, approach the monitor, and
Please
I would
deliver
ask
all
that
your
you,
comments
speak
in
into the microphone
rap
when
lyrics.
responding to a question.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
So, officer, for our benefit, would you describe again where the LOSI Center is in this photograph?
The LOSI Center is going to be this one with the gray roofs. It's got 2 different colors of gray.
2 different colors of gray. Okay. I'm blind. I can't see those 2 different colors from here, but can you
can't
describe
see
where the
2 different
Looks like we
colors?
went blank.
There we go.
Can you point to where the courtyard is located on that exhibit?
Courtyard is going to be here where this grass is in this area right here.
Okay. And what about the Fugal building?
Hugo building is going to be
Nestor's
this
got a
building right here.
superpower. She could just pull anything
the Woodbury
out of
Business
her
Building
mouth.
then?
What do you need?
Woodbury's
We need to
gonna
get
be
away
this one
from
right
it.
here with this.
I ate
red
one
brick
earlier.
path.
And the Sorensen Center.
Sorensen Center is going to be this white roofed one that's right here.
Okay. Now, on this exhibit, can you see the LDS Institute building and the parking structure that we've talked about?
No, not really. You got the back side of the institute building, which is right here, and the parking structure's over there. So
Okay.
you can't see the nest.
Mr. Gernander, let me stop you just for the benefit of the record, because the record is picking up the audio. When you're pointing it to, and I know it may be a little bit laborious to do this, but as you're identifying, indicate the general location on it, the left side, right side, middle, upper, lower, just so
my
the record
God.
knows to some degree where you're pointing.
Cat
in
Slave
that way, because
says
the
it
video
worries me
isn't
when you
being
announce a
captured,
stream
so
and
if
it
you would
doesn't
do that,
happen.
it just creates a more
Hopefully your
complete
MRI
record.
went well.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm happy
Understood.
to announce.
That's fair. Thank you, Judge.
I didn't really talk about this, but I do not have
So,
cancer.
again, let's point to the courtyard, and if you'll describe
There's
as
a
best
very
you can
brief
where that's
stare
located on the
that
photograph.
I might have pancreatic
On
cancer.
this photograph, the
but I
courtyard's
do
going
not.
to be this grass area that's going to be to
So the
towards
MRI
the top
confirmed
of the
that I am
picture.
cancer-free.
The baseball field's behind it. It's closer
And my
to
liver
the surrounding
works
buildings. There's some grass in
somehow.
there. That would be the courtyard
So
area.
do my kidneys.
Okay, we've talked about the Hall of Flags and the walkway above that hall. Where is that located on this photograph?
The Hall of Flags is going to be right by the courtyard, just to the west of it. There's a red brick towards the top of the picture. There's a red brick pathway that goes from the Fugal building, which is on the left of the picture, towards the right of the picture, which is the science building area.
Okay, and then the Sorensen Center, is that
Yeah, I
the
did confirm
building
homosexuality,
in the middle with
so
the
that's
large
kinda
white
rough.
roof?
Yeah, it's going to be kind of towards the upper part of the picture, middle of it. It's going to be a white roof. That will be the Sorensen Center.
And just to the north and east of the courtyard?
Yes, north and east.
Okay, and then finally, if you would describe the LOSI building, the location of that on this exhibit.
The LOSI building is going to be pretty much in the middle on the right side.
You know,
so
when I
middle to the right.
had the first
It's
CT
gonna have two
scan
different
and they
colors
saw
of
like
gray,
a little, what's
darker
called
gray
a lesion
and a lighter gray. There's a
on
red
there.
pathway, and that will be the LOSI
I thought about
Center.
having a GoFundMe and saying I was going to
You
die.
mentioned, officer,
like,
that there were
like one
different
liar,
stories
but I
in the
didn't
LOSI
do that.
building. How many stories does the LOSI building have?
There's 4.
4 stories? Okay. You mentioned that you were familiar with the rooftop. Do you know how to gain
No,
access to
MLS,
the
I
rooftop
put
of the LOSI
cancer in
building?
the same
Yes, there's actually
realm as
an outside
CLEs.
stairway,
I just
stairway
dodged it.
right here that comes up. It's going to be just to the south of LOSI building. There's a red pathway right directly in the middle of the picture. Off to the south of that, on the left side of the picture, is an outdoor stairway.
Is that open to the public?
I
It
know,
is.
Treasure Island, this
And,
liver is fucking
how would someone access
ironclad.
the roof from that stairway?
If they came up, they would put them right here on this pathway that goes between the LOSI Center and down towards the computer science building. There's a red pathway. There's actually a little handrail, like a little guardrail, probably about a couple feet high, that somebody could jump over.
Marcy Cruz, I'm
Is
really
that
sorry to
area
hear that.
restricted?
Yeah, it was.
Is
I
it
mean,
off
it was a
limits?
little bit
Yes,
scary.
it is. There's kind of like a natural barrier with the
Not gonna lie.
guardrail, and from there
I'm
on,
really
there's
sorry
no
to hear
path.
that for your aunt.
It's gravel roof, so it's not paved like everything else.
But someone could hop over that railway?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, officer. You can take your seat again.
Thank you.
Darkness light, ginger
Officer
root to
Bagley, I'm now going
detoxify
to
and restore
refer
liver.
you
Good
to
thing. I didn't have to.
your attention
Mine's
to State's Exhibit number
excellent.
3. That's going to come up on your
Again,
monitor as well.
I have no idea how. Some
Let me
sort
know
of
when you
medical
see that.
anomaly. You're like, have you heard of water? No. Does it have liquor in it? Cat Slave also says,
Yes, I
I
do
forgot
see it.
micropene.
And do you recognize
Thank you.
that?
I do.
And I know
what
there's
is
a couple
that?
others.
This is a drone picture of the campus.
We will get to them. I have not
More of the
forgotten.
courtyard looking eastward.
Okay. I've asked you about several buildings on campus. I'm going to ask you about those same buildings, whether they're depicted in this exhibit, okay? Do you see where the Hall of Flags is located?
Yes, I do. It's down towards the bottom. It's a red brick pathway. It would be the Hall Flags.
Okay. What about the Fugal building?
Time space.
The Eagle building is
The
going to be to the
triggered
right of the
brother.
picture. It's going to be a white roof building off to the right, directly south of the courtyard.
And the Woodbury Business Building? Where's
Woodbury,
that at?
Woodbury is going to be
Punch Suka, I
another
don't-
red path. That's going
I
to
don't
be
need
just to the east
ivermectin
of the Fugal building. It's
or
got a gray roof and
radiation.
some
Don't
red
worry.
path. That's-
I don't
The
have
Sorensen
cancer.
Center?
No,
Sorensen
the-
Center is going to be
The
on the
CT
left of the
scan, it
picture. It's
looked
going to
like
have a
there was
white
a
roof,
lesion there. On the
different
MRI,
levels,
they confirmed
and
it
that
was
would be the
not a
Sorensen Center.
lesion. It's
Okay.
just actually
The
part of
Losi Center,
my
where's that located in
pancreas.
relationship to the Sorensen Center that you've described?
I'm doing great. Perfect
Of
bill
the
of health.
Sorensen Center, it's going to be just directly east of the Sorensen Center, towards the top of the picture. You can see the two different colors of gray of the gravel that's on the
I
roof.
thought it was something that was caused by the
And can you see the
accident.
courtyard in this photograph?
Yes, you can.
My pain from the accident is what caused me to get the CT.
Is this
and the-
picture a fair and
you know,
accurate
the
depiction
question on the
of this area
pancreas
of
was
Utah Valley
follow-up
University's
MRI.
campus on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
State offers Exhibit 3, Your Honor.
How do we renew the standing
what toast,
objection?
West
We
Coast?
also object again.
I'll look into it.
That this individual can't identify when the picture was made or how it was made or by whom.
Lisa Franceschi.
Mr. Goodman.
Same
sort of.
response, Judge. And just
In my
for the
case,
record, I was also point the
they
court
thought it
the
was a
court
lesion
to
on the
State v.
CT scan,
Purcell, which is a
but when they
Supreme
did the
Court
MRI,
case,
they found out it's
here in the
not
state
a
of Utah,
lesion.
1985, which essentially stands
It's called
for
like
the
a
proposition that if a competent
lobulation.
witness with personal knowledge
Basically, it just means that
of the facts
it's
represented
part of the pancreas. It's
in a
just kind of
photograph
wrinkly.
can testify that that
Like a
photograph
scrotum.
accurately represents
I
those
have
facts.
balls on my pancreas.
The exhibit's admissible. He's also spoke about the date being September 10th, 2025. The showing that's required here is essentially a prima facie showing. We're not required to show proof beyond a
MLS,
reasonable
the
doubt, for
accident
example,
was
that it was
almost
accurate
a
that day
blessing,
or
but
even a
not quite.
preponderance of the evidence. But we'll submit it on that, Judge.
My new vehicle
All right.
is awesome, though. So I'm really
Taking a
happy
brief
about that.
glance at the case you cited.
I can give the citation if Your Honor would like.
If you have that, I'd appreciate that.
It's
Gary,
711
I don't think we're going to see AI
Pacific
in the
2nd,
courtroom for a while. still.
243.
But we'll see a lot more AI drafting
And
happening.
I'm
We
looking
already
at
see it from
page number
Ketanji Brown
240
Jackson.
245.
Other good news. I'm about to grind out all my CLEs. I'll be doing that on at least a good percentage of them. I'll be doing live for members.
The court finds that the
On
witness
YouTube and
is
locals.
familiar
So
with the
that's
scene.
going to start
Testified
like
that it is a
maybe
fair and
tonight
accurate
even.
representation
We're going to burn
of
through
what
all
State's
of that.
Exhibit
I'm getting my
3
license back.
purports to be, and the court finds that necessary
Probably
foundation has
after
been
that,
laid, and
I will
overrules
be,
the objection. State's Exhibit 3
I'm going to buy
may be
EverQuest
admitted-
Legends,
is admitted
and I'll
may
be firing
published.
back up sort
State
of
would
my
move to publish State's
relaxing
Exhibit 3.
gaming streams as much as I can do them. Because I really like EverQuest Legends. Looks
May I
like a
approach
lot
the
of
witness, Your
fun.
Honor?
You may.
And it looks like EverQuest I can play at my own pace without having to worry about being online for 16 hours a day and shit like I used to.
Officer, if
So-
you would come down into the well of the court, I'm going to ask you a few questions about this Exhibit 3 as well.
Chad meme, I don't know what server yet. I'll announce it.
Can you point out where the Hall of Flags is located and describe that for the record?
The Hall of Flags is going to be down here on the bottom of the picture. It's going to have a red brick pathway. with some
Marantine, I
flowers
can't
along
explain
the
what's
top of it.
happening in the hearing.
mentioned that you were
they've spent
securing
the
an area of
entire
that-
hearing
Yes.
on
hall-
like this
that,
one
walkway,
photo
where were you stationed?
that we
I
haven't
was
gotten
down
to
here
see.
by the end of the flower pots, which is down here on the south side towards the Fugal building on the far right of the picture.
Okay. In relationship to where you were stationed, where is the Fuga building then?
The Fugal
Hey, Miss
building
Sparkles,
is
you
just
shut your
to the
mouth.
right of me, so it would be on the south end of me,
Okay. And so it's on the right side of the photograph there?
far right side of the
Look
photograph.
at this
about the
photograph.
business
I
building?
object.
The business
Standing
building is just going to be
objection on
in the middle
foundation.
of the picture on the far right. It's going to have some red brick pathways. It's going to be multi-level, and that would be the Woodbury building.
Okay. The Sorensen Center, where is that located on the photograph?
Sorensen Center is going to be middle to far left of the picture. It's going to have a white roof on top of it, multi-level.
Okay. And the Losi Center, where is that located?
Losi Center is going to be towards the top
Lori
of
MT
the
over on
picture.
Rumble. Happy to help.
Kind
Happy
of
to-
off-centered a little bit, but it's going to have the 4 or 5 floors that are, the 4 floors that are sitting right there.
Okay. Can you describe those stories, what we're looking at? Where do you find 1, 2, 3, 4, and possibly 5?
So
Well, one is the bottom
This is
windows.
ground level where the courtyard is.
Two
So this,
is the
as you go
next
over
one.
in towards the Losi
3
building inside,
and 4,
there's an elevator
like
that'd be
that.
ground 1, level
Okay.
1. Level 2 would be the second one where these red ATVs are sitting on the
In
grass right
DC,
there in the
some
middle of the
building I was
picture.
in, the ground
Go
floor
from
was
that, that
L,
would be
and then
third
the
level.
second floor
And
was
fourth level,
1. It was
which is
very
the
European.
actual top level of the building is that very top one with the windows that you can see.
Okay. Is there an atrium on the top of that?
There is an atrium. It's got a little sphere on the top of it. It looks like a little square right on top of the Losi building. That would be an atrium.
Now, you mentioned 2 shades of gray on the rooftop of the Losi building.
Yes,
Can you see
Fancy's
that on
trying to
this
slow
exhibit?
it down.
I can. So where the atrium is a lighter gray gravel. And on the west side, because I'm looking east, on the west side, there's 2 ventilations for the Losi building, 2 vents on top of that. It's in the darker gray
Okay.
gravel.
Oh, and if anybody
You
wants
mentioned
to
you're familiar with the
timestamp any
rooftop of the Losi
Spurgats by
Center,
Kurt,
correct?
We
When
could
someone
use
is
some
standing
member
on the Losi
content
Center,
from
can they
him, so.
see down into the courtyard?
let me
Yes, they
know.
can.
Lisa
And where is the courtyard
Franceschi has
located?
joined
From
at
It's
the
going to
rooftop.
be in the center of the picture with the
the
grass. and
paralegal
the
level.
atrium
That's
style
51
steps.
memberships
Would that
today,
be
guys.
Would that be west
Hey,
of the
if you
Losi
get
Center then?
a gifted
Yes, it'd be
membership,
directly west of the
make
Losi
sure to
Center.
thank whoever
Okay.
gifted it to
Now,
you.
a couple of
or
the other
love
exhibits, we
yourself
saw
a
a
little
tent
and get
that
your
was
own,
down,
like Lisa did. She
set
was
up
awesome.
in the courtyard. Can
She
you see
deserves
that tent
a
set up
cookie
in the courtyard in this
and an
photograph?
award.
You cannot in this picture. You can't. It would be where I explained where the hall flags is. It's directly underneath the hall flags, like just on the grass right there.
Okay. Is there a clear line of sight between the tent and the top of the Losi Center, the rooftop?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Is some of it obstructed?
Yes.
Obstructed by what?
The Sorensen building that's right here, this white roof that's going to be, this kind of obstructs a little bit of the view of the courtyard.
So where would you have to be standing or perhaps lying down on the Losi Center to see into the courtyard where that tent was?
On the
I got to
far
see so
south
many
side of the
people in
Losi
DC.
building,
It was
you could
awesome.
have a line of sight towards the courtyard.
And that's the top roof
The top roof, yes.
with the darker shade of gray that you
Yes.
see? Okay. Thank you, officer.
That might not have been bad.
I am going to refer the witness now to State's Exhibit number 35.
Say hi.
And Officer Bagley, when you see that, go ahead and let me know.
Remember, just say hi to- Thank you. I don't think it goes with this shirt at all. Or any shirt, really.
Do you recognize what that is, officer?
I don't have it yet.
Oh, okay.
No, I didn't want any of those, but thank you.
So we don't have this in electronic form.
No, it's just
We do.
this one
Okay.
is probably the one I'm gonna wear, but the other one was the.
Well, I'll
plaid.
refer you to the
Your shirt is
exhibit
ugly. You
that's
shut your mouth.
to your left and behind
Mean to
you.
me sometimes.
Do you see that?
I do.
And it's marked as State's Exhibit 35 with a yellow sticker. Is that correct?
Yes, I can see that on top left of the photo.
Well, for the record, if we can publish that on the witness's screen.
Thank you, Mr. Gernander. I was just going to mention that we shouldn't display it until it's been admitted in.
Yeah, it's a great
So,
time. That's a good time.
Do you see State's Exhibit 35 in your monitor?
Yes, I do.
Okay, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is an aerial view of the campus and the northeast area, just north of the campus neighborhoods of Utah Valley University in Orem.
Okay. And how can you personally tell that this is a photograph of the campus and the neighborhood to the
Oh,
northeast
Phil
of
Heather,
campus.
we may get another
I can tell
Alex
because I
Murdaugh trial
recognize
at some point.
all the buildings, the roads that are around it, the streets,
Cat Slave says,
the
Nick, we need a
roundabouts, the
paisley tie.
neighborhood to the north, or to the, towards the top of the building,
your
or
lucky day.
picture also.
Now, I've asked you about
Not
several
quite
buildings and
close
landmarks
there.
on campus. Are you able to see the courtyard
Yeah, it's
on
not
this exhibit?
Yes, you are.
And
It's blue and
just for the
purple.
record,
I'm
can you
not even
describe
wearing
where
blue
this
and
is
purple.
located on the exhibit?
So right in the center towards the bottom, there's a white triangle roof. That's white. That would be the Sorensen building. It's the patch of grass that's just directly south of towards the
So if
bottom of
you're
that on the picture.
the
So it's kind of centered, but more
Prosecutor,
towards the
don't you
bottom.
just stack
right in the
this
middle.
courtrooms with trans people so Tyler Robinson?
On this exhibit, are you able to see the Fugal building?
Yes, I am.
And in relationship to this courtyard, where is that located?
That's going to be south of the courtyard with the white roof.
What about the Woodbury Business Building?
Woodward Business Building is going to be to the east, and it's going to have a red brick path. top.
Angel, I'm with you. Murdaugh not guilty.
Okay.
And if he is guilty, they deserved it.
Can you see the Hall of Flags on this?
Yes, you can.
And where is that located in relationship to the courtyard again?
It's directly west of the courtyard.
And the Losi Center. Can you see the Losi Center?
Yes, you can see the low.
Where's that at?
It's going to be kind of northeast of the courtyard. The two patches of gray that's almost in the center of the picture, just to the slight right of the center.
Okay. I've asked you previously about the LDS Institute
Gen X
building.
Medic.
Can you see
I
that
love
on
what
this
Mandy
exhibit?
Summers
Yes,
is
you can.
doing right now.
And where's that located in relationship to the Losi Center?
Get it, Queen.
It's directly
Where are
north
those
of the Losi
bikinis?
Center. It's got a white roof, and it's almost directly in the center of the photo.
Okay. And as we've talked about a parking structure that's nearby the Institute building, do you see that?
She's
Yes, it's just
unapologetic
to
with
the
it, which is
west
good.
or left side of the picture of the Institute
I
building.
also don't see the big deal about wearing a bikini. Like if you go to
Is this a
fucking
fair and
pool,
accurate,
you're going to see women in a bikini.
depiction
It's
of
not that big of a deal.
Utah Valley University's campus and the surrounding neighborhood to the north and east on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
I
State
agree.
offers
Zia greater than
State's
Mandy. Zia
Exhibit
is my friend.
35.
I don't know Mandy that well. It's no shade
Your
on
Honor,
Mandy.
renew the standing objection and object on the grounds that there's no indication on this photograph of when
The
it was
ground is
taken
objecting to
in
you
terms of
standing on
relation
it.
to the actual incident at issue here.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. Mr. Uranato.
When
Same
will I wear a
response, Judge,
bikini?
but I would just add one more case for the court's benefit. This is State v. Wager, or Wager, W-A-G-E-R. This is a Utah Court of Appeals case from 2016. The citation is 372 Pacific 3rd, 91.
Do you guys like a tie dimple or do you like them
And the
flat?
significance of this case, Your Honor, at issue
back
there
and
was a photograph of the defendant there who was smoking methamphetamine allegedly in his bathroom. The witness that was testifying, that laying the foundation at trial, was not present when the photograph was taken. Could not tell the date on which it was taken, but he had been in the bathroom before, was familiar with the defendant's bathroom and familiar
I've
with the
been in the
defendant.
bathroom and I
He
am
testified
familiar
to
with
that personal
methamphetamines, Your
knowledge,
Honor. That's
and
the
court
other
found
person.
that was
I'm
sufficient
not.
foundation.
I'm not familiar with
So
methamphetamines.
that case, in addition to the other case, the Purcell case, and my previous arguments. and
Triple
also
T,
the
I did
court.
tie it. I already tied it.
Ms. Nestor, anything else you
I was
wish to
trying to
add?
decide what not to use.
All right. Given the testimony of the witness who's testified he's familiar with this location, he went in detail describing the various neighborhoods and location. He mentioned the roundabout and
This is the
identified
most
buildings
foundation
in State's Exhibit
ever
35.
For these photos.
And
Like
it was noted that
this
it
is
is a
insane.
fair and accurate representation of this campus.
I
as
love
of
when lawyers
September
pretend
10th,
like they're like
2025.
no
The
photo
court is
has
gonna
ever been
overrule
shown in
the
court before,
objection,
Your Honor.
And State's Exhibit 35 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. The state moves to publish it. And if
Like,
granted,
Your
I
Honor,
would-
we don't even
May I approach the
we don't
exhibit?
even know how
You
a
may.
photo could be admitted into this court. The actual photographer, we don't even know who it was. I mean, how could we possibly know if this photo was real? What would we even do? Is there any way? No, none. What's the metadata on it?
Officer, I've asked you about a number of the buildings located
Can you
on campus.
recite
I'm just
the
gonna ask you
photo
a
in
couple of
binary?
questions about those and to help orient the court to what the judge is looking at and then ask you about some of the streets in the neighborhood, okay?
You
Okay.
belong to the streets.
For the court's benefit, can you point out where the LDS Institute building is?
Yes, I can.
And I'm
I
going
got
to
these
approach
purple
the witness
sunglasses
again
in
if you
DC
could
for like
describe
$12.
where it's at on that Exhibit 35.
But I don't
Okay.
know. Like, it's a lot of purple right now.
Okay, can you hear me?
Cloth.
Yes.
Okay. So you want the LDS Institute building? is what you're
Yes,
asking?
please.
That is this white roof right here is the Institute building.
Is that in basically the center of the exhibit?
It's almost exactly in the center of the exhibit.
Okay, and where is the LOCI?
How many degrees off center?
Located on that?
If you were to go down towards the bottom of the photo,
I'm gonna try
there's
these.
two
These are
different
my
grades
Jack
of
Daniels
gravel
glasses.
on this roof. This
These
would
are
be the
made from
low-C
Jack Daniels
building right
whiskey
here,
barrels.
So
Pretty cool.
below
I like
the
them.
Institute building and to the right slightly.
slightly to the right.
Can you point out for the court's benefit where the courtyard is?
The courtyard
I feel
is
like I'm gonna
be
sing some
to the
90s
west or
pop
left
rock
side
to
of
you
the
now.
picture. There's some grass in between two buildings that have a white roofs. There would be a grass area right there with some steps. That is going to be the courtyard area, and that's going to be down towards the center bottom of the photo.
So that's to the left and down?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned the parking structure. Where's the parking structure next to the
Oh, there's judges
Institute
from
building?
Bricks and
There's
Minifigs.
two
I might
Institute
have
buildings
seen
right here in the center with the white roof. The parking structure is going to be just to the left of the Institute or west
Holy
side.
crap, this
There's a
witness
road in
sounds like
between it called the
MLS.
Heat Plant Road, which is the road that goes between those two.
And can you point out
MLDS
for the court's
now.
benefit how one would enter that or exit that parking structure by way of vehicle or walking?
By entering, you can enter and exit right here on the north side of the parking structure.
But if you enter on the
There's an
south
entrance and
side, it's
exit
a little
right
more
here that's
fun.
For a
into level
vehicle?
1
For a vehicle?
for vehicles.
And I guess someone could walk in there
Oh,
as well.
vehicles.
Yes, if they were to park into this LDS Institute parking lot over here on the north side of that, there's a tunnel that goes underneath the road that still comes out into the parking structure itself. And then they can exit out here on the second level onto Heat Plant Road.
MLS, the
which
stream
would
has
be
been
that road
so
between
good.
the LDS Institute building
like,
and
you
the
need to start
parking
it over.
structure is the Heat Plant. They can exit there and go back towards Campus Drive. So you could walk
Sparkles?
out either up
You
here
should be
on the
sorry.
northeast side of the parking structure and cross over to the LDS Institute, or you can come out here to the southeast side and you can exit there and walk down to the
West side?
courtyard or behind the LDS Institute building towards the LOCI Center.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned Campus Drive. Where's Campus Drive located on that?
Campus Drive starts right up here towards the top left of the picture. It's almost like a T. And it's the curved road that comes all the way down in front of the Institute building and the parking structure. And it goes all the way around campus, comes back down to the bottom of the picture where the roundabout is, and that would be Campus Drive.
Okay. Are you familiar with where 800 South is in Orem?
Yes.
Is that depicted on this exhibit?
It is.
Where's that at?
It's at the top of this photo. It's going to be the long straight road. That's right here at the top of the photo.
Okay. What about 850 South? Are you familiar with that street?
I am. 850 South is going to be towards the right of the photo, top right of it. There's going to be a street that goes east to west. It looks like a horseshoe, kind of. It's going to be the road that goes east to west. In the middle of that horseshoe would be 850.
Okay, so 850 is parallel to 800 South
Yes.
and just below on this photograph.
Yes,
Okay. Are you familiar with 600 West?
I am.
And where's that street in relationship to 850 South?
That would be on the far right side of the horseshoe, so towards the right side of the picture, and it's going to be the right side of that horseshoe,
And that runs north and south?
north and south.
Okay. What about 720 West? Are you familiar with that street?
Yes, I am.
And where's that at?
That's going to be to the left side of the horseshoe. That runs north and south, and it comes down towards the bottom.
Okay. And finally, 925 South.
925
Is that
south
depicted?
is going to be on the bottom of the horseshoe that connects those other two wests.
Okay, so just in summary, will you describe the horseshoe and what streets
It's a
amount
shoe
make
that
up
a horse
horseshoe?
wears. I think it's a
So
Reebok.
the horseshoe comes up off of 800 South, and directly south of that, you'll have 850 South, which is going to be running east to west.
If you have carcinoma of the
On
left
the
calf,
left side
should you start a
is
GoFundMe?
725
Yes.
west of the horseshoe, and it comes down into 925 south, which wraps back around to 600 west on the far right side of the horseshoe, on the right side of the picture.
Okay, thank you, officer. You can be seated. Okay, I'm going to take you back to September 10th, 2025. You mentioned you were on campus. You had a particular assignment.
I put up a poll in the
Mr. Greenan,
YouTube
I'm sorry.
chat
We're just
about
going to pull down the
streaming
exhibits.
on an alternative platform.
Thank you. You may continue.
I picked
Would you like me to
Rumble
take
and
this
Kick
exhibit
as
down, Judge?
possible alternatives, but,
Are you referring to it
if
in
you
your line of
guys
questioning
can
right now?
answer that
Not right now,
poll,
I'm
it
not.
would help
Let's
me
go ahead
out.
and take it
I
down.
don't have any intention to do this right now. I'm just kind of curious and getting a pulse check because other services want you to like, they're like, oh, just stream over here exclusively on one thing. And it's like, well, but like, people like don't really want to do that much.
So you were
So I was kind of
securing
curious.
the
Be
Hall
honest
Flags
with it. It
walkway,
doesn't
correct?
offend me.
Yes, on the south end.
Again, I don't have any
Yes.
plans to do this right now.
What
I'm
was
still
happening
waiting for
that
my
morning, that
motherfucking
day on-
driving
at
license
campus?
to come
At UVU?
in so that I can get
I came in to
monetized
do
on
a
Kick.
shift for a special event where we had a guest speaker come in and was going to talk to the students and people around the neighborhood.
Prince Mars, why
Do
am
you
I
know
talking
who the
while they're
guest speaker
talking?
was?
Because
I
like
do.
I'm not
And who
super
was that?
interested
It was Charlie
in
Kirk.
this guy has seen a
Did you see
picture
Mr. Kirk
of the
that day?
campus.
I did.
When
Oh,
did you first see
He's
him?
got Mr. Kirk
When he
now.
arrived on campus,
Now we know that he's seen
just
Mr.
behind
Kirk.
the west
Has
side
he seen
of
the defendant?
the Hall of Flags.
What
I
the
saw
fuck
him
are we
pull
even
up.
doing here? Are we trying to establish that
And
Charlie
can someone
Kirk was
access
there
the
that day that
courtyard
he got
in
killed?
through that area?
Yes, they can.
How so?
Where he pulled up underneath the Hall of Flags is a opening to where you could drive a car underneath.
Prince Mars.
So there's
I'll
access right
pause
there. You
it
can
when
walk
there's
or drive
something like
underneath the Hall of Flags.
This is finally starting
saw
to
him
get
arrive?
a little bit
Yes.
more interesting.
Okay.
But the past hour has just been them establishing that
Describe
these
what you
photos
were-
can
what
be
you were
admitted.
seeing.
It's crazy.
What did you observe?
On that day, I observed Charlie going back, doing some meet and greet with some people, getting some photos taken. He then came underneath the Hall of Flags and went to his tent, and he was there answering questions and talking to individuals that would ask him
We do have a
questions.
40%.
The tent you're referring to, is that the tent that we see
45%
when it was
people
set up
saying
in
no.
the courtyard?
They wouldn't
Yeah, that
watch
white
on any
square
other
tent.
platform.
The
That's
white
pretty
top.
sick.
Yes, he was
Okay.
under that.
And that's kind of what I expected.
Fast forward to about 12:20 or so. So a little bit
I
after
would
noon,
like
the noon
Rumble
hour.
to promote trial
What
streams
happened?
and to have a trial
What did you
stream.
see? What did you hear?
I heard an
section.
individual
I think it'd be
talking
good
to
for them
Charlie,
to
and I
do
happened
that.
to kind of glance over the edge of the railing about that time. I could see the right side of Charlie's shoulder, so not his whole body, because he was underneath the tent, so I could only see probably the right side of his body.
But of course, I
He
need
was
to stream
answering a
consistently
question,
before
kid
I
asking
worry
a
about any
question,
of this
and then I heard a shot fired.
Do you know what time that was?
I've finally
Yes.
gotten.
What time was that?
12:23.
I've finally gotten through a lot of the shit
What
that
did
I've
you
been
see?
dealing with lately. So it's
At that
good.
moment, I saw him lean to the left, so
When you say him, you
Charlie.
Charlie?
Kirk. So I saw him go to the left because I could no longer see the right side of his body. So he went further underneath the tent to the north side of the tent, so left.
Okay.
Hey, what's up, Tom Myers? How you
Can
doing,
you
brother?
describe the reaction of others that
Good
were
to
there?
see you, man.
Yeah, so then everybody started getting up and starting to run in more of a chaos kind of situation.
Before you continue, can you describe a little bit? So you mentioned Mr. Kirk was
We have a couple
answering
super
questions, talking
tips
to
that I would love
individuals.
to play.
Were there
Some
others
super
present?
chats I want to read.
Yes.
Any idea about approximately how many? How would you describe
I
it
might
in your
pause
terms?
it in a
In
second.
my
for
terms,
those.
I'd say when I was up there looking down, I'd say there were several thousand people because you had it on the grass that was jam-packed in the amphitheater sitting on the grass. You had people standing on the back.
Gray, I'm
along
probably
the
going to
cement.
do like my gaming
You had
stuff
people that were
over
on the second
either
level of the
Twitch or
Sorensen
Kick.
and over by the
Of course.
Woodbury
Like, that's kinda
building.
what they're
There's
they're
another
made
level there where
for.
a lot of people were standing and watching.
But I also
it was pretty
I've
packed.
wanted to do
Several
kind of
thousand
like a
people.
daytime.
You mentioned, so you
daily
mentioned you heard something. What did
show,
you hear again?
Just
I heard a gunshot.
trolling through the
Okay.
news,
And
seeing what's going on and stuff
can you
like
describe
that.
you
And I would
describe
probably-
Mr. Kirk's reaction?
I might do that on Kick. And
Was that
see how
simultaneous
goes.
to hearing
See
the-
if growth happens over
the gunshot?
Yes, it was.
when he fell to the left?
Yes.
I would love to partner with them.
Did you see the
and
reaction
see
from
what
the
can be
crowd?
built.
Yes.
What was that?
Everybody kind of got up. They all said, a lot of people were screaming, standing up, and starting to run in all different directions away from the center of the tent.
Yeah,
Okay.
Belmont. I'm
You're a
waiting
police
for there to
officer
be another witness.
helping to secure the area, correct?
Yes.
What did you do?
Lee,
At that
objection
moment, I
leading.
recognized it as gunfire. I left my post, which was right there on the south end of the Hall of Flags. I proceeded to right where the Fugle and the Hall of Flags meet. There's some
No, Boosh,
outside stairs.
I kind
that I
of
was starting to run
agree
down as I was trying to
a
get
little
down to
bit
the bottom of the
about,
stairs.
Erica
People were
Kirk.
running up. People were laying down on the steps.
I don't
I'm
expect
trying
her
to
to
jump
be
over
perfect
people
or
to get to the
anything,
bottom of
but,
the stairs so
like,
I can
she
help
became a
second
rock
individual that's
star,
probably shooting.
which is a little bit weird.
What happened next?
By the time I got to the bottom of the
I
stairs,
think it was just a
I
bad-
was informed on the
it was a bad
radio
move.
that
She-
we had a shooter in custody.
She's
So
not
I
beholden
thought
to mourn
at that
for the
moment,
rest
I was
of her
like,
life
that was
or
kind of
anything,
fast.
but it
Obviously, it was
happened
close
really
range
fast.
probably because we
It
had an
looked like she was
individual
being
in
taken
custody.
advantage of.
Another officer came on and said we had an individual in custody. So I decided to, since the threat is gone, now I can assess for anybody that's injured and start looking for any medical needs that's needed at that moment. I started canvassing the area. As I
Marcy
canvassed the
Cruz,
area,
I'm
I
not
was
gonna
looking for
pick-
anybody that
I'm
was
not-
injured.
I have no desire to
I
pick
saw
on her either. I
a
think
kid on
she
the
was
ground that was on the, about
advised
the second or
poorly. They're
third
like,
tier
no,
of
you need to go out
in the
there,
grass next to a
lead
wheelchair,
TP
and he
USA.
was
It's like-
almost convulsing.
I
thought
think
he'd maybe been
the better
shot.
look would have been
Talked to the
take a
dad as I was
couple
running
months
over there.
off.
He said that he was just having a seizure, that he was fine, he was not injured.
You know.
So then at that moment, I observed that
But
there
I
was
didn't
no
know
other
their
injuries that I could see at
relationship
that
dynamic.
moment.
Maybe Charlie
Okay.
would have wanted her to just fucking
Was your
go for it
attention
like she
drawn to
did.
anything else at that time?
Yeah, so after we got some people kind of cleared away a little bit, I thought,
Okay, let's take a quick pause and I'll talk because I'm more important than these weirdos. Wait, how are we an hour and 40 minutes into this? Oh, wait. Yeah. Sorry, I'm dumb. We're an hour and 40 minutes in because the court didn't start right at the beginning of the stream. There was a significant delay. I want to hit a couple of these super tips and super chats real quick. They've been sitting since kind of like the beginning of the stream. So here we go.
Thank the God Emperor that my children are finally done with school and their extracurricular activities. I'm going to have so much time to stream. Just teasing. Good to see you, Nick. Echo check.
Echo check. Yeah, no, new stuff comes up. Obviously had the van accident, which really kind of threw a monkey wrench into a lot of things. Monkey wrench is a racist term, by the way. It means a white wrench. The other thing I didn't expect to go to, there's a weird shadow because I have a light down here and it makes this like other shadow that looks like another eyebrow. Sorry, I'm distracted by my face. I didn't expect to go to Washington, D.C. That was very much out of the blue. And we had to work really hard. Two of my kids were actually with my parents, like down in Florida. So they had to meet up with us. In DC. It was nuts, like trying to get everything worked out. But we did. All of the kids got to go. We got to go down to watch the fireworks. I got to take the kids to the State Department reception, and which was, I've been to a lot of like receptions and events and stuff like that, and that was by far the best food. It was one of the most well put together events I've ever been to. The 8th floor of the State Department is absolutely stunning. It was a great venue. So it was cool. Here we go.
These dudes don't know how to act during trial. No demons, no shouting,
None.
just halls of flags. Major micropene energy, I am innocent.
I agree. Can't believe they put you away, man. Just exercising some demons. King of Biltong. Guys, I got to tell you, King of Biltong has been sending me significant amounts of biltong, and it's really good. It's delicious. It's a great snack. I really appreciate it. You guys should check out. It's Biltong USA, I think, right? Is the brand name. King of Biltong. Forgive me, I don't have it in front of me, but it's Biltong USA. Can you drop the link in Rumble, and I'll share it over on YouTube as well. Guys, it's phenomenal stuff, especially if you like meat. So if you're a man or a woman, both of you guys like having meat in your mouth, and you should get some of the good biltong meat in your mouth. It's delicious. Jim tells you, says, wow, look at that. I'm halfway to 88, 44 months. Does that make me halfway to Groiper status? Hell no, I am not into gay Mexican cat boys. I mean, not everybody's perfect. Let's get together soon. Well, that sounded erotic. Chipper Jones says, I found you through Ralph years ago. It's great how totally normal and not weird at all his life is now. Love you. Love the show. Yeah, it's totally normal. Totally normal. Dude, I don't know what to do about Ralph. I'm tired of him. I tried a lot longer than I should have, and I tried a lot longer than some other people and I understand exactly why they cut ties. He's a weirdo. He tried to extort me for months and months and months. I didn't want to fight with him because it's pointless. And that sector of the internet should literally be lit on fire, one person at a time. But that being said, I didn't want to engage it. It's not really worth it. All it does is it drags shows and audiences down. Those people are cancer. And so I just kind of went along with it. He's like, you can't say nothing. I got everything on you. He has nothing on me at all. Because I'm not an idiot. So, but he thought he was extorting me and like doing something great. He's not. I really didn't want to fight with you, you dumb fat piece of shit. But do whatever. I don't care. Lisa Franceschi says, get Geek, Vape, Digimax, and Red's Apple Peach Vape Juice. I'll think about it. I don't like doing the manually refilled ones because I'm incompetent. Talking Trash and Truths, 20 months says it's more like 4 years. I know. YouTube kind of fucked up some of the subscriptions, and I'm sorry. YouTube is Tarno. Love you, Popey. Love you back. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here and dropping that comment. Okay, and we do have one more. Shadow Bear 2 over on Rumble says, when the Trump passports were announced, I looked into them, and they were only going to be available at a single location in D.C. That may be. I don't know if that's a permanent thing or not. My understanding is that they'd be available to everyone, but I don't actually know. It might only be a thing. But I was told the people at the event were getting the first of them, so I didn't know if there were more of them. By the way, guys, the next time you go to get a passport, and it takes like weeks, hear me out. I got my passport and 6 passports for the wife and the kids. We got 7 passports overnight. They can do it overnight. It was amazing. They took our info at 1:30 p.m. and the next day they were printed by the evening event. That's fucking crazy. It was so cool. So cool. They were really nice, though. Again, they treated us very well, and the event was phenomenal. I'm not going to sit and talk about it all night. It was just something that was like such a crazy thing to get to do. Sledge Entertainment says, Nick, I'm late. You're gay. Have a good day. Oh, that was nice. That was good. It was like rap lyrics. Okay, we're going back to this. I just wanted to handle those super chats because they were lingering, and I hate leaving people lingering because I really appreciate, contributions to the show. It helps me do this. It's why I can do this. And so I want to get to them right away. But let's sally forth and fifth back into this hearing. And like I said, it's finally getting to some substance. But I'm still not entirely clear, like, what we're doing here. Like, why is this hearing going on? We're not at trial yet. Is this just like a motion in limine? Like, are we assessing whether evidence can be admitted? Is that what's going on? I think that seems to be what's going on. Because if this evidence can't be admitted, maybe then we don't go forward with trial or something like that. But yeah. I don't know. The inconsistency of courts drives me fucking crazy. It drives me absolutely batty. Sometimes you see stuff like for example, an HRO an ex parte HRO where no hearing is allowed on a party for a year. Like that, to me, that doesn't seem right. And then you have like other instances where you hear about people having trouble like getting an HRO at all. And it's like, where's the consistency? Where's the predictability? Court is supposed to be consistent and predictable by the rules, but it isn't. Here, look at how much deliberation we had over a couple of fucking photos of the campus. It's like, are these Show us on the photo where it's different, Nestor. How about that? Show us on the photo where this is unreliable. I know it's the state's burden, but these are photos of a public place, outdoor photos. This public place doesn't change significantly. Although before you grill me, I know that there was like, I think they like cemented over the area where he was shot or something. I don't know all the details. I hear little bits of the people who don't trust what's going on crowd and stuff, and I'm interested in it, but I'm not putting any stock into it until I see what gets into court. So here we go. Back to this.
I needed to start preserving the scene because we had a crime scene, and with some of my experience and training and to that effect I decided now we need to contain the scene and help preserve as much evidence as we can. So I started pushing people off the grass out of the courtyard area.
Oh, and real quick, it is Biltong USA. I'm going to put it in the chat on YouTube. Rumble already has it. BiltongUSA.com. Go get yourself some biltong if you're hungry or whatever. And their shipment is fast. Their shipping is fast. You get your meat shoved into your mouth pretty quickly, and you don't even have to pay for it or whatever. So it's kind of nice. Well, I mean, no, you have to pay for it. You know what I mean? You have to pay for the meat. You don't have to pay for the shoving it in your mouth. You do that by yourself. So no, it's really good stuff, and I really appreciate King of Biltong being here and keeping me supplied. It's really awesome. So go supply yourself, y'all.
Area because I knew that's where the crime scene
Use
was.
promo code NODES.
So as we started pushing those guys out,
little discount.
My Chief Long, that was right next to me, I looked down and saw an empty pistol holder that was sitting just on top of the grass. And at that moment, things had died down just a split second. I realized that the shot I heard was more of a rifle shot and not a pistol shot.
And what causes you to say that?
Just from being around firearms through all my trainings, the difference is,
cool.
a handgun is more of a short bang pop sound.
Shot.
With a rifle, you have more of a longer, violent.
I wasn't going to do this. Object to this, Nestor, you dummy. This guy's not a gunology expert on sounds. You haven't qualified this guy as being able to identify the difference between a handgun and a rifle at distance. What are we talking about here? She's objecting to a photo of something that doesn't change, but she's not objecting to this guy saying, I know it was a rifle by the sound of it. That's fucking crazy sauce. And again, I know they're going to show ballistics and all this stuff to it's a rifle round, etc. But if you're going to nitpick a photograph, why aren't you nitpicking the fact that this is just a guy with no foundation for why he can identify a rifle versus a pistol? And he's like, just being around those things, from time to time. I just know. You just know? Is that how it works? That's cool. That never works in court. And she's not objecting now. She's awful. I'm done with it. She's terrible.
Bang or crackle sound. It's more of a violent kind of sound. It's longer. So that's when I recognized it.
You like the longer sounds?
Is a rifle sound louder typically?
Yes.
Okay.
Objection leading.
That
Going
going
wasn't
back to
really
when
leading.
you heard this gunshot.
I'm just annoyed.
Could you tell where it came from? From direction?
Yes, I knew it came from the east of me.
From the east of you. Okay.
Oh, you're a
So you
directionologist
see this,
too.
this realization comes to your mind. What did you do next?
At that moment when I saw the holster, the empty holster, I turned to my chief and I said, that was a rifle shot. And he said, I agree. And I looked up at that moment.
Objection
right in
hearsay?
the line of sight, I could see the Losi building had a direct line of sight. So I proceeded to go look at that and see what was going on up there.
Okay.
Solid,
Can you
I'll
just
read this in a little
briefly
bit.
describe your route to the Losi Center?
So from the courtyard, you can go into the Sorensen Center, and like I said earlier, there was on level 1, there's some elevators or there's stairs. I ran up 4 flights of stairs, got to the 4th level of the Losi building, and proceeded to the south of the Losi building. There's some stairs, which is at breezeway between the computer science building and the Losi building. There's some stairs that go up to the top of that. And then so I went to the top of that.
Is that the stairway that you previously described?
Yes, on the outside of the low-seat building. Just,
Okay. And it's a public stairway?
yeah,
Okay. Did you make it to the rooftop?
I did.
Do you know about what time you got there?
I got it there at 12:44.
Okay. What did you do when you got on top?
When I got on top, I hopped over the guardrail. I noticed that there was an object which was sitting right about 10 or 15 feet in from the other side of the guardrail in the gravel. That looked out of place to me.
And in relationship to where you hopped over the guardrail, what direction was that object?
To the west of the guardrail.
Okay. And did you recognize the object?
I did.
And what was it?
It was a red and black screwdriver.
Okay. Did you touch that object?
I did not.
Okay. I am going to refer the witness on your screen, Officer Bagley, to State's Exhibit 3.1. Let me know when you see that.
Yes, I see it.
Locals is presenting
recognize
bikinis
what
for me
that
to
is?
try on.
I do.
And what is that?
That's a picture of the screwdriver that I saw that day on top of the rooftop of the Losi building.
Okay. And that's how it appeared on the roof that day?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the screwdriver you observed and found that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit
This guy found a
3.1.
screwdriver.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, we renew our standing objection and object on the grounds that there's no foundation laid as
She had
to
a whole
when the photo
turkey
was
stuck in
taken
her
or by
throat.
whom. Thank you.
Same response, Judge. My previous arguments.
Yeah,
And did you state that this was
this is going to be pointless.
fair and accurate representation as of September 10th, 2025?
I had said that day. I'll ask it again.
All right.
To the officer. Officer Bagley, you saw this screwdriver you're describing on September 10th, 2025. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is State's Exhibit 3.1 a fair and accurate depiction of that screwdriver?
Gary, are you
that
asking
day,
if my drink's
September
orange
10th,
juice and vodka?
2025?
Yes.
Yeah, my drink is
State
sparkling
moves to
ice
admit.
in honor of our
I will go
brave
ahead and
men and
admit,
women of
State's Exhibit
ice.
3.1
Black
is admitted
raspberry.
based off of the first-hand knowledge of this, what this image purports to be, and it is a fair and accurate representation.
Oh, Belmont, I'm not going to wear a
as,
light-colored bikini. It would wash my
this
skin
item
out.
on that date of September 10th, 2025, and this exhibit may be published.
Your Honor, before we continue to publish it and ask a few more questions, right now might be a good time to take a break,
All right.
if that's okay.
Complete
with the court.
random. The 9 p.m.
All
to
right,
9
let's come
a.m.
back at
streaming
it. So
idea
10:43. Let's
isn't
go ahead and
the
come back.
worst.
Well, 10:44. Let's come back at 11 o'clock, and then we'll resume
That's a
direct
lot of
examination.
streaming.
Court
12 hours
is in
a
a brief
day is a
recess.
lot. But like that window of time isn't bad. I would have to change up my schedule a bit. Guys, I got to talk to a couple ICE attorneys at the State Department thing. And, I was telling them, I'm like, well, I'm an attorney, but my license is currently suspended. I didn't do my CLEs. They're like, haha, idiot, nobody does those. Just kidding, they didn't say that. They would never say that. I was like, but I don't really need my license that much because I do YouTube. So actually what I do is I go online, I make videos about why it's okay that one of your guys shot someone who is brown. You should have seen the look on their faces. But then the one guy, there were two ICE attorneys. The one guy goes, "Oh, really?" He kind of laughs. He's like, "What's your channel?" And I was like, "Ricada Law." And he goes, "Huh?" And he's like, pulls it up and he's like, "Oh yeah, I've seen you. I've seen your videos a whole bunch." Yeah. And then he turns to his buddy. He's like, "You've seen this guy. I know you have." And he's like, "Really?" So he shows him. He's like, "Oh yeah, I've seen your videos. I've seen a couple of them anyway." I would imagine they watch some of the Renee Good stuff, if anything, but also probably Kyle Rittenhouse. So it was cool. I said, Oh, if you watch my videos, every time I say I hate everybody in the government, and if you work for the government, you should be killed. I'm lying. I'm not. I don't mean you guys. Just everybody else. They laughed at that too. Then they threatened to deport me, and not to anywhere fun. Okay, I'm fast forwarding.
Well, this is turned off right now.
No, it's not turned off. We can hear you.
Clerk controls it. I just have to publish, and they'll decide what monitors it's going to go on.
Dude, the Edgecombe trial was so much fun. Oh, yeah. So Bronco was there. Jack Posobiec was there. Jack is, I got to say this. Jack's he's at these hearings. He's with the Kirk family. Obviously, he was friends with Charlie. So he's actually present at the hearings. I'm going to see if one of these days this week that we can get kind of some impressions from him, see how the family's doing, what he's thinking about, the hearing itself. But Jack is there. I got to say this about Jack, and I'm not trying to suck his dick. I could have done that in person, but he's Catholic and would not let me. I'm not trying to fluff him up or anything here. He is one of the nicest guys. He is one of the just absolutely nice and gentlemanly. My little daughter went up and she had a cast on from the car accident, and she just walked up to him and said, "Hi, would you like to sign my cast?" And he signed her cast, but he also he wrote an inspirational message on it, and he told her a story about how her arm was going to recover and be stronger than ever. It was the sweetest thing ever. He's just really a nice dude, and it was really cool to, get to meet him in person. I've talked to him online a couple times, and really just stand-up swell guy. Obviously, Bronco was there. That was fun. Geeks and Gamers guys were there. Jeremy, Ryan Cannell, and Drunk 3PO. It was nice to see them. I haven't seen them in a little while. Bros and handshakes were exchanged, so that was cool. And then Megan Fox was there as well. Marco Rubio was there, but I didn't get to talk to him. Lee Greenwood made a surprise appearance and sang "Proud to be an American" live to the room. I recorded it. I can't put it up on. I think I can put it up on YouTube. They'll just demonetize it. I'll upload it for the members, YouTube and locals. Just kind of a fun thing, and I'll upload Marco Rubio's speech about the passports. But I got to meet Glenn Beck as well, which I was interviewed by Beck during Rittenhouse, but he was a huge influence on at least the early part of my YouTube broadcasting, because I used to listen to Glenn a lot, so I took a lot of just kind of subconscious tips from how he ran a show, and tried to incorporate that. But he was a big inspiration for me for a long time, so it was really awesome to meet him and tell him that. He was super nice as well, very polite. I said, "Thanks for carrying the torch." He said, "Well, now the torch is yours." And I said, "Don't do that. I burn stuff to the ground. That's not a good idea." But it was a really cool event. So anyway, back to this hearing. I thought it was going to start up. Let's see if we can just find. There's that wily judge. Please be seated. Here we go. Sit down. Zumox says, "I don't like you, but thank you for your donation."
Before we get started, I want to clarify on the record that pursuant to...
Wait, is that you, Chad? What donation? I don't know what the donation is for, but you're welcome. Whatever it was. But I want to say someone might have made it and put my name down. If it was for your personal thing, I don't think I donated, brother. But I wish it wasn't out of malice or anything. I probably would have if I would have seen it earlier. But I don't want to take credit for something that I don't think I did. That said, I wish you well on it, and you don't have to like me at all. I don't. Here it is. I don't care if you like me or not. If you decide you ever want to see if you do, like, talk to me sometime. I don't care what you've said about me. It doesn't bother me. It's fine. It's like, whatever. But I wish you well, man. Go get it. I don't know what you're up to. Go for it. I hope you succeed. Other than that, you're welcome. Even though I don't think I did it. I think it was someone else.
Ooh, ooh, ting tang, walla walla, bing bang. Shut the fuck up, Nestor. We're going to burn that chair after the trial. Micropeen.
Scotty, too, I did miss your message. He said, back from surgery. Hope you're well, Nick. Member for 7 months. Thank you. I am well. I'm glad you're back from surgery. I hope you're recovering well. Solid member for 32 months while we're stopped. Says, since someone brought it up, it's funny that Tonkasaw and Failure were the only ones that came out of that sector successfully. They both pretty much fucked off the internet. Well, I don't know if they came out successfully or not because they did disappear. But that was the right thing for them to do at the time. Let's see. Zumox says, of course, you're a Melton sweeper, Melton ball washer. Yeah, I don't want to touch those. Gross. I don't think he's even seen those things in a couple millennia. I'm not washing those. Ew, icky. Don't accuse me of that. I do a bunch of degenerate stuff, but I would not wash that man's balls. I don't know what's down there. Melissa James is glad to see you looking semi-professional again. Wait, I think I showed up I had a polo shirt on, right? Like last stream, was that what it was? God, I'm sorry. It's a rough crowd.
The Utah Constitution, Section 1, Article 1, Section 28, where victims and victims' representatives are entitled to be treated.
Zumak, I got to do this trial stream, so I'm going to, this will be the last thing. It's not personal. I'm not, mad at you or anything. Just so you know, people say stuff about you. I might laugh at it because it's funny. I don't know anything about your, story and situation other than what I see. And I don't take the words of other people. So again, I don't know if you remember, but I sent you a super chat a while back and you decided to just lambast me, which was kind of funny. I'll give you credit. That's kind of funny. And I know you've said some things about people that I do care about that are a little bit untoward. But I can get over stuff. But I don't really care either way. But there's no reason to hate me or anything. I don't hate you. I think for the most part we're irrelevant to each other. But go get it, brother. Like I said, I wish you I hope you make $1 million.
With dignity and respect, that if they choose to leave the courtroom, they can come back whenever they wish. They're not prohibited to coming back solely at the break. So I just wanted to clarify that in case.
Too bad you should have taken credit because I was going to put you in the credits of my comedy special. I said that was the last thing, but what you just said was funny. Yeah, but I don't take credit for stuff I don't do, man. I just don't. It's not my way. Despite what you may have heard, that's not a thing I do. But again, I will watch your comedy special. I promise to do that. Is your GoFundMe still open? I'll still donate to it. I said, I didn't even know what it was for. I'd heard some chatter about it, but if it's still open, I will make a donation, brother. Just let me know. Send me an email or shoot me a message or something. And let me know where to donate if it's still open. If not, that's cool. I still wish you well.
If there was any question about that. In addition, I want to talk about the exhibits as it relates to
you only want $8,300, not $1 million?
And publication of the exhibit.
If you're going to have
so whenever there's an objection to an exhibit,
you'll never succeed.
I would ask that the attorneys are clear specifically what they're objecting to. There's basically 3 levels of objections that could be objected to. First, the admittance of the exhibit itself. Second is the publication of the exhibit to the gallery. And third is the publication which is electronically captured by the media. So, counsel, I'll leave it to you in regards to what you object to or what you wish to respond to. If no objection to the publication media capture of the exhibit is specifically raised, the court will presume there's no objection. So, being that the monitor was introduced today by the court, I wanted to offer that guidance to the parties in regards to your
Dork Girl 21
objections.
gets it.
With
Over
that,
on
let's go ahead and return to the
Agreed.
witnesses. I do note for the record that the counsel is present and all the parties are present, and let's go ahead and proceed. Mr. Grunander.
I don't know what it is about trial streams. They make me want to vape more.
Thank you, Your Honor. We left off Officer Bagley with just having admitted State's Exhibit 3.1. I believe the court also granted our motion to publish 3.1. So we would ask the court to publish that to the gallery, 3.1.
Ms. Nestor, any thoughts?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll go ahead and publish Exhibit 3.1.
Oh, publish it! How long does this take? Ah!
Looks like it's just taking a second to come up on the screen.
Plead the Fifth says you want to vape because you want to get higher drunk. Maybe.
Let's
I
go ahead
think
and
it's just I need
unplug and
something in my
replug in the
mouth.
monitor to see if that brings it back to life. To display.
You know, I've thought about that, but like nicotine doesn't do that for me. And it probably ADHD and narcolepsy, like stimulants don't have that same type of effect as they might on someone else. They're very muted. Oh my God! You never said the judge was gay?
All right, looks like it's noticing a flicker on my screen here.
This judge does look like he might be a little bit of the broken wrist variety.
Yes.
Triple T, I kind of agree with
Mr.
you. Most of
Grunman.
the Dabbleverse
Thank
is
you,
really...
Judge. Officer Bagley, so you
I'll say
testified
it's
that
boring,
this
but
is the screwdriver
it's just
as
not
you
my
saw it on
content.
September 10th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
And I'm not
going to,
theirs. Like, they all hate me. It's pretty funny.
and this was on top
They're
of
like,
which roof?
He sucks at
Wolsey
everything.
building.
And in relationship to
Okay.
the entrance, the stairway, and when you hopped over the rail to get there,
There's
where
about
was
10
it located?
About 10 or 15 feet in.
Okay. If I could,
Monkey making
Your
Mitch,
Honor, bring
that is,
up
you are not my dad.
State's Exhibit
I know
number
that.
2 that was previously admitted.
All right.
I would like to have Officer Bagley come down from the witness stand and point on that exhibit approximately where this screwdriver was located and describe it for the record.
All right, you may step down. And if you have a microphone for him as well.
I think there was one up
All
there.
I need
Oh,
is
here we go.
one mic. All we need is one mic.
So if you can describe where you saw that
Panzer Dude says
screwdriver,
I'm gay.
point to that.
Yeah, so this is the Losi building right here with the light gray. Here's the guardrail in the center of the picture with the red brick. Just over that, about 10, 15 feet in, about right there.
About right there. Okay. Now on this exhibit, Exhibit 3.1, there's an evidence tag, yellow number 5. Was that present when you found the screwdriver?
No.
Okay.
Home
So that was
slice-
left there by an evidence
I
tag.
didn't.
Yes.
I
Okay.
mean, I saw that
Thank
there
you.
is
You can
a
take your
cleaned
seat
up
again.
Sally Port video. All of that for him to walk up. Yes. No. Okay. I did see that there's a cleaned up Sally Port video, but I haven't watched it. You got booted
Officer,
from
I'm going
Machado
to,
chat for
direct your
posting
attention to
John's
your
dead.
monitor again and have you look at State's Exhibit 3.2.
I'm not getting into that Machado Baker stuff because it's hyper
If you'll let me know when
homosexual.
you see that.
But she is
Okay, I see
handling
it.
this terribly.
Okay. And can you tell us what that is?
She's taking the wrong approach. I
Yes,
think.
that's the picture of the top of the Losi building looking west.
Okay. And how do you know
No
that that is,
comment
in
on
fact, the top of Losi
right or
Center?
wrongness of either
Looking
party.
west.
Just
I can see
she
the
seems to have
landmarks
taken
of
some
several buildings that the Fugal buildings on the
ill-advised
top
move.
left of it. You've got on the right is a white roof, which is the Sorensen building on the right side of the picture. This is also the gravel area on top of the Losi building.
Okay. Can you see the courtyard from this exhibit?
Yes, a little bit.
What about the tent that was set up that Mr. Kirk was underneath?
Yes,
Okay. What about the Hall of Flags?
yes.
Did
Just
you
a
mention that
reminder-
this was facing west? What direction are we looking?
super
We're looking
tips
west towards Utah Lake.
Okay.
and memberships
Officer,
are
is
available.
this a fair
we
and
have them in
accurate,
stock, freshly restocked.
Depiction of what you observed on September 10th, 2025 on top of the Losi building?
Yes.
State offers State's Exhibit 3.2, Judge.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, I think that we renew our standing objection. There is an evidence tag here, which begs the question that it's not a fair and accurate representation of how he saw it. And we also don't have any indication about when this picture was taken or by whom. So we object to its admission.
I see. Thank you.
Magna
Mr.
Nemo.
Greenander.
Officer, one more
It
question,
really
Judge.
depends on what gets
Officer
in and what
Bagley,
doesn't.
apart from the evidence tag, do you see an evidence
If the
tag on
state
that
gets
photograph?
the evidence that they
Yes, I
want
do.
in,
Was that
Tyler
present
Robinson's
when
fine.
you were
Like,
on
he's
top
done.
of the Losi
question
Center
will be
and observed this?
if they kill him.
That
or
was not.
Okay, otherwise, is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
State moves to admit.
Anything further?
Their only hope is to
right,
exclude
thank you.
some critical piece of evidence.
Given that follow-up
And I know a bunch
question
of
noting
people
that
say,
the
like, oh, there's
evidence tag, it appears to be
whatever.
number 2 on State's Exhibit
I've-
3.2 was not present, but otherwise
I've
it
seen
is
the
a fair and
arguments
accurate
about the
representation
gun and the
as stated
bullet
by
and
the
all that
witness.
stuff. And I'm telling you,
to,
you are not.
State's Exhibit 3.2.
You are most
The
likely
court
not going to
will,
sway a jury with any of
admit it
that.
into evidence. And
That is not
it
going
may
to be persuasive
published at the
to a jury.
discretion of or the request of counsel.
Your Honor, the state would move to publish it.
All right.
And that's the hard part, right? This jury is not tuned in to the internet narratives, probably, unless they successfully
Officer
lie at
Bagley,
it.
will you describe
won't be. I shouldn't say they're
what
not.
it is
They
that we're
won't
looking
be.
at here?
If the
Yes,
lawyers
on,
do their job.
on the top of the photo,
Which means
you got the mountain range
they're
on
going
the
to be
back.
pretty limited to what
That's
comes
going to be
into
looking west.
court.
You also have
Not
Utah
about
Lake,
all this
which
other
is towards
stuff.
the top of it.
And
As
they're
you come
gonna
down
trust
towards the
the
center,
experts
on the top, you've
on
got a
this.
pond,
And
which
you're
is
gonna
the
find
ponds over
out,
at Utah
and
Valley
I know
University.
there should be an exit
You come
wound
down
or
from
whatever.
that, from
And
where
you're
the
gonna
water
hear
meets that
testimony
red bricked part, more towards the
from a
center is the Hall of Flags.
coroner and
just
likely a
below that,
ballistics
where you can
expert
see
that
the
both
grass and the
suggest
white tent,
that
is where
while
Charlie Kirk was sitting
typically
looking west
a
from
rifle
on top of the
shot
Losi
is
building.
going to have an exit wound
And is
at that
this
distance.
depicting a particular
They
corner
have
of the Losi
probably
rooftop?
personally
Yes, it is.
witnessed
And this is the top
cases
rooftop?
where that's
Yes.
not happened, even though it's expected.
Is it the
Because
same
bullets do
level where we
weird
observed
stuff
the
once they encounter
atrium
tissue. They always
that's to the
do.
north?
The atrium's up just a little bit higher, so this is level at the top level of 4.
Level 4, okay. And what area of the rooftop are we looking at here?
You're looking
As far
on
as the gravel?
southwest side of the Losi building.
Southwest side, okay. Is there a
Apparently
line
he-
of sight down into the
He
courtyard?
allegedly
In that area?
has made
Okay.
2 admissions.
What else do you
But people are
observe on
questioning
this,
the validity of those admissions.
exhibit that's
Those
significant to
admissions
you,
come
officer?
in, he's done.
There was some disturbance in the gravel right where, and around the area where in the area where the yellow marker is,
I said it's the
there was some
disturbance in the
disturbance that caught my eye there.
Okay. And does this photograph do it justice?
No.
And how so?
You can't really see the impression I saw the time of when I was up there on that day. I saw a distinct impression in the gravel, and this does not show that.
Okay, so you could see more with the naked eye?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to refer the witness to State's Exhibit.
Catmandu says you're a bullets do weird stuff guy. Let me do this and let me clarify some stuff for you guys. It doesn't matter what guy I am. I'm telling you what is going to happen in the courtroom and how that's taken. All this stuff online, unless they have someone who's credible, competent, with a fucking stellar CV, come on and carefully explain all of this stuff really, really well, the jury may not even hear it and likely won't care if they do. It's not about what I think or don't think, but you are almost certainly going to have a coroner and a ballistics expert come in and testify that bullets do weird stuff. It doesn't matter what I think. I'm just a commentator online trying to help navigate the courtroom process, the legal arguments, the factual recitations and and the arguments that are built out of that, and try and muddy through it and make some jokes from here from time to time, because trials can get boring. So I'm here, kind of some background noise, a little bit of comedy, a little bit of seriousness to break up the monotony of a trial. The jurors are going to make the decision based on what comes in and who they believe. If you say, but listen, Micro Steve on Twitter says that bullets don't go into neck tissue and then not come out the other side. They're going to go, I don't fucking care what that guy says. Is he a ballistics expert? Has he examined the reports in this case? What happened? They're going to have likely explanations on this. Those explanations are likely going to be satisfactory to a jury because they usually are. Now, I could be wrong. We could be surprised by what happens in trial. But you better believe that if the defense is going to come out with an expert that says that bullets only go straight through people, and so it couldn't have been Tyler Robinson, you're going to have to deal with the fact that the state is going to be ready to counter that. And the state will counter it before the defense gets to say anything. The other problem you have is if you place everything in place for Tyler Robinson to be the shooter, except the bullet, the jury's going to convict him. And that might be a hard pill to swallow. But the jury's going to go, okay, so the bullet did something weird. Because everything else lines up with this guy who says he was going to do it and then said he did it to two different people. If that stuff comes in, he will be found guilty. And no amount of video on the internet or Twitter, an argument about it is going to matter unless they get it in court from someone with a respectable CV who has examined the evidence. And that's the problem. That's the deficit that the defense has here, is that the competing alternative theory is something that exists from other people who have not directly examined the reports or the physical evidence, talking about what does and doesn't happen. We don't know anything about those people, who they are. We don't even know how hard they've looked at it. Juries aren't they might be looking at that stuff. They're not supposed to. If it's found out that they are looking at that stuff, they'll get bounced. But juries listen to what happens in court. And believe me, when that expert in ballistics comes in from the state and he's testified in 45,000 cases about how bullets work, they're going to listen to that guy because that's everything he does every day. That's his job. And if you show them a Twitter argument as to why he's wrong, they're not going to listen to the Twitter argument, no matter how good it is. So it's not up to me. I don't care. I don't care what happens. I'm not invested in it. I don't, to me, it looked like he got shot in the neck. That's what it looks like. If the defense can show me that something else happened, I'm not opposed to that at all. I'm fine with it, but they're going to have to bring it to court, not to Twitter. And so until that happens, Tyler Robinson's case right now is extremely bleak for Tyler Robinson. The evidence that is likely coming in is stacked against him in a way that most people will not survive. He will likely be found guilty. And you may think that's unjust, you may think that's unfair, and that's fine. But it's up to the defense to convince the jurors, not me, not you, not whatever. So I go into these things with pretty open mind, unless I know a ton about the subject and have really studied it. Like Rittenhouse, I knew it was going on in that case. Johnny Depp even, not to the same degree as Rittenhouse, but I knew it was going on. Lucas Gerhardt knew it was going on there, even though we didn't get to the trial because of the plea and all that stuff. But this is one where it's like, okay, I want you guys to tell me what's happening. You guys being the counsel for the state and counsel for Robinson. I want them to tell me what happened. But I have no investment in who's right or wrong. I just want to see what they present. And then, again, we'll talk through the legal arguments and the facts and stuff like that. But if you keep asking me about like, well, what about this? And it's a theory from like Twitter until it goes into court. I don't care because it's not going to be before a jury. So just addressing that out front. And you guys are welcome to talk about it, but I don't follow those things. Again, put it in the court and then show me.
4 on your monitor there. And let me know when you can see that.
Okay, I can see it.
And do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a nighttime view of that
You
same
may think
photo.
government experts are garbage and stuff like that.
That was just last
I'm not
same
even here to
view,
disagree with
looking
you.
west, and I can
The
see the
jurors listen to
disturbance in
them
the
all
gravel.
the time, every day.
And what tells you that this is the same photograph as the last one, as exhibit 3.2?
You can see the hall flags. That's direct, almost the top of the photo. In the middle, you got the hall flags. You can see the tent in the grass area, the direct line of sight with the Sorensen building, and I'm on top of the gravel of the Losey building, southwest side.
Is there also an LDS temple that's depicted in that photograph?
There is. It's going to be on the top left of the photo. It's lit up.
Okay. Do you know who took this photo?
I do.
And who took this photo?
Melissa Richards.
And who is Melissa Richards?
She's the lead senior forensic for the state of Utah.
Okay.
Examiner.
And how do you know that she took this photograph?
I spoke to her.
Okay.
Objection, hearsay.
Let's renew the objection to hearsay. That's in our standing objection.
Thank you. Mr. Grunander, do you want to respond to the objection about hearsay?
It's not a proper hearsay objection because there's no statement that's being given that we're assessing the truth of. I guess we can infer that she said, I took the photo, but that's not actually what he said. He just said, how do you know she took the photo? And he said, I talked to her. He didn't give us any specific statement that we're supposed to rely on. So somewhere in his conversation, he got the impression from her that she took the photo. Maybe it's because when he spoke with her, she showed it on her phone. Who knows? Like, we have no idea.
Yes, Judge. Under Rule 1102, hearsay is admissible to establish the foundation for the authenticity of any exhibit. That's found in 1102 sub B, sub
cool.
3.
Good argument.
I would also point out for the court that under Rule 1101, which is the applicability of the rules, in subsection C1, the determination of questions of fact preliminary to admissibility of evidence when it's determined under Rule 104, which are preliminary questions.
Okay, so forgive me. This is a probable cause hearing. That's all this is. This is just PC. We have a 5-day probable cause hearing on this. Why?
The rules of evidence do not apply. 104 speaks directly to laying foundation for an exhibit. So even at trial, hearsay is admissible to establish the foundation of an exhibit. I would also just point the court to State v. Griffin. This is a 2016 Utah Supreme Court case. The citation is 384 Pacific 3rd 186, which stands for hearsay evidence is admissible to establish the foundation of an exhibit, even at trial. And we're at a preliminary hearing today, Judge.
All right. Anything further, Ms. Nestor, before I issue a ruling?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection to hearsay. I note the standing objection by defense. I also note Rule 1102, and I also look to Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, which states nothing in this Constitution shall preclude the use of reliable hearsay evidence as defined by statute or rule in whole or in part at any preliminary examination
reliable hearsay.
to determine
I hate the
probable
rule.
cause or at any pretrial proceeding with respect to release of defendant if appropriate discovery is allowed as defined by statute or rule.
Personally,
for those reasons,
we don't have a
overrule
specific
the objection
statement about
and
the,
as it relates to reliable hearsay
photo?
in this instance, you may proceed.
He just said that he
Officer
knew she
Bagley,
took
did
the
you
photo
ask
from the
Ms.
conversation.
Richards if this was a fair and accurate depiction of this scene on the Losi building on the night of September?
See, now we're going to get into lunacy, right? Okay. There's no problem with this guy going, yeah, I talked to them and I know that they took the picture. In my opinion, in my humble opinion. Because again, hearsay is about not being able to cross-examine someone on a statement that they made for the truth of that statement. Now, if he said, she said to me, I took the picture, and now we're using that to say that she took the picture, that's one thing. But maybe he had a conversation with her and she described taking the picture. She described like the picture itself, you know, who knows? Again, maybe she just pulled up her phone and showed it. Like, yeah, here's the picture I took, or her camera, or maybe he was at her desk and she showed it. Here's the picture I took and here's where I was standing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He got the impression from her that she took the picture. Now, though, we're going to get into these specific statements. Did you ask her if this is a fair and accurate representation of it? He's going to say yes, and I don't necessarily believe that that's a question that he asked, but maybe. And now we're going to get into these hearsay statements. I don't like reliable hearsay. Is reliable hearsay? I do think it interferes with the ability to cross-examine. I don't know why this woman isn't brought in, right? Like, she took the pictures. Why doesn't she testify? Seems simple enough, but it is the rule. It is the rule, especially at these preliminary hearings, when this isn't proof beyond a reasonable doubt. This is just getting to probable cause. Probable cause allows, a lot of times in grand juries, for example, allows hearsay statements to be used. You can disagree with that all you want. I don't agree with it, but it is the rule. It's how it's done. And I kind of hate it, but what do you do about it?
September 10th, 2025.
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
She said it was.
Okay. Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 4.
Ms. Nestor?
Just object to relying on what Ms. Richards told him in terms of creating a
Objection.
foundation
Lack
and
of
refer
gravy.
back to our standing objection.
The state will submit it.
All right. Well, as I look at State's Exhibit 4, and again, I'm just looking at it before me, it said it was a fair and accurate representation. There's a notation. I mean, in the previous exhibits, there's a marker, exhibit marker, and I see 2. But it also appears to be other artifacts on this image that I haven't heard any testimony about. And so...
I will follow up, Judge.
All right.
Officer Bagley, do you see an evidence tag in that exhibit?
Yes, I do. A number 2.
A number 2, and that's yellow and black?
Yes.
He sees a number
Do
2.
you see other
Gross.
evidence markers that are red in color?
Yes, they are. To me, they're orange, but they're triangular shaped.
Okay. Were those markers, the evidence tag 2, as well as the orange or red markers, present when you observed that scene that day?
No.
Okay. Were they present, however, when Ms. Richards took this photograph?
Yes.
And she indicated to you that that is a fair and accurate representation of what she observed that night?
Yes.
State would move to admit Exhibit 4, Judge.
Ms. Nestor?
Our
Objections, Your Honor.
Objection.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. I'm going to go ahead and overrule the objection, noting that
Yeah, Nestor is standing objections to all this stuff. It is okay. You won't catch me doing this ever again. Nestor has to maintain even the standing objections that she's already put down, because Supreme Courts at the state level, and I believe even the Supreme Court of the United States, have said that even with a standing objection, if an objection is not preserved on the record at the hearing, that objection is then waived, which is a dumb rule. If you write up standing objections to specific pieces of evidence that you know are going to be presented, that should be sufficient to preserve the record for appeal. But it's not. Well, it might not be. And you don't want to lose based on that, right? Like, that's dumb. And it's just an oversight. So she has to be annoying. She doesn't have to be large, but she has to be annoying. And so, I'm not wanting to apologize for her too much, because I really don't like her as counsel in general. But it's the game. My Avitech said, thank you for the large super chat. My goodness, really appreciated. Says something simple like round fired having oil contaminated powder. Noobs often oil the barrel, then store rifle upright with a round chambered. Oil can wick into the round. It's fairly common and can explain a slow round fired. I'm a gun trainer since the 90s. See, and there you go. I have no idea if my Avitech is correct or not. His statement sounds plausible, but just like the Twitter ones, it ultimately doesn't affect anything unless that's presented at trial, which if a ballistics expert is going to say, yeah, we actually had a low muzzle velocity, and here's why. We saw this and this and this, which is usually caused by this. Now we have low muzzle velocity. Now we have a bullet acting differently than what we would expect. And that's explained to the jury. We'll have to see. Again, that'll be a really interesting trial day. I think it'll be one of the few times a ballistics expert is interesting, because this case hinges on it. And also, we've got some disagreements over the ballistics analysis between the FBI and the ATF or something like that, that they're going to try and rely on. Although I think that's a loser of an argument. They are going to try and do that, or they've been trying to do that the whole time. So we'll see how that goes.
The marker, evidence marker, as well as the red or orange markers.
Fat. I'm
I
beautiful.
can't tell which color it is. Was not present originally. With those included information, State's Exhibit 4 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Thank you. The state would move to publish that.
All right.
And I would ask for the witness to come down to explain the exhibit.
All right, officer, if you'd like to step down, use the microphone, and as previously noted, describe.
Catch you later, King of Biltong.
When you're describing something on the image, where it is located on the image for the benefit of our recording.
So, officer, will you describe for the court what it is that you're looking at?
So what I'm looking at is I'm on top of the Losi building, which is where the gravel is towards the bottom center. I'm looking west towards the tent, which is in the upper center, that you got a white tent. You can see the grass down there in the amphitheater. You got the hall of flags, that's more towards the top center. And behind that, you've got I-15. But what I'm looking at is in the disturbance of the gravel is what I saw that day.
Okay, and what can you describe for the record that disturbance?
To me, when I got up there and I could see this disturbance of gravel, to me it looks like a sniper pad, a person that has been laying in a prone position, and you've got markings of elbows, knees, and feet to where somebody was in the line of sight of where Charlie's.
Maybe someone was just getting down.
Thank you. And if we could, again, take the...
Okay, see, this is another place where I feel an objection might be relevant. This guy just said this looked like a sniper pad. In all of his testimony, I don't know any reason why I should believe that this guy can identify what he has called a sniper pad, or if that's even real. Like, I get the concept that, yeah, it looks like where someone who's going to shoot someone else at distance might set up. It's like, have you seen sniper pads before? You going back to NAM? Like, what are we doing? How are we getting there? What is the basis of your knowledge? I think that calling it a sniper pad might be prejudicial. Maybe, like, right? Who's with me on this? That one just seems like I don't know if that is an acceptable description for the reasons stated. So that's another one where, like, where's Nestor here? Objection, Your Honor. What is a sniper pad, and how does this dumbass know what they look like? There's no foundation for why he's able to identify a quote unquote sniper pad. Now, I could go and say something's a sniper pad all day, but, like, I don't investigate long distance shooting crimes. This guy's campus cop, right? Do you have lots of snipings there in Utah at the university? Is that something that's common? Show me why he knows. This is a weird thing for me. Why isn't she objecting to this type of stuff? This is beef. Are you talking about me? Ouch. My feelings. Get out of my office. Thanks for bringing me my fat making stuff. Okay. My daughter just brought me some biltong. Sitting here talking about biltong, I figured I'd eat some because I'm hungry. So this is it. This is from Biltong USA. Here, let's there it is. Biltong USA. Again, this stuff's delicious. It's a good snack, and I'm really appreciative of it.
If we could publish State's Exhibit number 2.
Hey, what's up, SAR? Please turn on your
You recognize
computer
that, right,
and Windows
officer?
PC.
Yes, I do.
Where on the Losi rooftop did you observe this disturbance in the gravel?
Mike likes tacos.
If you go to the
Call me.
center
point
of the
to that.
picture, if you go to the center of the picture in the darker gray part of it, on the left side, so the south side of the Losi building, it would be right in the line of sight of the Charlie Kirk tent that's straight in front of it.
Okay.
So the southwest side of the roof.
Thank you. You can take your seat. And finally, I would direct the witness's attention to State's Exhibit number 5 on the monitor.
Another bald LEO has entered the frame. Is Tyler Robinson balding too?
Let me know when that's there.
It is.
It
Yes.
is.
He is.
Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what is that?
This is going to be a picture of the side profile of that last photo we looked
Aaron
at.
Rose, thank you for your
with
concern.
some red or orange markers, and a number 2 with also a tape that's there on top of the Losi building.
What was that tape that you said?
There's a measuring tape, it looks like.
Okay. Are you able
looks
to
like-
tell which direction the photographer was facing?
Yes,
And what direction is that?
it's facing south.
This is a nighttime photograph, correct?
Yes,
Do you know who took this picture?
I do.
And who took the picture?
It was Melissa Richards.
The same individual that you spoke about before?
Yes.
Did you ask her whether this is a fair and accurate depiction of what she observed
Yes.
that night?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said it was.
With respect to what you observed that day, apart from the evidence tag, the yellow tag as well as the orange or red markers.
son's cat
Is
is
this
in
a
my
fair and
office.
accurate depiction of what you observed?
Yes.
What's different about what you observed as far as what's on the photograph, the previous exhibit, compared to this?
You can see more of the length of an individual. So you can see that there's 2 elbows, 2 knee areas, plus also towards the far right of the photo is also a marker where like somebody laid a gun down.
Okay.
It's like a prone position.
Your Honor, pursuant to Rule
Again, how does he
1102, as
know
well
this?
as other authority that's been cited today, the state offers State's Exhibit 5 into evidence.
Your Honor, we renew all the same objections we made to Exhibit 4.
Make better objections.
Given the foundation that has been laid and that the witness has testified that this is a fair and accurate representation of the scene, noting the tape as well as the markers in that, State's Exhibit 5 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
State moves to publish Exhibit 5, Judge.
You can't get out, stupid. The door's closed. Hold on, I gotta tell my son to come get his cat.
Before turning to what you did next on that day, taking you to back to the daytime of September 10th, 2025, did you secure the rooftop of the Losi building that day?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I put yellow police crime scene tape around the portion so nobody else would disturb that area.
And when you say that area, what areas are you talking about?
I'm talking about the roof where it was the southwest side of the roof where I found the disturbed gravel, where it looked like somebody had been proned out in the line of sight of the tent. So right there.
Hey, did you guys watch?
Did you secure
US
the area
lose at World
as far as
Cup?
any of the entrance area up onto the rooftop with
Thanks,
police
bud.
tape?
Yes, so then where that natural guardrail is, that was the other barrier where they were advised not to go any further from there other than police officers.
Okay. If we could go back to State's Exhibit number 2. If we were to zoom in on this photograph, are you able to see the police tape that you put up on the rooftop of the Losi Center, officer?
Yes, you would be able to.
Kimberly, if we can zoom in. Officer, I'm going to have you come down.
Nick was calling the cat stupid.
And
not one of his
describe for the
children.
court.
Correct.
Where you put that police tape up to secure that scene, the rooftop area. On the southwest corner of the rooftop.
My son is way smarter than I am. I would never call him stupid.
So this is the top of the Losi building. You got your 2 different grays. The southwest is towards the top, center of the picture.
How old is Tyler
You can see
Robinson?
some yellow tape that spans from over here on the far right side of the picture by these black pipes, goes around a silver vent, comes back down around to the corner of that silver to keep everybody out of that area where that prone position was at.
Okay. On that photograph, are you able to see where you put the tape up as far as the access way to that roof near the stairway?
So it was right here, actually, this natural barrier where you have to climb over the guardrail. So this is the other barrier that I had to set up.
And you put police tape on that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you eventually leave that area?
I did.
Do you recall about what time you left that area?
23? What does this loser
I have it in my
have
notes.
against
It would
Charlie
be-
Kirk at 23?
When I left that area, it was almost 1 o'clock, about 1:03, 1:01.
At 23, you
Before leaving,
rarely
did you,
have time to be
leave
that
the scene
mad.
with anyone?
I did not leave the scene. Or did I leave the scene to somebody? Yes,
Just
I
to
did.
someone else?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was a county deputy, a female.
Did you provide instructions to her?
I did.
A
And what were those
female?
instructions?
First
I advised her
time.
not to let anybody inside the crime scene
Okay.
without being a police officer or an investigator.
Naval Brick Company,
Thank you. You
welcome
can take your seat again.
to membership. The best decision that you've made today? Probably. Maybe, unless you won the lottery or something. The second best, at least, decision you made today. Welcome.
Officer, upon seeing this disturbance in the gravel, you've described what it looked like to you?
Yes.
Someone lying down in a prone position, correct?
Yes.
What did you do next?
So when I got to the top of the Losi building during that day, I noticed a screwdriver, kept going to the edge, found that prone position. At that moment, I realized, because it was direct line of sight, plus the disturbance in the gravel, or I could see somebody laid down in a prone position or a sniper position, and asked dispatch to get on the then I realized that we probably didn't have our shooter in custody. From that moment, I asked dispatch to get on the camera system and to see if anybody was on top of the Losi building during the time of the incident.
Were you advised of anything?
I was. Dispatch came back and advised me that there was a male individual on top of the roof that was there at the time of the shooting.
Did they describe what his movements were?
They did. They stated that he ran to the edge, dropped down, crawled, got in a prone position.
I'm going to stop you right there. Ran to the edge. What direction and what edge?
Running west and southwest of the Losi building. So ran towards the tent where Charlie Kirk was.
Oh, the
So they
taint.
could get
I
a
thought
line
you
of
said
sight.
towards the taint. I was confused.
And then the individual stood up after the shooting and ran northeast on the top of the Losi building.
Okay. You mentioned that this individual on the video dropped off the edge. Did you get that?
I haven't
far?
mentioned that.
Oh, what happened? What else was described to you?
Then, well, at that moment, so I knew that there was possibly a shooter on the run.
Your Honor, can we just have a continuing objection to all of the hearsay that's being testified to here?
And Judge, my response to that was I'm not actually offering this for the truth of the matter asserted at this point, simply for the effect.
Yeah, for the effect that it had on the witness. Common workaround for a hearsay objection. It's not, remember, hearsay is only if you're offering the statement for the truth of what's being said. I think it's blurred a lot of times and abused sometimes, but that's the rule. So you can offer the statement to, why did you do something? Right? Well, so-and-so told me this, so then I immediately went to that place. Well, the thing that they told that they told him isn't at issue. Like, the truth of that doesn't matter. What matters is why he went to the place and he was responding to what someone said. So that's, again, it's kind of the workaround. That workaround, it's very effective, but it also, I mean, it is kind of cheesy because it puts before the fact finder statements that, won't be cross-examined. And even though they're not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, if the fact finder isn't extremely diligent about filtering those things out, then they'll leave an impression on them, of course. And remember, judges are people, barely, but they're subject to the same sort of influences and tendencies that we all are. They pretend they're not. They're like, oh no, I can shut that out. Nobody can. Nobody can shut out subconscious influence from acquiring data. It's just not possible. It's not a thing. People aren't even good at identifying how they make decisions. We talked about this a lot with the Murdaugh appeal. They're not good at identifying how they make decisions or what has influenced them, and they're really not good at telling you what caused them to change their mind, unless it was like one specific loud statement that they can directly identify and say, this thing made me think differently. But other than that, they don't often know why they changed their mind. They just know that things started to feel differently than what they believed before. But yeah, so I don't even remember why I started this. More importantly, Jenny LJ gifting 10 more memberships. That puts us at 63. We're at striking distance for a whole lot of memberships this stream. 63 is a fantastic number. Thank you so much for bringing people into the energized member chat. We do have some membership streams coming up on this. I know I've missed a couple lately because of a bunch of stuff that's been going on personally, but things we're back into like a smooth period, so not a rough period.
On the hearer, so I'm not offering what's been described in the video as substantive evidence.
Thank you so much.
All right. Ms. Nestor,
Jenny
as,
Elgin.
with that clarification, any thoughts?
There's also a chat that I
I'll
can't
just
bring
stand
up
on the
from
objection. I don't think,
Army
he's
Waldo.
clearly offering
How
it
is
for
the
the truth
probable
because
cause
he's
hearing
asking him to
5
describe
days
the
long?
route of the individual.
Utah
and it's based on
is
what
so
other people told
slow.
him. So
Corey Richins
if he wants to circle
was
back to it
so
after he's
slow.
put the video in, I mean, we could do that. But right now, I still think it's inappropriate hearsay, Your Honor.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Grunander?
I'll submit it to the court.
All right, so as
Like
the
a
magistrate,
youth
as
with
this
a
is
learning
not to a
disability
jury, it's
trying
to
to learn
myself as a
trig.
magistrate, I am not accepting that statement for the truth of the matter asserted, simply for what has been stated. So
Oh, thank you, Marcy Cruz.
I'm specifically making that finding as I'm receiving this evidence, and I'm not accepting it for the truth of the matter asserted, only as represented by Mr. Grunander. And with that, the objection is overruled. Mr. Grunander,
Fletcher
you
Boyce
may
says, are you
proceed.
streaming later tonight?
Thank you, Judge.
Remains to be seen.
So you mentioned,
the current plan is
You were provided
I
with
would like to-
information that an individual is running north
depends
on
how
the
long
Losi
this
rooftop,
stream
correct?
goes because
Yes.
we've got
What else was
so fucking much
described
left.
to you?
At that moment, I actually, I knew I had responding units coming into the
Only
the
2.5
scene.
hours into
I
this
advised
7-hour
other officers
hearing.
that I needed the Losi building
to speed this
secured, searched, because I didn't know exactly what way.
But I know we're going to have some big breaks.
Other than
We're
he
gonna have a
ran
lunch
north.
break and stuff like that.
That moment, I went down to the police department, which is just down the stairwell, and looked at the video myself. And
Where is the police department located?
it's in the Gunther Trade Building, just directly to the south of the Losi building.
Okay.
Again, if
So
any,
where I described those outside stairs,
if
the
anyone wants
building
to go ahead and
the left of that or
like,
south would be the
timestamp
Gunther Trade Building.
Kurt
Okay.
like losing his
On what
mind
level
and
is the
stuff, that
police
might be fun
department?
to watch.
It's
to
level 3.
analyze what
Level
he's
3.
seeing.
Okay. Upon arriving at the police department, what did you do next then?
I then looked.
I'm going to do this. We're going to speed this up to, I think 1.5. Is that okay with you guys? I think we'll be fine.
Look at the footage to verify for myself exactly what expired on that moment, where I could see an individual run to the edge, get up, and then run off, and then drop off the northeast side of the building, of the Losi building.
Okay. Having viewed that, what did you do next?
At that moment, I realized I had more crimes, a bigger crime scene that I needed to contain and preserve.
Sounds
for
almost
evidence.
normal.
At that moment,
Thank
I went
you,
and grabbed some more crime scene tape, and I responded to the
Ari
northeast side of the
on locals
building
and then
secured
Chad
an area
Beam
where I saw
on YouTube.
impressions of the shoe print inside the
Suggesting it.
grass, and also up above on that northeast side of the building, I could see on the cement where someone had scuffed there, and then dropped down to the shoe imprint, and then finish going northeast.
Okay. If I can take the witness back to State's Exhibit 2. You mentioned seeing an individual drop down. Could you come down and point that area out to the court?
Yes. Okay, this is the Losi building again on the top right center of the photo. Southwest side is where the individual was laying down prone in the line of sight, came behind the aquarium, or atrium, came behind that on the west side of it, came up to the north side of the Losi building on the east, on this white square piece on the far right of the picture, and then he'd drop off on the east side of the Losi building into the grass down here below.
So the northeast corner?
Yes, northeast corner.
You mentioned you observed something on the grass?
I did. I saw a shoe imprint that was embedded pretty deep right there next to where he dropped off.
And this is all footage that you personally observed on
Yes.
the surveillance video?
Yes.
Okay. When you got to the
Hands
scene,
me show what?
describe
Did you
in as best
suggest
detail as you can
earlier?
what
I
you saw on
just
the grass.
forgot.
So when I got to the scene, I could see that there was a
Like
shoe
you
imprint there.
forgot
When
how
I
to
looked
make
up
rice.
onto the cement from the roof, I could see some scratching or rub marks from the top of the roof that was not there. So I could see that looked abnormal. I then decided to put crime scene tape around the whole area in case there was more evidence.
BB Beach, thanks for
On
the
that exhibit number 2, do you see where you
poll
placed the crime scene
response.
tape?
I don't
Yes,
have
please.
any
Where is that?
plans
Can you describe that to the court?
to
It's going to be on the
do
far
that.
right in the
right
center of
now.
the picture. You can see the yellow tape that came
Just
around
kinda
trees,
taking a pulse
came
check.
up further out of pictures, some more trees
Mostly
came down
based on what
all the
other
way down
streamers do.
to the back side of the LDS Institute building where there's a sidewalk to block everybody out of coming up that way.
Okay. Did you at one point leave the scene?
I did.
Did you release the scene to anyone?
Yes, I did.
And who was that?
There was 2 Payson police officers that were standing there.
Okay. Were they in uniform?
They were.
Did you provide them with any instructions?
I advised them not to let anybody inside the crime scene other than law enforcement or investigators.
That's right.
Okay.
I did tell you I would play it slower.
You can take your seat again, Officer Bagley.
Stop making this guy walk over there. It's pointless.
You've talked about the disturbance in the gravel that was observed on the Closey building.
Yes.
Did you walk through that disturbance in the gravel?
I did not.
Did you otherwise touch it in any way?
No.
With respect to the shoe print that you observed on the grass on the northeast lawn area below the Losi building, did you walk through that?
I did not.
Did you otherwise disturb that?
No.
We've got a $20 super chat from My Spirit to Yours. Thank you so much. It's really, really appreciated. It says, from what I've seen, prosecution seems to be showing a lot of their cards. Yeah, there are no mysteries at trial. That's one of the cool things about the American system is that there really aren't like big gotcha moments or times when something happens that they don't expect. So yeah, they're going to show their cards. The defense has all the stuff from discovery. Well, probably most of the stuff from discovery. And so they know what's probably coming anyway. The question is, can the defense get these things thrown out? But back to this, showing a lot of their cards. Is it likely that they expect a plea deal will come of this? I don't think so. I don't think at this point they're expecting a plea deal. Although, if all of the evidence gets in, they may offer a plea deal that avoids the death penalty. That would be typically, the type of leverage that you'd be looking at. A plea deal comes of this, so they're trying to publicly debunk conspiracies if there will be no trial, or is this normal? No, I mean, this is probable cause hearing. They're saying, look, Judge, this is what we have. This is what we have to believe that we can make this charge and bring this matter before the court. And the bar on probable cause is not very high. It's certainly not very high. Their expectation that they can prove all of this beyond a reasonable doubt means they should easily hit probable cause. So this is pretty normal. There's nothing super crazy about this. The idea is they're going to present what they have to show why they believe it's this guy, and that they have a more than likely basis that it's him who did it based on what they've seen. Now, certainly, just because something looks like someone did something doesn't mean that they did, right? A lot of things can look like someone did it, can look like someone's the killer. It doesn't mean you can prove it. It doesn't mean you can get to beyond a reasonable doubt. Most of these district attorneys, county attorneys, in good faith, operate on a system where they're not going to trial unless they believe they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, the defense's job at this point is to try and exclude whatever evidence that they can, or build a record of objections, as they're doing now. Exclude that evidence from this part to defeat probable cause. I don't think you're going to defeat probable cause on this case. There's so much stacked against him, and you don't need to win the trial at this point. So, but this is pretty normal. I don't think it has anything to do with internet conspiracies online or anything like that. I really don't think the state cares about people's internet conspiracies or their theories about what happened. I don't think the state gives a shit. The state's going to just run their game. Remember, the state, they have to manage their reputation a little bit, but not that much. Not like a defendant has to. Like Tyler Robinson has to manage his reputation and win the case, plus win the case enough that he is able to conduct a life after trial. Being accused of murder and put on trial for it, especially in such a public way, I mean, that's going to eliminate most of your options in life. Like, what are you going to do? Where are you going to work? Because the moment anybody hears where you work, they're going to call up your boss and be like, you hired a Charlie killer, you motherfucker. The state doesn't have that problem. The state has a little bit of a problem because some of them are elected officials, but not much of one. Not much of one. So this is just kind of how it goes.
Officer Bagley, what did you do next?
From that moment, I then released the scene. I went down to the Fugal building and knew that where the incident command center was at, so I could relay information that I'd found to responding units and people in charge.
If I can have just a moment, Judge.
You may.
Yeah, I want to know about the Jewish exploding microphone.
All right. Ms. Nestor?
Okay. State is done with this guy. Finally, although they'll get rebuttal. or
Ms. Nestor,
redirect.
before you begin, what time would you like to break for lunch? I don't want to interrupt the line of questioning, so I just want to make sure that we're just taking a look at.
Okay. It's not, that can't be a coincidence, right? That can't be. Nestor pulls up to the podium and the judge's like, what time would you like to break for lunch? That had to be, oh God, that's one of those things, he's like, I'm going to wait. I'm not going to ask the state guy. I'm going to ask the big chick because she knows when lunch is, and that is always. Look at her. Oh my God. Her lower lip is up near her. Like it's, She's looking at that clock. What time can I get away with? She wants to go grazing.
The clock and when you feel is a good time to break, roughly in that 12:10 range.
I will aim for that, Your Honor. That shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
May it please the court. Good afternoon, or morning still. Officer Bagley, my name is Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Mr. Robinson today, and I do have some questions for you.
Okay.
So you mentioned that you checked in around 11 a.m. on the day of the shooting. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you know in advance there was going to be this event on campus?
I did. I signed up for an overtime shift, so yes. For
you
the special
signed-
event, I signed up for the overtime shift.
Got it. And so did you attend any type of debrief or briefing or meeting to prepare for the security of this event?
I did not, because that morning when I got there, we had individuals.
Hey, dummy, you wouldn't have a debrief to prepare for something that hasn't happened yet. Why would you? Maybe she's looking at him, hoping he'll debrief. Maybe that's what it is.
On top of the Hall of Flags. So when I walked in, I just checked on, was going to get my uniform on. The Chief Long got a text or an email or phone call saying that there's people on top of the Hall of Flags throwing stuff down to the tent. Therefore, he sent the two officers that were on duty down to secure the area. I got dressed and then came back on, and then went to the Hall of Flags to secure that area.
So you never attended any kind of, I'll just use the word debrief or meeting to talk about what the officers on scene were going to do that day to keep everybody safe?
No, not that morning.
Do you know if there was such a meeting?
I don't know, because when I got there, it was starting to, people were throwing stuff down on the tent.
And do you know how many UVU officers you guys employ normally?
Employee, there was 15.
And do you know how many were assigned to cover that event that day?
That were assigned to cover it. There was 6 of us there was patrolman and then 5 others that were there with the chief.
Did you all have an idea there were going to be thousands and thousands of people there? Or was that a surprise to you?
Had an idea.
And you only had 5 officers?
6, yes.
6, I'm sorry, I'm counting you, I was
Yes.
thinking. And of those 6 officers, are you all armed? Do you carry weapons?
Yes.
What type of weapons do you carry?
Glock, pistols.
And was there any use on campus of, I think they're called magnetometers, but
They
machines
are.
you walk through at TSA in the airport where it checks to see if you're carrying anything metal, what we all had to go through to get in the courtroom. Were there any machines like that set up or being used on campus?
Although I prefer magnetometers as an old X-Men fan.
Bitch, what time you fat ass want to break for lunch?
Chupa tahini Han Solo ho ho ho.
You asshole. Even I think that was mean.
That day?
No.
And as far as you know, were there any drones that were flying above campus that day?
Not that I know of.
And did anyone ever talk to you about covering anything near or on top of or in the Losi building? Were you ever assigned that area before the shooting?
No,
Do you know who was?
I don't.
And when you got up to the roof that afternoon, was anybody around that was law enforcement?
No.
Nobody on the roof?
No.
Nobody on the stairway?
Nope.
Nobody on the walkway?
Nope.
What about in the kitchen? What about in the
And
walk-in
in the
fridge?
state of Utah, is a campus a gun-free zone? Are students allowed to have guns on campus?
It's an open carry state, so yes.
Oh,
And
shit.
did you see anybody that was armed that day other than law enforcement?
I did not see.
I didn't realize you could open carry at the university in Utah. That's based.
Were you aware of whether Mr. Kirk had his own security team present there with him?
Yes.
Did you communicate with any of those people?
I saw one individual that was on top of the Hall flags right next to me, yes.
Okay. And that was
They didn't
before
do
the
a great
shooting.
job.
Yes, and I
did
saw
they?
several down in the crowds and down by him, yes.
And were you aware of whether that person was armed either?
I was aware he was armed.
Okay. Was there any other law enforcement agency besides Mr. Kirk's private security team and your 6 officers, including you, that were covering that event that day? In other words, did you have any Provo police or Orem police or anyone that you knew of or federal agencies?
I don't know.
You never saw any that day?
No, not until the response came in.
And you did mention, I think I heard you just a few minutes ago testify, you turned over the scene on the roof to a woman who was a deputy sheriff, right?
Yes.
And that you turned over the scene where the individual dropped off to, I believe you said, Was it Orem Police?
Payson.
Payson Police, thank you. Those people weren't there till after the shooting, right? They were part of just a response of everybody in the area?
Correct.
Okay. Did you receive any type of briefing materials, written materials prior to the event that talked about who would be covering what or anything like that?
No, not that morning. Like I said, it started getting hectic, so we were trying to get down to the security area and push people away
Kevin
from the top
T,
of the
sure.
tent.
Now, when this event was over, you prepared a report, is that right?
I did.
And in the report, it covers a lot of what you testified to with Mr. Grunander, doesn't it?
Yes.
And I think you said you attended, what, 600 hours of post-training?
It's around 600 hours, yes.
And I'm sure somewhere in that training, you were taught the importance of your police report
Yes.
and how it will be relied on years later to recreate events like it's being done right now. And so you know it's really important to be as accurate as possible in your report.
Yep.
Can we put up Bagley 1? Can we switch it over to the defense table, please? Thank you so much.
Are you going to try and show us some mild inaccuracy in his report? Like that this is a judge at a probable cause hearing. It's not going to change his mind.
And show it only to the witness.
Ragfur says, thanks, Nick. Hey, you're welcome. I don't know what for. It's streaming this trial, maybe? Colin Nestor Fat.
Do you see that report in front of you?
I do.
And is that the report that you prepared, or did you prepare?
I feel bad. I might be at an eating competition or something someday and run into her. So I probably shouldn't. I shouldn't insult her too much. She is large. That like I wish she would fix that. Can you work on and also being maybe maybe being better defense. I don't know. I've heard she's a good defense attorney. I just can't believe it.
This report?
I did a supplement on it, but I didn't prepare the report. So like,
Danny
because the
Lyon,
incident was
I
a big
missed you
agency
too.
assist, so obviously it says it has all the responding officers to that effect.
Oh, we need to go to the page. Thank you for pointing that out. Can we please move to page 3 or 5 maybe?
Have you here? If you're here and you haven't hit
All right,
like
now,
yet,
let me ask the question again. Sorry,
You're
you just
going
had
to
the
hell.
cover sheet up. Is that your report?
Yes, this is.
All right, and did you prepare that?
I did.
When did you prepare this report?
It looks like it was done the next day, either that day or the next day, because I want to make sure that I had it done. Everything was fresh on my mind.
And do you have a copy of it in front of you?
I do, as a matter of fact.
May I just step in and just make sure that it's the same one? May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
You're good.
yeah, Michael Stetson. She wasn't good in Corey Richens, but the problem is Corey Richens is guilty.
We got to ask this now. Did you use AI to help you prepare your report?
I did not.
Okay, good.
Why not, coward?
When you prepared your report, you referenced when you first heard the shot, don't you?
Yes.
And what is the time that you say that you heard the shot?
Yeah,
12.3.
tough.
Right. And when you
I
wrote
know.
that report,
I feel the
you did
same
not
way.
state in your report the direction you heard that shot come from, did you?
No, apparently not.
And take your time and look at the whole report and see if there's anywhere in there where you ever mentioned that it came from the east or to your right.
I don't see a direction.
Okay. And you also, I believe, in your report, you also don't state whether or not, you don't mention anything about thinking it came from the Losi building or anything like that, right?
Later on, when I recognized when I saw the empty holsters, I think I actually said that in there, where I see the empty holster, that I realized the line of sight.
Okay, so let's talk about that holster for a minute. So you heard the shot, and you only heard one shot, correct?
Yes.
And then you came down from the walkway above the tent, right?
Yes.
And you came down to really the grassy area that we've all been looking at, the courtyard.
Yes.
And there was kind of chaos, people running around.
Yeah.
Yes? And while you were down there, you saw what you said was an empty holster.
Yeah, as I was clearing people out and making sure that the evidence was preserved, about towards the top, after a little bit, I saw an empty holster sitting there.
And when you say towards the top, can you be specific and tell us where you were?
So on the south side in the courtyard, there's some tiers of seating where the grass is different levels. And it was towards the top, maybe just right before the cement is where everybody's standing. So there's different levels. It's towards the top on the grass.
And when you saw the holster, can you describe to me what it looked like?
An empty concealed holster.
For what type of
For a
weapon?
pistol.
Okay. And did it have any markings on it?
I didn't even know, not that I noticed.
And what happened to that holster?
I have no idea.
Did you ever take custody of it?
Nope.
Did you ever tell anyone else to take custody of it?
Nope.
You just left it on the grass?
I did.
Was it ever fingerprinted to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
Okay. At some point,
So there's a pistol
there were
holster
drones in the air. Is that right? Did you become aware of that?
Yes, I was made aware of that.
Right. Do you know who put the drones in the air?
Sergeant Cam Nelson with the Provo Police Department.
Right. So it wasn't UVU?
No.
Did you guys even have drone capability? Did you have a drone on campus that you used?
No.
All right. So someone would have had to bring one after the shooting onto campus because you wouldn't have had one there.
True.
Right. You mentioned that as you were coming down into the grassy area from the top above the tent, you come down the Hall of Flags, you come into the grassy area. You mentioned that you heard, I guess on your radio, that they had a suspect in custody.
Yes.
Right. And so how long do you think between the shot being fired, did you hear that?
I was in, like I said, trying to get down the stairs, jumping over people, trying not to step on people as people were fighting up. Within 30 seconds, maybe.
Right. So they pretty much instantly had someone in custody.
Yes, and that's why I was quite surprised.
Were you aware of where the person was taken into custody?
Right down by where Charlie Kirk was sitting by his tent, somewhere down there.
So in the courtyard area, the person would have been in the courtyard area at the time of the shooting.
Yes.
Was that person in or near or around the holster in any way?
No.
You don't know?
No, he wasn't. Where the holster was up on the top level up there, and it was where when the incident happened, when Charlie got shot. Within seconds, the other officer that was down by him said that he was in custody with the prisoner of the shooter. So that happened within right there.
You didn't, at that time, it was your understanding the person they took into custody was close by Mr. Kirk, is that right?
Yep.
But it didn't occur to you that, well, that's not where I heard the shot come from. They must have the wrong person. I should talk to somebody.
During the chaos moment, no. That they said they had a person in custody. I figured those guys saw something I didn't see. They took the person in custody, and I thought that was him.
Okay.
Okay, who was that? Square Noggin says, so what exactly is this attorney trying to do? I haven't been following. This is a probable cause hearing. This is to determine if the charges meet the probable cause threshold for the state to actually bring charges against Tyler Robinson. So they just have to basically present sufficient evidence to show that more than likely he's the cause of or he committed the crime. Right? They do not have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt at this stage. And they get all of the beneficial inferences. They get all the deference. They get everything in the state's favor. Here, this is just, can you bring the charges? Do you have enough information to bring these charges? Not can you win at trial? Different question. They may have information that they use to bring the charges that would not be admissible at trial or is later found to be inadmissible for some reason or is countered by other evidence. That stuff doesn't happen at this stage. This stage is the state gets to present the case for the arrest, not the case for the conviction. So Nestor here, the one that looks like, I won't say that, the one that is squeezed into the suit, she is going to attempt to show that the state doesn't even meet that low burden. She's likely going to lose. Probable cause hearings almost always go in favor of the state. They're very, very difficult to win, especially in something as important as a murder case like this. That's, national, and it's just unlikely that they're not going to present sufficient evidence to bring the charges. So, but her job is to try and counter that as much as possible, and also preserve the record for appeal, because the judge is likely going to say, yeah, the court finds probable cause. So then she's going to file an interlocutory appeal, she won't, sorry, that's a misstatement. She will file an appeal at the end of the trial when it's fully resolved. She probably will not be able to file an interlocutory appeal on this, although sometimes you can. It depends. But she may be, so if she can file an interlocutory appeal, it stops the trial, goes to the appeals court. The appeals court decides whether probable cause exists or not. If she cannot file an interlocutory appeal, the trial will go through and everything will happen, and then she will file an appeal based on probable cause and stuff like that, and a comprehensive appeal on all the issues. But I'm not 100% sure what the rules are in Utah.
This would be a good stopping place. I'm about to start another section.
Okay.
So maybe we could go 5 minutes early for lunch.
Absolutely. All right.
Thank you, officer.
We're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. I do want to note for
Nestor
the
got
camera
hungry.
operator, if you would just be cognizant and turn off the microphone during breaks and when we break for recess, that would be helpful.
Oh, are they going to play kickball?
Does either party need the benefit of the record before we break for lunch?
No, state, no.
All right. We are in recess.
Square Noggin has also joined as a brand new member. Thank you. Welcome to Paralegal Status. It is a great place to be. You're a paralegal, so, you're almost a person, but We appreciate you anyway and the hard work that you do. We'll take credit for any of the good work that you do. Blame you for the stuff that goes wrong. Welcome. Welcome to it. That makes 64 members so far. Okay, we're going to skip blah, blah, blah. Bunch of boring stuff here until we get back to court, which is right here.
Please be seated. Court is back in session. Noting the presence of counsel, I believe we left off. Cross-examination. Ms. Nestor, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, may it please the court.
All right, you may.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I do want to circle back before I start my new section on I just want to specify two things. First of all, we talked about that you had no briefing or no materials about security on campus for this particular event. Did you ever have any operational or tactical plan that you were given for that event?
For this event, no.
Okay. And you also mentioned that you've done SWAT in the past.
Yes.
Were you a sniper?
I worked well with them, but I was not a sniper.
Okay. So when you, I could just strike that. Also, we talked about the holster.
Okay, that's it? That's it. Were you a sniper? No. Cool. Man, to me, that's just a place for a little bit more focus. How the fuck can you identify any of this? You're just talking out of your ass. Side note, this is unimportant. This is very important. On Twitter, there's the South Florida shooting. I'll probably do like a nighttime live stream and talk about that a little bit. I recommend reading what Branca has written about it. Some people may disagree. It doesn't really matter. That's just background context to the fact that Michael Drejka has been brought up. Michael Drejka is another Florida man who shot someone over a handicapped parking spot. Sort of like that's kind of a bastardization of what happened. Michael Drejka was found guilty. He was found to not act in a justifiable manner. The important thing about this is that Michael Drejka is an injustice. Michael Drejka is an injustice. And here's why. Because in his police interview, on multiple occasions, Michael Drejka responded to the police officer asking a question with affirmative. If you do that, you should be put on a cross and you should be killed by the state. Do not ever answer affirmative to a police officer. You're not their friend. They're not your friend. Affirmative. Who fucking talks like that? Guy is how everybody should have known. Like, that guy was guilty immediately. If you say affirmative, you're guilty. Nope. No justification for you. You think you're like a cop or a military guy, and you're not. Get out. Maybe if you are an actual military guy and you say affirmative like once, we'll forgive you. Twice, we're going to break your hands. That's right. Michael Drejka belongs in prison forever because he's like trying to bro up to the interrogating cops who are trying to save him the whole time. They're like, so did you look at this guy and think, wow, that's a big giant dude? And Drejka's like, nope, he was perfectly normal. But you never know. No, sometimes you know. Sometimes you know. When it's a 7-foot monster with muscles coming out of their anus, they're probably going to kill you quickly and maybe between their thighs where you don't want to be. You can't just be like, you never know. Anybody's capable of anything. Yeah, but you can't shoot everybody just because they're all capable of something. That's not how it works. Michael Drejka was dumb. Very stupid man. Should have had a lawyer. Anyway, that's it. That was very important. I needed to get that off my chest.
That was found. Are you aware if there were any other guns confiscated on the scene that day?
I'm not.
You don't know one way or the other?
I don't know.
Oh, hey, what's up, Cup of Soothe?
I've
been yelling at Cup of Soothe on Twitter.
Timeline.
Just
You
kidding.
mentioned that you.
How you doing, brother?
You started at the Hall of Flags, right? And then you came down. It took you a minute to kind of navigate the stairs with the crowd and the chaos and everything. And then you were in the grassy area of the courtyard for a bit. Is that right?
I guess about 30 seconds to get down
Danny
the stairs, and
Extreme,
then I went right down to where the tent was.
And that's where you found
It's a long
the
story.
holster.
No, the holster was up higher, So I went down by the tent, so it's lower level. So as I came down towards where Charlie Kirk was shot, I went down towards the tent just as to see what was going on down there because I didn't know exactly what. I heard the gunshot.
Okay, now I have to correct this. Chad meme, you said what I said because that's what I'm not saying you said it because I said it. I remembered hearing him say he wasn't afraid in his interview, which is partially true, but he wasn't saying that about the guy. He was saying that in general, he's not typically afraid or threatened or concerned because he's always carrying. He doesn't use those exact words, but that's what I misremembered that. And so I know I had said that he said he wasn't afraid. When the cops gave him all of the opportunities to say he was afraid, the only thing he ever came up with was he said, I was afraid, or I thought, I believed that he was going to come finish the job. And the cop says, what does that mean? What do you mean by that? He says, well, whatever job he started, I don't know what he was going to do. Maybe kicks or something. Okay, well, thinking you're going to get kicked, while unfun, is not the same as thinking you're about to be seriously harmed or killed. Self-defense requires a belief that is reasonable that you are about to be killed or experience serious bodily injury, broken bones, a head injury, something like that. Michael Drejka refused to ever say that. But he did not, like, my mistake was, and I freely admit this, I remembered him saying I was not afraid because I had my gun. That's not accurate as to the situation he was in. He did express that he believed he might get a beating, but he never could solidly state that he thought he was about to get killed or severely injured by this person. He also had another major failure of a statement. The cops asked him what happened. He said, the guy took a step towards me, so I shot. And the cop said, if he took no step towards you or stepped backwards, would you have shot? And Michael Drejka said, no. The problem was on video, the guy stepped backwards. It's very clear. Now, Michael Drejka should not have answered in that way because he said, if the guy steps backwards, he's not a threat. And the guy stepped backwards. These are the statements that ended up burying him. The guy clearly stepped backwards. He rotated his body and the bullet entered in a way that could only happen if he stepped backwards. It's a really interesting case, and you can go back and watch my videos about it or whatever I went through in the interview years ago. But since it was brought up on Twitter, it's a really interesting case. But it is a poster child for get a lawyer. If you've ever have to shoot somebody, get a lawyer. Another problem with the Michael Drejka case that I only caught on rereading the transcript, he didn't call 911. Someone else called 911. If you are involved in a self-defense shooting, call 911. Even if you think someone else is doing it, you should call 911. That's the thing you should do. All of these little elements led up to his conviction. But I did want to correct that. I'll correct it publicly because I did misremember things. Also, Cup of Soothe, I'm going to suplex you if we ever meet in person, just so you know. So you pick your kind of suplex that you want, because it's coming.
What was going on?
I'm sorry, I missed that you went down to the tent. So let me ask you about that. So what did you do when you got down to the tent?
When I got down to the tent, Charlie was gone. They put him in an SUV and left. At that moment, there were still some people running around, so I decided to preserve the scene as much as I could with trying to escort people out, and that's why I went back in and started pushing people off the grass area to conserve any ammunition or any casings or anything to that effect that would be around.
Thank you,
people off and
sweetheart.
as much evidence preserved as possible.
So just to be clear, by the time you got to the tent, Mr. Kirk had already been removed and taken from the scene. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So in your professional opinion, what was the perimeter of the crime scene?
What do you mean by the perimeter?
The perimeter, like how far did this crime scene stretch? Like where did you want people to move off of?
Well, at first I wanted them all off the grass because, like I said, I thought we had a suspect in custody. So to me it would be a close encounter. So I was trying to push everybody off the grass in case there were shell casings to that effect that got on the grass. So after I pushed them off to that part and getting up to the top where I saw that empty holster, when I saw that empty holster is when things started slowing down for me a little bit. All the chaos and stuff that's when I realized that was a rifle shot, not a handgun shot.
Okay. And that's when you saw the low-C building and it occurred to you should go check it out.
Yes, it was right in my line of sight.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the whole time that this is going on, you had an active body camera on your I guess your collar, is that right?
That was right on
Your
my chest, yes.
Okay, and it was on.
Yes.
And
The mic actual.
it
thank
appears
you.
to me from reviewing your body camera
good
that there
to
was
be back.
another individual who was with you that went to the Losi building who was in civilian clothing but appeared to have a gun. Who was that?
I don't know who he was exactly. He had a badge on, and I had somebody with me to back me up, so I ran up the stairs to make sure I had somebody with me.
So you don't know what
Detective
agency he's
Dredge?
from or where he's from?
No.
And he it looked
Did
like he
I
had a
say-
pistol.
Did
Is
I
that
say I
right?
would deliver the suplex?
Or
I might
hand.
deliver it by proxy.
And so the two of you go to the Losi building.
Yes.
I'll have a strong woman
Did,
deliver it.
when
for me.
you reviewed the videotape at the police department later, did you check to see if anyone had been on the Losi building after the shooting, after this individual had jumped off that you've already talked about? Was there anybody else on the roof? Did you check and see in that gap of time?
In that gap of time, no. So once I put up the barrier, I only walked up to about that point, then I went down and reviewed the video from that moment on.
So are you able to say for one way or the other if anyone else had been on that roof in between when the person jumped off the building and when you came on the roof? Are you able to say one way or the other?
There was people up there looking for an individual that ran that way, because when I first got told the individual ran heading north, we didn't know where the shooter was, so we started climbing up and looking, clearing the building. And it wasn't until I went to the PD and actually saw him jump off of the building that I knew he was off the building.
Let me rephrase that because I think I either asked it badly or you misunderstood me. So let me go back again. So from the time that the individual that you spotted on the video jumped off the roof, right? The individual that you thought was in the prone position.
Okay.
Between that and when you got on the roof, did you ever check to see if anybody else had been on the roof in that period of time?
Yeah, and I didn't see anybody.
So you
I
did
didn't
watch?
notice anybody. Yeah.
You didn't, did you look on the video to see that entire, okay, that's what I'm asking. So you did not review the video to see if there was someone between you, that individual jumping off and you coming on, if anybody had been on or disturbed that scene in any way? Okay. But once you put the tape up, then we're
Weird line of questioning, because that's about what the scene looks like, is if someone came and disturbed the scene, not about who did the shooting. It's not like it's like, so, because everything she just asked him is about after the shooting. So after the shooting, did you blah, 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 blah. It's like, well, like the shooting happened. Shouldn't you be worried about like before the shooting? If it was maybe someone other than your guy, maybe?
confident from that point on the scene was preserved, right? By the way, where did you get that tape?
Officers responded on the scene that he was down on the bottom and threw it up.
Kavasuth says, I'm in Mankato, brother. Get in the ring. Fuck! This mouth is writing checks that I cannot cash. Now, I don't make it down that way very often, but if I do, I'll let you know, because I'll buy you a sandwich or something. We can hang out and chat. Be cool.
To me, so.
Okay. So you didn't have it on you?
No.
And you didn't leave the scene to go get it?
No.
Someone threw it up?
Yes.
Great. All right. While you were on the roof, did you encounter any spent casings?
As a matter of fact, no, that's why when I saw the prone position where a person would be laying down a sniper, being around guns and snipers all the time, I was looking for a spent shell casing. I couldn't see one. I was looking over the edge, looking all over the place, making sure the gravel wasn't disturbed, and I couldn't find a shell casing at that moment.
And that would be, the reason you would be looking for that was because some types of guns, when they shoot, eject a casing automatically, right? Some
Yes.
do, some don't.
Yes.
Right. And then you also didn't find any unshot bullets?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of there being a bullet found on another roof?
I'm
in the
not aware.
vicinity? Were you aware of another bullet being found on the scene, not on the roof of the Losi building?
I know.
All right, your body cam footage that I reviewed appears to end while you're still on the roof. Do you know why that is?
I think the battery went dead. It was just right at that moment.
Okay. And do you know, did you ever turn it back on that day or go get it, I don't know, what do you have to do, charge it or stick a new battery in it? I don't even know.
Usually dock it, but no, I didn't go back. It was too chaotic running around.
So that 27-minute and 35-second body cam that starts when you're at the Hall of Flags and ends while you're still on the roof but haven't put the crime tape up yet, that's the only body cam you have that day?
Yes.
All right. You mentioned when you went to the police department, you watched the video where you saw an individual up on the roof,
Yes.
right? And that individual was in the vicinity where you saw the disturbance in the gravel.
Yes.
And when you looked at that video, were you able to identify the individual's face?
I know.
Were you able to identify any markings on their clothing?
I know.
Were you able to identify their height?
No.
When we looked at the picture of the, I think you called it the sniper perch, I'm going to use your words, it looked like there was a measuring tape laid out next to it. Were you present when they measured like the distance, like how tall that person would have been?
I was not.
So you don't know what that is?
I don't.
Were you able to tell the person's weight from the video that you saw?
I can tell he wasn't heavy set.
I can tell yours.
Skinnier person.
Could you identify what shoes they were wearing?
I could not.
Could you identify anything about a hat or what was on their head?
At the moment, no, I couldn't.
Okay. And did you see a gun in the video?
I saw a long black object in the left hand as he was running across the roof.
And in
Me
fact, did you
too,
describe
but
that
we
in
were
your
watching
report as
different
a
videos.
Bag?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know why.
All right. Well, let's pull that report back up, please. Oh, never mind. I don't think you mentioned what you saw. So in your report, let's pull that back up, please. Page 5 on the Bagley one.
This isn't the arresting officer. So again, maybe at trial you do this. At pretrial, probable cause, this isn't the arresting officer. He said, they said they had someone in custody. I assumed it's the guy that I saw on the camera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, cool. Like, what are we doing here? Why are we trying to establish that it might be someone else? From this guy, he didn't make the arrest. His testimony serves to establish that there is a scene at this particular location where he believes, or other people believe, or everybody believes, I don't know, the shot came from. And in that place, there was a quote unquote sniper nest. That's the purpose of his testimony. That's what it's for. He's done that. She's going to be like, could it have been someone else setting up the sniper nest after someone leapt down from it? I mean, maybe, I guess. But what's that person doing up where the shot allegedly came from? This is why this is a strange defense tactic, in my opinion. And again, maybe you go after this guy at trial. I don't think the probable cause hearing is where you're going to knock this out. This guy isn't the arresting officer, and he's not the one bringing the charges. So his opinion of who might have created the sniper nest that he saw doesn't matter that much, I don't think. That's just my opinion or whatever, man. I don't think I don't think he's even said that the defendant made this sniper nest. He's just talking about what he saw. He saw this place. He saw a video. He's already said he couldn't identify the defendant specifically from the video. He just saw it was a skinny guy. But he doesn't have to be the identifying guy, right? Like they have, presumably, that will be the arresting officers and stuff like that will explain why they're making this arrest. That's coming. But this is weird to invest this much in at this point on this witness. To me, that's just my opinion.
So looking at the second page, you're actually going to have to go to page 6, I think. You talk about what you saw in the video where they jumped off the roof. And again, I'm going to remind you of our conversation we had before about you understand how important these reports are.
Yep.
And do you mention anywhere in this report that you saw a gun?
I did not. I just had an object.
Did you mention that you saw that object? Is that on here?
No.
Okay, so you left that out. Now, have you looked at that over and over again?
The video? No,
Yeah.
I've only seen it twice.
Oh, really?
Yep.
When's the last time you saw it?
It's been months.
Okay. The last time you saw it, were you able to tell what that object was in his hand?
Yes.
Now-
Well, not tell what it is. I can see there's an object in that left hand, yes.
And could you, knowing what you know about the case today, do you have an idea about what that object was?
It looks like a rifle or something to that effect, a long object.
It looks like a rifle?
Like a long object, like skinny long. You can see it's almost like it's covered over something.
So you saw the cover, which was the towel, right?
Yes, and the shape of it is long.
Okay.
You know.
So you can see a towel, but you can't see an actual
I don't know if it
gun.
was a towel or blanket. I don't know what it was.
But you can't see an actual gun.
No,
in the
like
video.
an object, like a form of a gun, like a long object.
Okay.
You've watched this video over and over. No, like twice. When was the last time you watched it? Months ago. You couldn't see the gun. No, I didn't say there was a gun. I said there was an object. There's a black object or whatever. If this was in 1860, that would be a way different conversation. But he's talking about a long, skinny object. One of the questions that comes to mind is, what else is he supposed to think it is? He may be wrong, etc., but what else is he supposed to think it is? He's heard a gunshot. This guy is allegedly moving away from the scene of where the gunshot originated. What is she expecting him to describe it as? He's like, I didn't see it was a gun, but it kind of had the form and shape of a gun. There's something over it. I don't know what her purpose is here. To me, this is not compelling.
All right. At the end of that day, what time did you leave the campus?
I was probably like 9 o'clock that night, maybe somewhere around there.
And did you come back the next morning and work some more?
I came back the next morning, yes.
And you worked all day the next day?
On and off.
When you left at 9 p.m., did you or anyone else know who the shooter was on that day?
No, not that I know of.
And when you came back the next morning and worked that afternoon, all that day, did you or anybody on that campus know who the shooter was?
Not that I know of.
Okay. So nothing that you found that day
Melody,
or anyone
remember,
else to
for
your knowledge
5 months
on
and
campus was
counting.
able to identify who the shooter was?
And that I know. Well, during the time I was there, no, that I know of.
I also want to talk to you about that giant picture that was showed to you. Do you know?
Exhibit 35, I think.
Yes, it's Exhibit 35. Do you know who took that picture, where it came from?
I do not.
Do you know how old it is?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Good job. It's already in evidence, dummy.
And the pictures you were shown, Exhibits 1, 2, and 3, that you got up and kind of talked about and showed all the buildings and everything. Do you have any knowledge about where those pictures came
Again, just to be clear on this, at the probable cause stage, there's no such thing as a disputed fact, okay? All disputed facts are resolved in favor of the state in their quest to charge. Because the defense is motioning to dismiss based on lack of probable cause, the state gets all the deference. So if there are disputes of fact, they're resolved in favor of the state. So again, why are we spending so much time about like some alternative factual thing? The guy thinks he saw a gun in a towel. Then he saw a gun in a towel. That's it. There isn't some other narrative that you can concoct unless you get him to say, actually, it was a picnic basket full of Jewish exploding microphones. I'm joking about that, but like, unless you can get him to say that didn't happen, that's the fact. Interestingly enough, I don't think the long black object was that elicited during direct, or was that elicited just by her cross? So she may be introducing facts into this conversation because she's not in control of her cross-examination. These are not yes-no questions that she knows the answer to, that she is trying to drive. Like, the cross-examination advantage that you have is you get to do leading questions. They're yes-no questions. You can, if you ask them appropriately, you can demand the judge to limit them to yes-no answers. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But it doesn't allow them to expound upon the subject. They just go and they have to follow your narrative. A well-prepared cross is story time from the defense, who's going to testify, from that lawyer, who's going to testify through the witness by making the witness answer yes or no. You can only do that if you're well-prepared on the issue, you have a good narrative, and then you ask the questions in the appropriate way. She's asking all sorts of questions that are allowing him to introduce facts, introduce his opinions, introduce his feelings, and she shouldn't be doing that here. She should be out there to eliminate facts and say, you didn't see a gun, did you? Nope, I didn't. That's it. You don't need to know that he saw a long black object that looked like a rifle under the towel. That's a bad fact for you because that gets resolved in favor of the state, and that's what he saw. Bad cross-examination. Bad Nestor.
from?
I guess they were drone footage, just taken from a drone.
Do you know who's operating the drone?
Sergeant Cam Nielsen from Provo Police Department.
Provo Police Department. Have you seen those pictures before today?
Before today, yes.
When did you see them?
A couple weeks ago.
And that was just in preparation for
Oh,
testifying?
shit.
Prior to that, had you ever seen those pictures?
My man, Robert Gouveia, has raided the stream over on Rumble. What's up, guys? I got to meet Robert Gouveia over July 4th. He was very hospitable, welcomed my whole family, well, minus my dad, into his home. And we got to hang out a little bit before the July 4th fireworks. He's super cool. You guys definitely should check out Robert Gouveia on Rumble on YouTube. I think he's still on YouTube as well. But I know he was demonetized for a while, but I think he's back. Check him out, whatever platform you prefer. He's a true gentleman, but also a very, very adept live streamer and commentator. So give him a shot. Hey, what's up, Rob? Thanks again, man. Really appreciate it.
Cheers.
Can I have the court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor?
You may,
Just hold on.
You're good at indulgences, aren't you, you giant monster?
One last thing I want to clarify. We heard you testify that Ms. Richards, or I don't know if she's Deputy Richards.
She's a state employee for the forensic lab.
So Ms. Richards.
Melissa.
She is the one who took those nighttime pictures of the stuff on the roof.
Yes.
And you testified that she told you that that was what they looked like that day?
Yes.
When did you meet with her?
I talked to her on the phone. It was several weeks ago in preparation for the trial.
So prior to a couple weeks ago, you never discussed those pictures with
Actually,
her?
I've never seen them.
Oh, so a couple weeks ago is the first time you saw them?
Yeah.
Right. And did you write any kind of supplement to your report, to add onto your report, other than what we've gone through today, that one report you wrote? Have you ever written another one?
I have not.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor. I tender the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. Mr. Hernando, redirect.
Just one question, I believe, Judge.
All right.
How many calories do you think was in her lunch? That's just one
If I could
question.
pull up State's Exhibit 1.
2,100.
You've talked about this handgun holster that you observed
Yes.
on the grass in the courtyard.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you if you would approach the monitor when it comes up and point out as best you can where you observed that holster, okay? Oh, here we are.
The limit does not exist. The limit does not exist.
So again, the question is where was that holster lying when you observed it?
So again, this is a picture of the courtyard area facing north. On the south end down here, you got different tiers of grass. On this top tier back here in this area, which is more the center, bottom left of the photo. So it's going to be, the waterfall's on the left side, so more towards the top of it. On the south side by the Fugal building, that top tier of grass is about where it was at.
We are
In
past
the middle area of
halfway.
that?
Yes.
By the Fugal building.
I'm bad at doing
Okay.
these
And
short.
that's where I could see
short
straight up where
streams.
the line of sight was.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
All right. May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, officer.
I don't know exactly how I'm going to catch up on this.
Just for the benefit of those in attendance, that you may have noticed that I drink some water. Please, if you have water and what's been previously approved, don't hesitate. You can drink, just don't spill it.
What's been
Let's
previously
go to the states.
approved.
Ready to proceed with your next witness?
Thank you, Judge. This call is David Hull.
All right.
I call David
Come forward and be
Half.
sworn in.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
There are
All
a
right.
couple
If you'd like to be
breaks
seated
left.
right here at the witness in the witness seat, and once you're situated, there's a bottle of water to your left. And if you wouldn't mind, after
Wait,
you're
did
seated,
you-
bringing
is
that
the court
microphone closer
reporter
to
a
you so it
cutie?
picks
Did
up
I miss that?
your voice.
Sorry, guys. This is very important.
Call is David Hull.
All right. If I'd come forward and be sworn in.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right. If you'd like to be seated right here at the
I don't
witness,
even see her.
in the witness seat, and once you're situated, there's a bottle of water to your left. And if you wouldn't mind, after you're seated, bringing that microphone closer to you so it picks up your voice. All right, counsel.
Thank you,
whenever
Judge.
you're ready.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Would you please state your full name and spell your last?
David Hull, Hull.
And are you employed?
I am, yes.
Who are you employed by?
I'm
Department of
not
Safety.
going back to
How long have you worked for the Department of Public Safety?
I'm in my 12th year.
Are you a peace officer?
I am, yes.
Are you post certified?
I am, yes.
What is this man's hair doing? Like, what is this man's hair doing at this point? Do we know where it is? Does it know where it is? Someone take a weed whip to the sides. Just but it's like, I don't know, man. I mean, I'm not one to talk, I don't think. But I will anyway. Speaking of one to talk, Eric Hunley has rated the stream as well. What's up, brother? How you doing, man? It's been a minute since I've talked to my friend Eric. Always a good and solid dude. Check out America's Untold Stories over on Rumble, also on YouTube if that's still there. But he's always been a good dude. Check him out. Thanks for raiding the stream, brother. Welcome to Eric Hunley's viewers. I'm here to poison your eye holes.
When did you receive your certification?
2015.
And since that time, has your certification remained intact? In other words, has it lapsed or been taken away or anything like that?
No, it's been continuous.
You said you're in your 12th year. Did you already say that? Your 12th year with the DPS. Have you worked for...
With his damage per second. Real quick, we have a super tip that merits playing.
After the betrayal from Barrett and Roberts, I hope they sleep soundly. I'm talking a Justice Scalia on a hunting trip kind of sleep.
Everything said on this stream is parody and not meant for actual threats against United States Supreme Court justices. Tricky Rich, member for 7 months, says, he told her to mute her microphone because he doesn't want to hear her chewing. Do you think she brings a patch of grass with her to just graze during her long days? Man, I've got a lot to say about birthright citizenship and, the 5 women on the bench deciding that a phrase in the Constitution doesn't matter. That was nice. That was good. That was amazing. Good job, fucking idiots.
Any other law enforcement agency besides the DPS?
No, just the state of Utah.
What is your current assignment with the Department of Public Safety?
Currently positioned as an investigative sergeant at Peace Officer Standards and Training.
Was that your assignment in September of 2025?
No, it was not.
What was your assignment then?
I was under the State Bureau of Investigations, Major Crimes Division as an investigator.
You're right.
Is SBI an acronym that's commonly used to describe the State Bureau of Investigation?
It is,
yes. I can refer to it as the SBI.
That
We're
is
all
to
on the
be
same page, right?
appreciated.
Okay. How long were you with the SBI?
A little over 7 years.
And what exactly did you do? What was your assignment with the SBI?
Ari, I know
spent
he's
just under a year in the Alcohol
from
Bureau
Utah.
and the undercover unit, and then the remainder of that time was with major crimes.
He
Major
sounds
crimes.
like
What-
he's from a
what did that
pretend
entail?
land.
Predominantly investigating crimes that are considered to be major in nature. Predominantly violent crime, including homicide, sexual assault. In some
This
cases,
guy's definitely
fraud
Australian,
cases,
right?
kind of covered a whole gambit of things, but predominantly violent crime.
And throughout your career with the DPS, have you done any training related to murder investigations specifically?
Yes, I have.
And could you just briefly describe what that specific training entailed?
I've done internal and external courses
Me
around
too.
Lead homicide investigation, officer-involved critical incidents.
I've done lots of internal and
child
external
deaths and unexplained
courses.
deaths in children, aquatic homicide, and then just continuing
Aquatic
investigations
homicide?
related to homicide itself.
And throughout your career with DPS, have you either played a role in or led a homicide investigation?
I have, yes.
How many do you think?
Either directly or indirectly, I've probably been involved in approximately 40 or so.
And is that throughout the state of Utah?
Yes, we assist throughout the state of Utah.
Were you working September 10th of 2025?
I was, yes.
And did you work shifts? Did you work a certain shift that day, or how does it work at the SBI?
Kind of work 24/7, 365, but predominantly Monday through
You
Thursday,
don't.
office hours.
Okay. On that date, were you asked to respond to the campus of Utah Valley University?
I was, yeah. I was at the office in Taylorsville, and I was asked to respond down to Utah Valley University.
Okay. What did you understand was going on at UVU that day?
I didn't know much. I'd been told that there was some kind of an event and an individual had been shot.
Did you have a name?
Someone had told me that Charlie Kirk had been shot.
At that point in time, were you familiar with Charlie Kirk?
I was not, no.
Okay. Did you end up responding? So when you found out that there was an event, that it was Charlie Kirk that had been shot, that was while you're still up in Taylorsville at your office?
Yes, we hadn't been asked to respond at that point. Another agent in the office showed me a video of the shooting, and I went back to work because we hadn't been asked to respond at that point.
At some point, though, were you asked to respond or directed to respond to Utah
Yes,
Valley?
yes, we were. We were asked to make our way down to the university to provide any kind of assistance that was needed.
Okay. And do you recall who directed you
He
to
doesn't actually
to come down to
style
Utah
his
Valley?
hair. It
I
just
believe it
does
was
that
Lieutenant
when he
Jensen.
drives his Mazda Miata
And
with the top down.
is that something, responding to a scene like this, on a report like that? Is that something that's done frequently within the SBI?
Yeah, SBI functions as a supplementary investigative division for really anybody in the state who needs it, whether it's a smaller local agency that just needs additional resources. We often respond with the crime lab to help process crime scenes.
William,
but it would be
move your
normal for us to be
head.
called out to assist another agency.
Okay, so we understand correctly, when you were first directed to come down to Utah Valley, you were just coming down to give whatever help you could provide.
Correct.
Okay. That eventually changed.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
My assumption was we were responding to assist process a crime scene, essentially.
Prior to September 10th, 2025,
I do
how
not
familiar
like
were you
Mazda
with
Miatas. I
the
just want to
Utah
put
Valley
that
University
out.
campus?
Not very. I think I maybe have been there once
I think the
before.
world needs to know that.
How about from September 10th onward? Did you become more familiar with the campus?
Became a lot more familiar with the campus, yes.
And in what way or how?
I feel like what I might
walking the
do
campus and
is
looking
after
at
we
the
get done with day
incident
one,
scene,
I might take a break and
viewing
do day
surveillance
two
video of the campus and the
and start a
surrounding
new
areas,
stream.
and just my general involvement in the investigation. I became a lot more familiar with the buildings, the amphitheater, and the surrounding area, and the campus itself.
All right, and we'll
The
come back
break
to that
won't
here in
be
a moment.
super long.
Who else responded to UVU from the SBI?
Originally, I thought it was just myself and a couple of others.
Part of the reason is it
Sergeant
sends out another
Falmina, Sergeant Bricker,
notification,
Sergeant L. Schultz,
can bring new people into
Sergeant
the stream
Clark,
at a different time of day, stuff
Agent
like
Brian
that.
Davis, and a number of other agents were arriving or were on scene when I arrived there.
Do you recall if other law enforcement agencies responded that same day?
Yes, there was a large law enforcement presence. Federal entities.
Speaking
I
of
believe
breaks,
the
I'm going to
FBI,
have to
the
take
DEA,
one in just a second. I do have to pee.
ATF, I think some U.S. Marshals. There was obviously our state presence, and then there was county and city and local
Yeah,
agencies. on
Robert
scene also.
Saltzman, that would be
So had
the
all these
next
folks
stream
responded
would
by
be
the time you got
today's
here,
hearing.
or had they responded prior to?
I think I might
Some
want to
could have been on
break
scene
them up
prior
into
to. Some
two
were
different
arriving while
live
I was
streams.
arriving. Others arrived later. I know there were several forensic units from various entities, including the State Crime Lab and other agencies.
And did you interact with all these different agencies? You personally?
Throughout the course of the following few days, probably the majority of them, yes.
I think you related that originally the SBI was directed to come down just to see if you could help. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that was all I knew when I left the office, was to go down and see what services, what can you do to help.
And I asked you earlier if that role changed, and I believe you said it did.
Hey, Blink
So let's
BB,
talk about
you
that.
have
How
not
did your
done
role change
anything
from what
wrong
you initially came down to
yet,
do to
or
whatever it
whatever.
evolved into?
Having been on scene for a little while, there were some conversations and discussions that took place.
Message to
And I was
share,
informed by my
whatever.
lieutenant that
I don't
myself
mind.
and Agent Davis would
But
be
please don't
taking
spam
lead
it.
on
That's
the
my
investigation
only
on behalf of the
request.
State Bureau of Investigations.
Please don't spam.
So the SBI
the
was
thing.
going to be the lead
You
investigative
can
agency?
Correct.
Send
And
it
you were
every
going to be the lead
30
case agent?
seconds, a
along
minute,
with
whatever.
Agent
Don't-
Bricker, Agent
just don't
Davis.
be obnoxious about it. Don't pervade the chat. But you
What does
are
it mean
welcome to
be
promote your
the lead investigator?
your
or the
video
lead
in the
case
chat.
agent?
It doesn't bother me.
It depends on the situation, but predominantly you're responsible for kind of directing the investigation, coordinating information that is coming in.
You can't hear me. Wait,
Typically
how,
seems
how'd
fairly
you know I
chaotic
was talking
initially.
to you then?
So you're trying to process as much information as possible
You
and make
can't
as
do
much
this
use
to
of the
me.
available resources that you have. Kind of an organizational role would probably be a good way to describe it.
Okay, so you played an active role in organizing.
In coordination with the administrations of all of the agencies that were on scene, yeah, we were trying to coordinate efforts and get to pertinent information as quickly as possible.
Do you recall whether assignments were made, at least with the SBI agents that responded with you?
You can
Yeah, we
hear
have a
but
core
not
group,
understand.
within major crimes that were assigned specific tasks.
Don't
And did they
spam
include the agents
chat.
that you mentioned just a minute ago?
Yes, I believe so.
That's it.
So each one of those agents with the SBI
Real
were given a
simple.
specific assignment?
Yes, with the information we had, the agents were assigned to do specific things.
And do you remember specifically what assignments were given to whom?
Yes, Sergeant Falmina was asked to coordinate with the State Crime Lab and the responding crime scene techs to manage and process any identified crime scenes. Sergeant Mark Bricker was put in touch with UVU's surveillance and operations team to start working through any available footage or information that we had that had been recorded. Sergeant Clark was tasked with the area canvas around the campus area, looking for information or any available
Hey,
information
guys,
from
I'll be
the immediate,
right back.
area around campus. Sergeant
I
L.
need to hit
Schultz
the
was
bathroom.
working
I'm
with
gonna leave this
the
running.
SIAC and
I'll be right
other
back.
administration to try and manage the flow of information that had started to occur.
You said that initially when you showed up, things were a bit chaotic.
Yes.
Did that have something to do with all the different agencies that had responded?
Yes, and I think initially there was still some uncertainty as to whether we were working with an active shooter or an active crime scene. The campus is spread over a large area, and so getting that deemed to be safe is quite a process and involved a lot of people.
Gotcha. Do you know if the campus was deemed safe eventually?
Eventually, my understanding is the campus was locked down and secured, and we were able to start getting people in to start processing crime scenes and doing additional things.
Okay. You said it sounds like that chaos eventually subsided. You got organized and assignments were made. What was the first thing that you did as lead investigator?
It kind of became organized chaos, but we did have a plan, and our priority was determining whether we had an ability or a way to be able to identify who had been involved in the shooting. Okay. That was our primary focus at that time.
Did that include collecting information that was becoming available?
Yes, we were getting a large volume of information from the general public, phone tips, people sending videos. Analysts were scrolling through social media and social sites as people were posting information onto the internet. So there was a lot of information coming in, a lot of things that needed to be processed through and worked.
Okay, were videos coming in?
Yes, cell phone videos were coming in. If you imagine there's 3,000 people at an event and everybody has a cell phone, there was a lot of information that people were willing to share with us.
Right. Do you know whether you or someone else with the SBI collected or received a video from an Amanda Wright?
Yes, yeah, I know a cell phone video was collected from Amanda Wright.
And do you know
Amber
who?
Wright.
I'm sorry?
Amber Wright?
Oh, I'm sorry, Amber. Well, you tell me, Amanda or Amber?
Amber.
Okay, I apologize for that wrong first name. Do you know who or how that video was collected?
Yeah, I spoke with Ms. Wright directly on the phone to arrange a time to go and collect that video. Unfortunately, she wasn't available that day, but Agent Davis was able to go and meet with her directly and collect the video.
Do you recall what date you actually spoke to Ms. Wright?
If I can refresh my recollection, I specifically...
Sure, let me ask you this before you do that.
Yes, sir.
So you have in front of you, what, your police report?
I have some notes and a timeline from my investigation that was part of discovery.
And referencing that timeline or those notes, will they help you recall the date that you called Ms. Wright?
They will, yes.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and refer to that? Don't read from it out loud. Just take a minute. Let me know when you've come across that information and once you've refreshed your memory.
Your Honor, when he's done, may I take a look at the materials as well, please?
You may.
Ms. Wright was contacted on April 7th.
Did you want?
All right. Ms. Nestor, if you'd like to come forward. You may.
Approach, Your Honor.
What is my times and dates? Spreadsheet. Yep.
Mr. Sturgill, when you go back, if you wouldn't mind shifting the lectrum to my right.
You're right.
Yes, it just appears when the camera's focused on you, just the way it's positioned, you're in front of the witness, and we just want to make sure that.
Yeah, it's only going to go that far. Is that going to be far enough?
I think that is sufficient. So, all right, thank you. I appreciate your
Yeah,
help
I
with
think
that.
just start from the. Are we still connected? Okay.
I'm back.
Let's make sure that
Just a second.
Mr. Sturgill is picked up.
Okay.
All right, you may proceed. Thank you.
And if I can make
So-
if I can make a correction to that, I think.
Well, let me ask you this first.
So he needs to ask you a question.
okay.
So, Mr. Sturgill.
So you've had a moment to look at your
Yes,
notes?
sir.
Did that help you remember the date that you contacted Ms. Wright?
It did, yes.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and tell us what date you contacted Ms. Wright?
I contacted her, I think it was April 6th specifically, but Agent Davis met with her on April 7th.
Okay. Well, that was going to be my next question. So you actually talked to her was it on the phone?
It was, yes.
And did you arrange a time for either you or Agent Davis to go get the video from Ms. Wright?
Yes.
Is that how it happened?
Yes.
And then you didn't go, it was Agent Davis that went?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. And so what, if anything, has been done with that video in preparation for today?
Hopefully,
My understanding is that
Someone
some
said my vocals
edits were
were
made
lower than
by
the
your
court.
office in order to protect some of the participants in the video.
Okay. But let me ask you this. Did you or Agent Davis visit with Ms. Wright again?
Yes, that was in April, and that was where my correction was. The video was originally provided to Agent Mortensen.
Okay.
So I misspoke.
Okay. Let's go back and let's make sure this is very clear.
Sure.
Okay. So
Senator-
someone with the SBI collected a video
Yes.
from Amber Wright.
Yes, Agent Mortensen
Senator
contacted Ms. Wright on
McHardcox.
October 8th, and the video was
Yes,
provided
this
to
is
him
the
electronically on
motherfucking
October 11th.
prosecution.
Okay. And now I'll ask the next question. What, if anything, has been done, either by you or another agent, with that same video in preparation for today's hearing?
We contacted Ms. Wright to arrange a meeting so that Ms. Wright could review the video and that we could verify firsthand with her that the video was what she had taken on September 10th at the event at UVU.
And who had
Can
that
we
follow-up
watch his
visit with Ms.
videos?
Wright?
That was Agent Davis. I was not able
not
to
right
attend.
now, because I have
And you
no
know that
idea where
happened
to fucking
because you
find
spoke
it.
to Agent Davis?
I spoke to Agent Davis, and he provided me with a written statement that Ms. Wright had completed
Okay.
at 11:02.
And so you have seen that written statement?
I have, yes.
Okay. And you've read through it?
I have.
Does that, do you recall whether that statement was on a
3
form
hours
or a
of
scratch paper? What do you recall?
Video
My recollection
left.
is that it was on an official, I believe, a State Bureau 1102 statement.
It's 2
which
hours
is
at 1.5 speed.
A written form that is filled out by a witness that
fuck.
contains the 1102 warning.
And by that, you mean the advisory, the statement that's written on that piece of paper is going to be used at a preliminary hearing?
Yes.
It includes that advisory?
Yes.
Does it also include a warning that if someone provides a false statement, in this case, Ms. Wright, that it could be punishable by a Class A misdemeanor?
It does, yes.
All right.
Oh, the blink bait guy? You want to watch? I thought you meant the witness. And I'm like,
And
I have no
what do you
idea.
recall?
Blink bait guy? No,
is
I
the
don't
essence
really
of
want
that
to watch his
statement from Ms.
videos.
Wright? I mean, what does it basically say?
Object, Your Honor. At this point, we want to assert our standing objection to the constitutionality of allowing in Ms. Wright's
Blink bait,
statement when she is not here
May
present in court to be
misunderstand
cross-examined.
something here.
We did include those constitutional arguments in our standing objection.
This is gonna sound funny. I'm not
this does
interested in
fall
who the
under
real
the type
Charlie
of document that
Kirk
should be
killer
safeguarded
is.
under
I'm
Rule
interested in how the law
4-202.02, parent
plays
8,
out
parent
in
F
the
as in Frank,
American court system.
and
That's what's
or
interesting
should be
to me.
classified as protected under subsection 5O as in orange, because the disclosure could jeopardize the life, safety, or property of the witness. It's also technically
loud. I can fix
a
that.
victim's. I mean, if she's present under the current theory and the information, she's technically could be classified as a victim of the event. So it also should be protected under that. So we would object to it being read in public. It would not be admissible at trial in the current format that it is due to its hearsay
Whoa.
nature. We do think it would negatively impact our client's right to a fair trial. And furthermore, I believe the witness herself has requested
just
that,
turned on the
particularly
right
because the
channel of audio. That
video
was wild.
contains images of minor children, which I know the state has made an effort to redact, but nevertheless, the reference to the minors, I think, would still fall under the protection. And so for all those reasons, we would object to that coming out in public and being discussed in the public forum and being published in any way. And we object to it coming in.
All right, and so if you wouldn't mind just restating the rule that you're relying upon, so I can fully look at your objection.
It's the UCJA, the Utah, Code of Judicial Administration. I just blinked.
Yeah, you
the
get
Utah
50
Code of Judicial
memberships, I'll show
Administration
the video.
for Rule
I'm down for
4-202.02, parenthetical 8, parenthetical F as in Frank, and or parenthetical 5 and parenthetical
You look
capital
like two
O.
parentheticals.
All right, thank you. I'm just
Yes.
With a big
getting
gap
there. I want to
between
review
them.
this before I hear from Mr. Sturgill. All right, I've reviewed that, Mr. Sturgill.
Judge, let me address, I guess, a couple of things. Ms. Nestor actually brought up, I think, both the 1102 statement that we intend to introduce and sort of referred to the video. So let me address each of those one at a time. With regards to the 1102 statement that was prepared by Ms. Wright, Judge, it was gathered in compliance with the Utah Rules of Evidence 1102, specifically subsection B8. It's a statement that was gathered by an SBI agent. It was prepared with knowledge of the advisory that was going to be used at the preliminary hearing, and it also included a warning that if a false statement is given, it's going to be a Class A misdemeanor. Judge, I don't know what additional foundation you'd like. Well, that's kind of where I was going, Judge, is I was trying to lay a little bit more foundation just to introduce that statement alone. I haven't got yet to the video. But with regards to the 1102 statement, it has been collected in compliance with Rule 1102. As I stated, B3 or B8. And as we all know, Rule 1102 allows reliable hearsay, as does the state constitution, Article 1, Section 12.
So what exhibit will this be? I want to look at it not for the purposes of, as a magistrate, taking it into evidence, but see if it comports with Rule 1102 as stated, because I haven't seen it.
Sure.
And I haven't done the analysis to see if that objection is.
Judge, it is State's Exhibit 6.1.
And Your Honor, just for the record, we just want to make a record, too, that it's difficult for the court to make a reliability finding when the individual is not here to be tested and cross-examined. And for those same reasons that we list in our standing objection, we just want to reiterate to the court that we think it really hampers you from making that reliability determination.
Thank you.
It doesn't. Reliable hearsay always happens when the person's not at court, which is why they have to rely on reliable hearsay. Making a reliability determination with the person not present in the courtroom isn't just possible. It is the routine norm that is done every single day in the United States. Reliable hearsay. There's typically a list of rules about what constitutes reliable hearsay, or there's a common law sort of test. But, professionals, recognized testing facilities, a place that does something in the regular course of business. Like, I don't know. It's reliable hearsay, for example, to rely on an Apple spec sheet about the internal workings of an iPad, right? You're like, oh, okay, it's got an M3 chip in it or whatever. It's this year. It's got this much RAM and this much. That's reliable hearsay. You don't need an Apple engineer to come in and explain all these things, because Apple creates the product. They have an interest in producing accurate product sheets. You know that if they give you a product sheet about what's in the iPad, and this is incidental to the case, then you're just going to accept what's on the fucking paperwork because it's obviously right enough. Now, if the central issue is someone suing Apple over misrepresenting on their spec sheets what's actually in the iPad, that's going to be a different question, right? That's not a reliable hearsay situation. But in any other context where we're talking about just, so what year, maybe the model year of the iPad's important, right? Like maybe that is important because it's like, did they even own this iPad at that time? Was it even possible? So you're like, no, this one's got the M4 chip. That one didn't come out until 2025. So this happened in 2023. It couldn't have been the same iPad. And we know that this is true from the spec sheet. Reliable hearsay, right? Like that makes sense. We can rely on what Apple says about it. Now, of course, that gets kind of different play based on what's going on. But the person's never there. That's the whole point. The technical writer who wrote the spec sheet isn't there for cross-examination. How do you know it's an M5 chip in there? Like, you can imagine how obnoxious that would be. But that's the reliability determination is based on the factual scenario, not on whether the judge can assess if the person was telling the truth. If they wanted to do that, they'd just bring them in for cross-exam for direct and cross. That's the whole purpose of reliable hearsay, is to avoid that. So that's a dumb objection.
Further, Mr. Sturgill?
Well, just that 1102 doesn't require that, Judge. It doesn't require the witness be here to corroborate the statement that they've already prepared.
All right. All right. I've had a chance to review State's Exhibit 6.1, taking into note what Ms. Nestor noted, UCJA 4-202.02, and referencing the section she did.
Well, and Judge, I don't mean to interrupt, but I had not yet addressed that rule. I would simply just add to that judicial rule, it has nothing to do with admissibility. It's simply publishing it. And I'm sorry.
So let me just hear your full argument.
Yeah, I didn't realize you want to hear all of it. I thought you were going to rule on the 1102, but...
well, I want to focus on the 1102. I want to keep this clean. So let's focus on the 1102, and we'll stop there, and I can make my ruling. And then if there's any objections, I just need to take it one step at a time to be thorough. So I'll hear all your arguments about the 1102 statement. I'll return to Ms. Nestor for any final thoughts, and then I'll make my ruling, and then we can move to the next stage.
I appreciate that, Judge. And I think I think I have addressed the 1102 question. As far as admissibility under Rule 1102, I thought that's what you wanted to rule on first, and then I would address the UCJA 4-202.02. And if you want me to do that now, I can do that. And it's just simply that it has nothing to do with admissibility. It has everything to do with publishing that. And Judge, I think if you'll look at that written statement, I believe Ms. Wright's personal information, for the most part, has been redacted. Other than that, beyond that, Judge, I'll leave it up to your discretion.
Well, as it relates to, let me take it one at a time. Let's start with the last statement. What I have in front of me, Plaintiff's Exhibit 6.1, has her full information in here: address, phone number, Social Security number.
Okay, Judge, I apologize for that. I thought we provided a redacted version of that. Yeah. I think I've clarified what's going on here. I think we provided you with an unredacted version some time ago. The version that we have and are prepared to present today is a redacted version.
Could I have a copy of what you're intending to admit into evidence so I can consider what's before me?
Judge, we can bring it up electronically. We don't have a hard copy of that.
All right, I want to make sure that's not coming on screen. It's just coming on my screen to review it. All right. Okay, no, that's fine. It's not. It's just for my. I can look it on my screen because I'm trying to evaluate. So if you just want to put it back on my screen. All right. Well, so what I'm doing is I'm looking at this, and just for clarity, moving forward, if there's a particular exhibit, I'll ask that you provide it instead of me relying upon here, just so there's no misunderstanding, and I can see exactly what is being moved into evidence. I don't want to assume, and I want to do the proper analysis. All right,
and I appreciate that, Judge, and I apologize. I understood that we were presenting redacted copies
crash
today,
rack and shoot.
There's just a little bit of glitch, so I apologize for that, Judge.
All right, we watched Nestor, I just want to make sure that you're looking at this exhibit as opposed to what I was just looking at in regards to your arguments. With this clarification in mind, any update to your argument or anything that you would like the court to consider?
The only other issue I think that exists with this that I haven't already raised is that there's clearly two different authors in the body of the document. One wrote something on the very top line, and then it looks like Ms. Wright wrote the rest of it, which we don't have any indication of who wrote that top line and when they filled that in, if it was before or after she signed the document. So I have some concerns about authenticity with respect to that as well, and that's all I have.
All right, and as I'm determining it, it does appear that the writing is different. Did you want to lay additional foundation, Mr. Sturgill, or provide information for the court?
I'd be happy to do that. Do you have in front of you States Exhibit 6.1.
I do, yes.
Okay. You've heard the discussion that just took place. It appears as if there's two different styles of writing on that form.
Yes.
Okay. I imagine that you have the writing that includes the personal information from
Kimberly,
Ms.
I
Wright,
might have done that
and then
on the
directly
stream
below
or
that, I think
two.
there's a line there that appears to be arguably writing prepared by
I don't
someone
know. We
else.
had a bunch of
Is that in
gifted
fact
memberships,
is
so
that
I
in fact
decided to put the Chiron up.
accurate that is a different
That's correct.
author of that writing? What do you know about that writing on that first line just below statement of incident?
Because we were asking Ms. Wright to verify a specific video, the file name for that video was written on the statement in her presence, and then that video with that file name was then shown to Ms. Wright to verify that it was, in fact, the video that she had provided to us.
Okay. And so was it you or SBI agent Davis that prepared that?
Based on the writing, it appears to be Agent Davis's writing, but it's not my writing.
All right. But that is the routine, or is that kind of how you commonly do this?
In this case, because we were specifically asking them to verify a specific digital file that had a specific digital name, and we didn't want there to be any errors in how that name was presented, we wrote the file name on the document for the individuals.
All right. Anything further, Ms. Nestor, with that additional information before the court makes its ruling?
Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. And having
Court's going to overrule.
Could you
the
leave that on the
objection.
screen for me, please? I appreciate that. And scroll down to the bottom. I just want to review it one last time. All right. And I believe this is Exhibit 6.1. Is that correct, Mr.
It is,
Sergel?
Judge.
All right,
And I would move to admit 6.1.
Thank you. So considering the arguments made by Ms. Nestor and Mr. Sturgill, I rely upon Rule 1102 as well as the Utah Constitutional Article 1, Section 12, as I previously mentioned, that final paragraph. It states, nothing in this Constitution shall preclude the use of reliable hearsay as defined by statute or rule in whole or in part at any preliminary examination to determine probable cause or at any pretrial proceeding with respect to release of the defendant if appropriate discovery is allowed as defined by statute or rule. I have examined this and the clarification was made. The previous version of this would fall afoul of having identifiable personal information of Ms. Wright, and so that was removed. And this one, with the redacted portion of the identifiable information, personal information for Ms. Wright, is before me. And based off that, State's Exhibit 6.1 with redactions is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Thank you, Judge.
So again, we're here.
Agent Hold, that statement that was prepared by Ms. Wright, what does it state with regards to the video that you showed her that day, or I guess Agent Davis showed her that day?
It states that she's confirmed that she did review the video and that it was a true reflection of the video that she took on September 10th, 2025.
And did she identify who's in that video in her statement?
Oh, hey, there's that court
herself
reporter
and her
you
two
guys
young
were talking
children.
about.
Your Honor, if we could just have a
She's not really my
clarification
speed.
on the court's ruling. So I understand the court overruled and published, and I accept the ruling, but I thought under the court's previous order that the media was not going to film exhibits, and they're filming the ones that are on that screen. So I guess I just need to clarify that, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
No, and I appreciate the clarification. It's important. What my ruling when we came back from break was if you're objecting specifically to the exhibit and then to the exhibit being published in the courtroom and then the exhibit being published, which can be captured by media, if that's not specifically
That's not
addressed.
saying anything about her at all.
I'm
She's
going to
just
allow
not
it.
my
So I didn't
style.
hear a specific objection to that. So I appreciate you bringing that up, but that's how I'm looking at every single objection, just for clarity of the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. So just to make sure I correct the record, we are objecting to the publication of this under the UCGA rules for the reasons I said, but I respect that you've ruled on that. And in the future, I guess we'll just make particularly clear we're objecting to publication because I do think anything that's getting on that screen is getting filmed.
Okay.
So thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. And Mr. Sturgill, did you want to respond? I mean, it's the genie's a little bit out of the bottle on this particular issue, but any record you wish to make.
Judge, we're simply going to seek to admit each one of these exhibits, and then we're going to leave it up to Your Honor's discretion whether to publish them beyond, to what extent you want to publish them.
All right. Well, I would prefer argument on this issue from both sides. I don't. This is the burden of the state, so I don't want to exceed my lane by just assuming. So I'll leave it to you to make the argument. What you're requesting.
I'm not wearing shoulder pads today. These are my natural, barely existent shoulders.
Sorry about that.
So before you're moving on, Mr. Sturgill, as it relates to this, I want to put this to bed and then we can move on. Were you requesting for it to be published on? So you moved it into evidence, which I approved. It is moved into evidence, but I didn't hear anything in regards to publishing to the courtroom, and then lastly publishing, which it would be captured by the camera in the background, in the back.
Judge, we believe these are public documents, and so we would ask that they be published both to the audience and to the public at large.
All right. Well, given that we've gone past the gate on this one, it's been published. Right. But I think we're all on the same page in regards to how objections may be made and how the court is going to consider it, so we can move forward. All right. Thank you, Mr. Sturgill.
Thank you.
I'm so mad. Lady Raggeds just called me, or not called me, she messaged me. And
Have
told
you
me,
personally watched Miss Wright's video?
I have,
That
yes.
my hair cutter girl
And what is depicted
moved.
in that video?
It's a view of Ms. Wright's position in the crowd at the event on September 10th.
And absent the written statement from Ms. Wright, can you at least recognize the location that's displayed or depicted in this particular video?
Yes, it's the amphitheater at the Utah Valley University where Mr. Kirk was doing his event.
Okay. On your screen, Exhibit 6.
People with other lives than what I want piss me off.
Do you see anything on your screen yet? Just the very beginning.
I'm going to troll her YouTube
there now.
channel.
It's there now. Do you recognize what's depicted on your screen right now?
I do, yes.
And what is that?
In the background is the Hall of Flags, and then you have the gazebo under which Mr. Kirk was presenting his event from, and then the crowd between where Ms.
Marissa,
Wright
it
was on the
was.
stage.
I might have to go
But
back
do you
to
recognize
it.
what this is the beginning of?
Yes, this is the beginning of Ms. Wright's video.
Okay. Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 6.1. Oh, I'm sorry, 6. I apologize.
Kimby, thank you.
To what level?
Thank you.
Your Honor.
I wasn't
Hold
going
on,
to get
Ms.
it
Nestor, I
cut
just want to
much.
get the clarification, and then I'll
But of
certainly
course,
turn to
every
you.
time I
So
go in,
the
and
levels
I'm
of
like,
admitting into
hey,
evidence.
like, don't cut any off.
Then the next
It's like,
level is
oh,
publishing
okay.
it to the courtroom, and then the next level is publishing it in a way that is captured by the media. What is your full request?
This is probably better.
Judge, we'd ask that,
in the
first of all, it be
long run.
admitted, that it be published here within the courtroom, and then that it also be published to the public at large.
All right. Now, I'm not quite sure what this particular video is showing. Could you lay a little bit more foundation or proffer that what this is?
Sure. You've seen this video, Agent Hall?
Correct.
What's depicted in this video?
The crowd and the beginning of Mr. Kirk's presentation to the audience in the amphitheater at UVU on September 10th, 2025.
Okay. Does it depict Miss Wright?
I believe towards the end of the video, it scrolls back and Ms. Wright shows the people that she's with at the event and herself, yes.
All right, is there any act of alleged violence in this
No,
particular
there is
video?
not, Judge, but there is not.
Okay, I just needed that clarification. Ms. Nestor, I'll turn to you. I just want to make sure I understand the full scope of this exhibit and then hear from your objection, if any.
Your Honor, with respect to admission, we object to its admission on the grounds that it's not properly authenticated, as Ms. Wright herself is not present in. For all the constitutional reasons we raised in our standing objection, we object to that. As far as its publication, we object to its publication. It definitely is something that in its current form without her here would not be admissible in any place other than a preliminary hearing. And we feel like this would really impinge on Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. And so we're asking it not be published. And certainly if the court does publish it, that it certainly not be filmed.
Thank you. Mr. Sturgill, any response?
Judge, Rule 901 addresses authenticating or identifying evidence to satisfy the requirement of authenticating a document, or I guess authenticating a piece of evidence. The proponent, which in this case is the state, must produce evidence sufficient to support a finding that the item is what the proponent claims it to be. And then the rule goes on to explain or provide examples of how this rule can be satisfied. And at the very top, under subsection B1, is testimony of a witness with knowledge.
Okay. Let's just analyze the argument here. Nestor's argument is the person who took the video isn't here to authenticate the video. The state's argument is here's the motherfucking rule. Listen to the quality difference between Nestor and the state. Nestor can't articulate why the original person who took the video needs to be in court to authenticate it. All anyone has to do is say, yes, this video, I have observed it, is a fair depiction of what happened on this day. It is what it purports to be. That's the rule. And the rule does not require the original author or creator of the content to show up to say this is that. Because here's the thing, how would that person be any more trustworthy than anyone else on the matter? In some cases, they might be less trustworthy, but it doesn't matter. Is this the university? Is this the crowd? Is this that day? Are we going to look at a video of Charlie Kirk right before he gets shot and pretend that it's not that? Are we gonna do that really? We're gonna watch a video of Charlie Kirk at the campus speaking something that people, hundreds of thousands, millions of people by now have seen Charlie Kirk speaking on that day. There's millions of people who could say, no, this is that video. Yeah, I watched it. Or whatever. After he got shot and I heard about it, I watched it. All of them could say, yeah, that's exactly what it says it is. But her argument is like, well, the original person who filmed it isn't in the courtroom. So what? The question isn't, can they say what it is? The question is just, is it what it is? And he's going through the actual rule, talking about how you actually do this, rather than the fantasy, like when she pretends a Big Mac is 0 calories. No, it's made of cucumbers.
That goes on to say that testimony that an item is what it is claimed to be satisfies this authentication rule. Should you have an 1102 statement prepared by the person who actually caught these images on her camera, or on her phone, and so, Judge, I think that alone sufficiently authenticates the document. And then even further than that, you have Agent Pohl, who has reviewed the video himself and authenticates it, at least with regards to location.
Thank you. As it relates to admissibility of this exhibit, I believe this is State's Exhibit 6. Is that?
It is, Judge.
All right.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I add one more thing just for the record?
Just like
for purposes of publication question, under UCJA 4-202.02, parent 4, parent R is in Richard, photograph, film, or video of a crime victim are designated as private court records. And I do think that based on what the state has previously referenced, they are perceiving that everyone in the audience is a potential victim, and so we think it shouldn't be published under that rule.
Thank you. Mr. Sturgill, on that final point.
Judge, I appreciate that argument from Ms. Nestor. And we don't necessarily disagree, but to that end, to protect who we believe is a victims in this video, I believe their faces have been blurred out.
Oh, I see. Ms. Nestor, have you...
I think it's only the minor children whose faces are blurred out, not Ms. Wright, if I'm not mistaken, unless it's been subsequently altered.
My recollection is
Annabelle Lee, I
need to view this again.
You want to hear the trial?
So let's just put it on my monitor. Again, I'm just trying to make sure that in order for make a ruling on this, I need to view it. So let's put it on my monitor, play it without any sound.
There are plenty of places to watch it.
Okay, my understanding is the prosecution has control of this exhibit. So what I'm asking is that the sound be turned off, if there is any, and just go ahead and play it. And it's only on, well, it's on all the parties' monitors, because I want you all to view it, because that can go directly to, as you mentioned, Ms. Nestor, whether it's
Marcy
possibly
Cruz,
admissible.
I'm
So let's
not
go ahead
trying
and play
to grow
that.
a man bun, no. My ass is going bald. I'm trying to get a comb over that goes all the way down to it.
All right, thank you. Based off what I've watched, there was some blurring of faces, but not of all the faces, and so I'm going to rule that it is admissible. Sure, I'll wait until all parties are ready to proceed.
Now, of course, this is interesting because they're not objecting to the admissibility of it. They're objecting just merely to the publication within the courtroom.
So anything further? I just want to make sure.
Judge, you got a chance to watch that?
I did. So I'm ruling that it is admissible into evidence. Again, taking into consideration the analysis the court's talked about in regards to 1102s and this particular piece of evidence as it relates to the 1102 video, the 1102 statement 6.1, and I'm going to allow it to admit it into evidence. And because the faces of the alleged victims are not all obscured, there are some that are visible, it's not going to be published to in-court monitor and obviously not to be filmed by the media. So the court will receive it into evidence. The court will watch it again right now, and then we can continue to proceed.
Very good. Thank you, Judge.
So if to the state, if you would like to play it again for me, I'm viewing it as it relates to consideration as the magistrate.
Your Honor, this sounds like an issue that's going to come up again. I represent the news media. Can I be heard on this issue?
No.
Yes. I just wanted to address it. I've tried to be quiet. I just wanted to address it now because it's going to keep coming up, it sounds like. The classification rule that Ms. Nestor is citing and that Your Honor was just reading is not about in-court exhibits. That is classification for records in the court file. So it is a fundamentally different thing when we are in a public proceeding and the state is presenting an exhibit that you are relying on and the public is...
Hey, media rep coming in from the fucking turnbuckle and elbow dropping Jabba the Slut over there out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. He's like, you're actually just wrong on this issue and probably others, if I'm guessing. Here's what it means. It doesn't mean that. It's about this. You're citing the wrong rule, which we should have known the moment Nestor opened her mouth about a rule that it would be incorrect.
being denied the chance to see it. That is a fundamental violation of the right
of access. And it's a qualified right, and I recognize that. But that's not the ruling that you just made. You're just ruling.
And this, the media guy is like, hey, and right of access is a fuck up that the Supreme Court did a long time ago. But yeah, there's a common law right of access that's been built in this country. And that means that the media has access to see what's going on in a courtroom, so long as the documents or video or photos in question are not matters of national security and don't abut against some other greater right. Like, in this case, the video does abut against the privacy rights of the individuals. As Nestor maybe pointed out incorrectly, there could be, a right that these are private things because they depict a potential, a victim. She's saying, we think everybody's a victim here, which is weird because you're the defense attorney, but we think everyone's a victim here. And people who have to witness someone get shot are certainly victims to some extent. So everyone's a victim. So therefore it can't be shown because it's private. Well, they went ahead and blurred out the faces, and that should be sufficient to overcome that issue here in court. This is a document being used in a court proceeding. It's being offered and accepted into evidence and asked to be published. You have to come up with a damn good reason why the press is not allowed to look at the published document. Why? What is it? What are we protecting? Nestor doesn't have something she's protecting other than quote unquote identities. Well, if you blur out everybody's faces, then there are no identities. Solves that problem right now. But he's coming in. He's like, not only does the state guy, make his argument, but she's on the wrong rule. It applies to other things, not in court. In court, we have access. This is an open courtroom, and what happens in this court is should be able to be shown. The only thing is that they got to protect the jurors so that they get a clean jury. So, they have compromises there. But right of access to the evidence that's being used to potentially put someone to death, yeah, absolutely, they should be able to see it.
Based on the Code of Judicial Administration, which doesn't have anything to do with when something is presented in a public proceeding. So while I recognize there are certain things where I understand that you were going to make an exhibit by exhibit evaluation based on certain exhibits that may, be somewhat.
I also love this because he's like, this is going to keep coming up. But no, why? Why is it going to keep coming up? Because Nestor is wrong on the rules, and she will keep bringing up the wrong rule to do this. So he comes in. State didn't make this is a criticism of the state too. State didn't make a sufficient argument on this. He's like, you guys don't even understand the rule you're citing and the rule that we get to see this stuff under. You're just completely wrong. And she's going to bring it up over and over and over again. So Judge, I'm going to correct everybody here. I'm going to put it down on the table, and I would appreciate it if you just go ahead and let us do our thing.
May cross the heavy threshold of being so prejudicial that they cannot be shown in public. That is not this. And so I just wanted to make clear that the things that are in Rule 202 are not, when it is presented in open court as an exhibit for you to rely on, the public is entitled to see what you're seeing so that they can understand what your decision-making process is. And so this one, it doesn't sound like, this sounds pretty anodyne to me. It's not even depicting the shooting. I just wanted to clarify that the classification issue about when, we're filing things with the court and we say like this, maybe.
Wink Wink says, I'm wrong. They only blurred the minors. I might have missed that. I know that was Tubby's argument, was that they only blurred the minors, but I thought that the judge looked at it and said everybody's blurred out, but maybe I might be incorrect there. And if I just missed that, I'm sorry. But it still stands. It still stands because, again, that was me saying there might be a privacy concern. Nestor brought up a potential privacy concern. This guy's actually saying, no, that rule applies to different things, not what's being shown in court. And so with that, we now have, you can imagine maybe it's just to the general discovery documents so that the state or the defense are not leaking, videos and documents with people's identities in them, for example, because they're considered private. You could understand how that would be a problem. I'm not 100% sure that's the argument that's being made, but that would be one. So if the rule is for those items, for items that are in discovery, for example, that those are protected, this guy's saying they're only protected until you present them in open court. And then there's a heavy burden to overcome that sort of automatic right of access. You have to show why, and Nestor hasn't done it. So this is interesting. I like this, although this guy's speaking really fast. Oh, we are at 1.5, and he might be a normal person, so that's probably why. But I like that he's coming in here and he's smoking both of these lawyers right now.
We would file a motion to classify. That's not the decision that you're making today. The decision you're making today is the state is presenting something to you. You're watching it. You're making a decision.
Just Incredible, member for 4 months, says, shout out to the Buc-ee's thermos. Correct? Right there on the bailiff's desk, a Buc-ee's thermos. Buc-ee's is one of the greatest American creations that exists. Right up there with the internet, AI, Donald Trump's hair, and the sex change operation Michelle Obama got to go from being a man into being more of a man.
Decision based on it, and the people in the gallery have the right to see that. Whether you allow EMC of it is a different question, and we think that the EMC should be allowed to, for reasons that we briefed. But I do think that it at least should be published to the courtroom.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
To the parties, do you wish to respond?
We'll submit it. Well, there's other, I'm sorry.
Oh, hold on. Okay, so
State's
we'll go
like,
to
nah,
Ms. Nestor
he
first
did
and then to
good.
the state. Mr. Sturgill.
The only additional observation I'd make is with regards to this video only, the state doesn't believe that the defense really has standing to make an argument on behalf of the victims in this case.
All right.
That's a
All right,
good
based
point.
off of what's been presented in recognizing the argument from the media, I see the differentiation and how they are differentiating the rule that was cited versus what was presented. So I'm going to go ahead and rule that this may be played in the courtroom but not be captured on video. So to the camera operator, I just want to make sure that it's going to be playing on that, but I don't want it captured. I appreciate the patience of the parties as we're going through the many layers that need to be addressed on exhibits such as.
Okay, really interesting ruling from the judge because the media guy just laid out exactly why they should be able to film it. Now, there's some distinction here because it doesn't say that the media is not allowed to see it. The media who is present has their right of access, may be fulfilled by merely seeing it because they can write descriptions of it. You know, they could write a rough transcript, etc. That stuff could be done. They just can't present it on video. And I think if the media will probably push on this because they're going to want, especially as the main trial comes into play, the media is going to want to be able to publish as much as they can. Obviously, the public is very interested in this. This is a huge public interest. The media wants their access to be unbridled. That's very understandable. So we'll see how that develops as it goes. I would expect maybe a brief from the media on this following this ruling.
So we'll go ahead and.
Oh, Sledge Entertainment says the 2x speed sounds like a micro-peen explaining on the first date. He in fact has a micro-peen. Shout out to the micros.
Once that's ready to be played, let's go ahead and do that.
May their reign be short.
You know how it works.
Thank you. And that concludes Exhibit 6.
Correct. Thank you.
Mr. Sturgill, you may continue.
Agent Hall, did you or any other SBI agent collect additional video?
Yes, there were other videos collected.
Okay. What additional video did you collect?
A cell phone video from Mr. Phillips was collected.
Okay. And do you know who or how that video was collected?
Yes, Agent Schultz made contact with Mr. Phillips September 29th of 2025, and that video was provided to him. Subsequently, in preparation for the proceedings today, myself and Agent Davis met with Mr. Phillips on April 6th, and he completed an 1102 and went through the same process as Ms. Wright. The only difference being on this occasion that because he has.
Yeah, we did hear it. The objection was to the media filming it, not capturing the audio. So it's tough. I don't know how that one pans out. But if the judge tries to make a fuss of this, I think the judge will end up losing and the media will end up winning that argument. Taking the concept that the lawyer was accurate in his argument, it bends towards them being able to play the video. And I think the media may get expanded access from what the judge is allowing.
Minor, his mother witnessed it and also signed a statement.
Okay. So you personally reviewed Mr. Phillips' video with Mr. Phillips?
Correct.
Okay. And
Lady
you had to
Raggets
prepare
in the
with-
chat.
Yes, correct.
Again,
Obviously very cute.
On this written statement, are there two different authors?
Yes, I believe in this instance it was myself that wrote the file name on the form.
Hey girl,
So you wrote,
put your
what part of the
ring
statement did you
size.
write?
Just the name of the file that we were asking Mr. Phillips to verify.
Okay. I'm going to have exhibited on your screen what's been marked States Exhibit 7.1. And this should just be for Agent Hall.
That's on my screen.
So on your screen, do you recognize what that is?
I do, yes.
What is that?
The State Bureau of Investigation 1102 form completed by Mr. Phillips.
Okay. And did you gather that from Mr. Phillips?
I did, yes.
And again, does this statement include the advisory that is going to be used in lieu of his testimony at prelim?
It does.
And does it also include a warning that if he makes the author makes a false statement that could be punishable
Hey,
by
what's up, Sally?
being charged with Class A misdemeanor?
Nice to see you.
Anything about this exhibit look different than the day you collected it?
No.
Does the state would seek to admit Exhibit 7.1?
Ms. Nestor?
Thank you, Your Honor. We would object to the admission on the grounds that this video does in fact show a close-up view of the shooting of Mr. Kirk and grievous injuries in very stark relief. And because of that, we are particularly concerned about our constitutional claims we have made and our standing objection in terms of our ability to get a fair trial if this is published. And I think, again, we have the same issue with the court, being in a position where you're having to make a reliability determination without the opportunity for this individual to be cross-examined. Also, I do think the fact this is a minor that completed this form does make it protected. He's also potentially a victim under the same theory that has been stated for Ms. Wright, and under the UCJA acts for the same reason, the UCJA rules for the same reason, these should be protected private court records, and private means it shouldn't be played to court and it shouldn't be played to the public through the media. So we would object to its submission, we would object to its publication, and we would object to its filming. Thank you.
Any final response?
Judge, let me address, there's two things here, right? Let me address firstly the 1102 statement. Judge, I believe again that this statement was...
I don't mean to pause this a million times, and I'm not going to do it as much, but her argument was just that they can't play the evidence to the court. That's dumb. What a stupid thing to say.
Gathered in compliance with Rule 1102B8. Just to check. And the agent has explained that although Mr. Phillips is a minor, his mother was present. And that explains, I believe he said, the second signature on the form. With regards to publishing it, the 1102 statement that is, Judge, we believe again, the presumption is this is a public record, and that it should be not only admitted but published here in court and also published so the media can record it.
Also, again, isn't this
with regards to
what they're saying?
Address the
This is a
1102,
video
and
that
then
was
I'll move on to the video.
published publicly.
Right, so we're staying focused on the 1102. Any final
So it's not like
response,
this
Ms.
is
Nestor?
otherwise private.
Thank you. As it relates to the 1102 statement and to the state representative who is displaying it, could you scroll down? I can only see the top half of this. All right. And just go to the very bottom so I can look at the totality of it. This is 7.1. All right, based off what's before me on the State's Exhibit 7.1, I find that it is admissible under Rule 1102 and to the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 12, the paragraph I have referred to previously, and so it is admitted into evidence. And Mr. Sturgill, remind me, were you requesting for it to be displayed? I'm, again, focusing on 7.1.
Right. On 7.1, Judge, with regards to the video, we believe it's admissible. It's been authenticated properly.
Hold on. I'm not talking about the video. I'm talking about 7.1, publishing it in the courtroom versus publishing it on to be captured by the media.
Because we think that the presumption is that it is a court record. We believe in its redacted form. We believe it should be published in all three areas.
All right, Ms. Nestor, any final thoughts?
No.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and grant the publishing of Plaintiff's Exhibit 7.1 in court and that the media may capture that.
There it is. They win. Media
Let's go ahead
wins
and
on
do
this
so.
one. So, yeah.
Scroll up.
But not on the last one. That's weird, right? Like not on the video. The judge has a different ruling on this. Very strange. Dawn of Time says, hey, Rackets, does the lawyer of the same co-counsel as Corey Richens?
You may proceed.
Does not appear to.
Judge,
I don't
that
see
Exhibit
when.
7.1.
It is admitted into evidence and it was published.
The, have you personally watched
Got
Mr.
a
Phillips' video?
gray-haired
I have, yes.
man.
Okay. And what does
through
it
this
depict?
time.
It's a graphic video. Mr. Phillips was positioned towards the front of the crowd, and it does depict the moment that Mr. Kirk is shot.
And independent of the 1102 statement prepared by Mr. Phillips, you watching that video, do you recognize at least the location of this video?
I do. It's consistent with the event that Mr. Kirk was presenting at UVU on September 10th, 2025.
Okay. Just at this point, the state would move to introduce, or would move to admit, what's been marked State's Exhibit number 7. We would simply ask that it be admitted. We would ask, however, that it not be published.
Yeah.
Beyond that.
Ari over on
due to the graphic nature and the
local
sensitive
said
nature of the
that,
video. Right.
The judge initially
So as to the
said
admission, the same issues
faces
that we
blurred
raised as to
out,
the
then
1102, we
said
would
at
raise
some
as
places
to
the faces didn't get blurred
the
out.
difficulty of authenticating when the
Still
individual is not
doesn't
here
matter.
present, and all the same concerns that we raised about the 1102 itself, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Considering the...
I'm sorry, may I add one more? I apologize. And also under Rule 403, we think it's more prejudicial than probative, and we would raise it for that reason as well.
Any final response, Mr. Surgeon?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And this is Exhibit 7, is that
7,
correct?
Correct. Exhibit 7, Judge.
All right. I will admit Exhibit 7 into evidence based off the foundation that's laid. The 1102 is tied directly to this, and so for admission purposes, it is admitted. I am not going to authorize publication in the courtroom or obviously through media, but I will have it played on my screen. And so I view it, and I just want to make sure, and please, counsel, given the graphic nature of it, please guard your screens because I believe we all should be viewing this. This is evidence, and I want to make sure that you all are seeing what I see to ensure that that is accurate and it's a fair representation of the exhibit that you are familiar with. So whatever you need to do, I'll give you a
Again,
moment. And
the
if you could just give me a
videos of
thumbs up if
Charlie
you're ready to
Kirk getting
proceed.
shot
Again, I want to
are public. There's
act in a way that is dignified and respecting the rights of all
millions of
persons.
views.
And for those reasons,
I
I just
don't
want to make
think
sure we
the
are
court
safeguarding to ensure this is
reviewing
not
it
captured. All right.
goes
To
to
defense?
the dignity
Ready to
or
proceed?
respect of Charlie Kirk.
To the
I
state.
think
All right.
that's crazy. This is a
Go
crazy
ahead, and
ruling
let's play
here.
Exhibit 7. Is there sound? All right, let's make sure that...
Again,
Thank
these
you.
aren't otherwise private videos. These are videos that have been published to YouTube. Okay, yeah, they cut the audio, so we can't hear the and then the right. And I don't mean that in any disrespectful way. I have a ton of respect for Charlie Kirk. The court is trying to make me not respect them so much. This is a silly decision.
Thank you. That concludes playing of Exhibit 7. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Agent Holt, any more video? Did you collect it, or either you or another agent with the SBA?
Yes, we were able to collect video. TPUSA had a videographer, Visual Impulse, who was taking coverage of the event, and they provided video to us that they had captured on September 10th of 2025.
And do you know who or how that video was collected from Visual Impulse?
Yeah, Mr. Farnsworth originally provided, I believe, a flash drive to Lieutenant O'Brien with one of the local agencies, and a short time after that, on September 10th, he provided downloadable versions, electronic versions to Agent Mortensen. And an 1102 was collected from him on May 6th of 2026.
So an 1102 was prepared by someone with Visual Impulse?
Yes, Terrell Farnsworth was the individual
Caller
who prepared
Jamie,
it. And
I
in
don't
preparation
think
for this,
so.
I spoke to him personally
I don't
regarding that
think I'm
statement.
coked
And do you know what his association
I'm
is with
drinking
Visual
Dr.
Impulse?
Pepper today.
I believe he's the owner
Thank you
operator.
for your concern.
Or the director of the company.
And then who collected that 1102 statement from Mr. Farnsworth?
It was Agent Mortensen who collected it.
Okay, and you know that because Agent Mortensen told you? Or
He provided it to me, and then, as I mentioned, I subsequently spoke to Terrell Farnsworth personally regarding his statement.
Okay. You got a chance to look at Mr. Farnsworth's 1102 statement?
I have, yes.
Okay. And again, does that statement include an advisory that any statement that he provided would be used at preliminary hearing in lieu of his live testimony?
Yes.
Did it also include a warning that a false statement would potentially be punished by a Class A misdemeanor?
It did, yes.
Okay. I'm going to have exhibited on your screen what's been marked State's Exhibit 8.1. Let me know when that comes up.
That's come up.
I think it's a single page, is it not?
I believe it is.
Go to the top screen. Slowly.
I am bricked up. That's real.
Can you see that, Agent Hall?
Yes.
My desk doesn't even have legs. I'm holding it up on my own.
You do recognize that?
I do, yes.
Okay, and again, that is what?
It's the 1102 statement that was provided to me, completed by Mr. Farnsworth from Visual Impulse, who is the videographer for TPUSA for the events that they do.
Okay. Judge, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 8.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, we renew our objection. This is hearsay. The statement is hearsay. We have constitutional concerns for the reasons we raised in our standing objection. We also would like to cross-examine Mr. Farnsworth about whether or not and to what extent these videos may have been altered in any way. It is clear that clips were being made out of the larger videos because he sent, even his own statement says he sent larger videos, and this is just a small portion of them. So obviously someone made clips, and we don't know who, and we don't know how, we don't know what they did.
Ms. Femnitel,
and for those reasons and the reasons in our standing objection, we would object to the admissibility of it, and as well the. I don't have a redacted version of 8.1, but I assume there is one.
But this is a murder
There is
trial.
personal information on this one. Do you have the redacted? Okay, I don't have that one.
I feel like the family would
and we would
probably
object
be
to publication just on our concerns for fair
So
trial,
long as it's
the same issues.
in service of convicting his murderer.
Thank you. And for all those
But,
reasons, we would
what do
object to its admissibility, its publication, and its ability to be filmed by the media, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, I just wanted to check, did you get a copy of the redacted?
I was just handed it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that you had copies.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, okay, thank you. Mr. Sturgill, would you like to respond?
Sure, Judge, thank you. With regards to the admissibility of the statement, Judge, I think the foundation has been laid that this statement was collected in compliance with Utah Rule of Evidence 1102, subsection B8. It constitutes reliable hearsay. It's a statement that's been made by a declarant that's written, and it's under oath, or not under oath, but pursuant to a notification of the declarant that a false statement made is punishable. I think there's been foundation to support that. In addition, Judge, Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution makes it very clear that the state at preliminary hearing can rely upon reliable hearsay.
I don't think Erica
Anything further
seems
before I make my ruling?
evil, personally. I think
Applying the same
Erica
analysis
was
from the previous exhibits as it relates to the
poorly
written statement
advised
under
in the
Rule
wake of her
1102,
husband's death.
and
That's what
also
it looked
under
like
the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 12, in that last paragraph, I will overrule the objection and admit State's Exhibit 8.1. Let me hold off on that final
So
phrase.
far,
If
the
you could
defense
scroll
has
down
won
to the state representative
0 objections.
and just
They're doing great.
Stop right there. Thank you. I just want to make sure I fully review it before I make that ruling. And if
They're
you could
like a
continue scrolling down.
Bermuda hockey team.
Just go ahead
You
and
guys
scroll
are
down to the
doing
end. I don't believe there's
good.
anything
No
else, but I want to make
wins.
sure. Thank you. So I do rule that overrule the objection and State's Exhibit 7. I'm sorry.
Canadian
8.1
bimbo, it's not
is
your
admitted
fault.
into
You're
evidence
just
and may be published.
overwhelmed
Judge, let me
by
speak
how
with regards to
delicious
that.
Dr.
With regards to
Pepper
the 1102 statement prepared by Mr. Farnsworth in its redacted form, we believe that the presumption is this is a public record and that it should be published both here in court and made available to the public by virtue of the camera.
Ms. Nestor.
I just stand on the objection I made before, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I stand
All right,
on business.
Looking at the same analysis, it is admissible under Rule 1102 as well as Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution. And being that the person's identifying information is redacted and not viewable, I'm going to overrule the objection, the standing objection, and have it published both in court and maybe published by the media.
Canadian.
So let's just
he
get it
can't
situated.
afford
And what I'll have
He
you do to
had
the representative of the
Alan
state,
Jackson, if you don't- if you
pause
don't
on the
remember.
screen and then in
But
10
Alan
seconds scroll
Jackson's
down to the full
$2,500 an hour.
text
This
portion,
defense would cost
and then 10
$7
seconds later
million.
just slowly scroll to the remainder of the document. Thank you.
And so this is just a statement of Terrell Farnsworth about what they saw at the event. I'm not going to sit and try and read
All right,
it.
you can continue.
Thank you, Judge.
You can
hold on,
pause
she's
it if
still
you
going
want.
through it. She's going to show
You're
the
talking to me.
document. Well, I should have clarified. Thank you. All right, and that concludes State's Exhibit 8.1, the publication of that document. Mr. Sturgill.
Judge, thank you. I appreciate that. Agent Hull, have you personally, so the video that's referenced in Mr. Farnsworth's 1102 statement, have you watched that visual impulse video?
Yes.
And what is depicted in that video?
It's a view from the cameras that Visual Impulse had established at the event, actually looking out from the stage into the crowd. It too is graphic in nature and shows the moment that Mr. Kirk is shot.
Okay. Does it also show Mr. Kirk throwing hats out into the crowd? Do you recall?
Chad Meme says, is this type of preliminary trial required or was this called upon by the defense? The defense challenged probable cause. Very common. Most cases, you're going to have a probable cause challenge. Most cases do not require a 5-day mini trial to have a probable cause hearing. This is a lot. I'm not sure why we have a 5-day hearing on probable cause. But hey, that's what we got. I don't know, but that's it. But anyway, probable cause challenges are almost standard. when you have representation. It's the first thing. If you win a probable cause challenge, you win the whole case. So you should go after it. You should try.
If my recollection serves, Mr. Kirk used to do that at the beginning of his events, and I believe the video does show him engaging with the crowd prior to becoming seated on the stage.
Okay. Judge, at this point, the state would seek to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 8. With regards to publication, Judge, it's our position that it not be published here in the courtroom and that it not be published so that the cameras can display it.
Thank you, Mr. Sturgill. Turning to Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, we would just renew our objections to authentication for admissibility purposes under 901 for the reason that I mentioned in the 1102, which is, someone prepared these clips. We don't know who. We don't have that person here to cross-examine in terms of what, if anything, was edited. And for that reason, we think it can't be authenticated, and we object to its admissibility and our standing objection for constitutional grounds.
Why can't it be? See, again, edited video or unedited video can be authenticated without the original author because there are signs of edits. There are signs of edits, and there are also other video. Does it comport with the other videos? Is it in line with that? That's the question. So, there are other ways to authenticate stuff. Her arguments on all this stuff are bad. But if you listen to the internet, you'll think that Tyler Robinson has like a great defense case. If you listen to me, which you should strongly consider not doing, but if you listen to me, you'll hear me consistently say over and over, she has a really tough case here. Tyler Robinson is about to get roasted by the court. The circumstances that would have to come by to bring about a not guilty verdict are kind of crazy to think about. It's possible. You always can get, you could get a wild juror who's just going to mistrial it out. But almost guaranteed this guy is going to prison for the rest of his life, maybe even getting the death penalty. And she has a really terrible fact set. So I'm trying not to be too hard on her bad arguments. She's trying what she can, but this is, she has a bad fact scenario here in a bad legal position. Same thing as she had in the Corey Richards trial.
Thank you. Just one moment here.
Sally, I've seen people saying that. The problem is not whether or not he did it. The problem is what's going to be presented and accepted by the court.
What the opponent claims it to be. And again, under subsection B1, it's sufficient to provide testimony from someone that has firsthand knowledge or observed.
Real that lawyer guy says unpopular opinion, he didn't do it. Okay, but again, put that aside. Put the reality of what happened aside. Whatever you think the reality is fine. The real lawyer guy, assuming you are a real lawyer, you know what's going to come into this trial, and you know what's not going to be presented well. Anything Nestor presents is going to be presented horribly. She might get the actual Twitter guy behind some of these theories to come to court. That would be awful. Worst case scenario for Tyler Robinson. They might shoot him in courtroom. You know that what's going to be presented to this jury are a bunch of forensic experts who say, this is how this happens and why. They're going to take what happened and explain it. And they're going to rely on their education, training, experience, and not only that, but their experience in court testifying in dozens to hundreds of cases. They're going to do that. The defense is going to have a private investigator, private forensic analysis done by some other expert, probably from out of state, who's going to be flying across country or reading reports 1,000 miles away. And the jury's just not going to buy it. They're not going to buy it unless something else is presented than what's been presented to the public in the public discourse. Right now, even if you think Tyler Robinson didn't do it, you have to know that he's about to get cooked by our legal system because of how the legal system is set up. So, and again, this channel's about that. We're about what is going to happen in the law, not what really happened. I mean, we can talk about it, please do, but how the law plays out is important here. We answered this one from Donna Times. Thank you for being a member for 13 months. Nazar says all Tyler needs is one leftist commie to win this. He wouldn't win it though. He would get a hung jury in a mistrial, and then he would potentially just be tried again ad infinitum, and he'll be held during trial because it's a murder trial.
Well, has first-hand knowledge regarding the authenticity of that video. You heard Agent Holt testify that he spoke to the owner of and the director of Visual Impulse, I believe it was testified to, that they contract with TPUSA to film their events. This particular video, the state is going to, or seeks to introduce as Exhibit 8, was shown to Mr. Farnsworth.
You're the guy from
and
Arizona,
that is the video
right?
Mr. Farnsworth authenticates. It says that this video that was captured by Visual Impulse cameras.
Yeah.
And so with regards to authentication, I think
So
the
you
state has
definitely
sufficiently provided the court with evidence
definitely
to authenticate it.
And this is State's Exhibit 8. All right. I'm going to overrule the objection and admit State's Exhibit 8 as it relates to publication, citing to Article 1, Section 28, 1A, that this is Declaration of Rights of Crime Victims, and it states to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity. And to those 2 points of respect and dignity, the court is not publishing this in the courtroom, nor is it being published, obviously, online. But the court will watch it in court. And again, to the parties, if you could protect your screens however you choose to, and then I'll check to see when we're ready, and then we'll have it played. So turning to defense, is more time needed to? Okay, thank you. Turning to the state, to
Maybe
your screens.
Mossad will come testify for him.
All right, all right. I see a head nod, yes. And
Trump
let's go
and
ahead and
Beatty
play
get in a
this
fight.
video only on the monitors, and if there's
Trump
sound
drops the
associated with it,
documents.
the
Mossad
sound
did it.
to be played as
They
well.
did it.
You
They
may
killed
proceed.
our Charlie. They cooked him with a microphone, Jewish space laser microphone. He was a wonderful speaker, terrific. Not so good anymore, but he was great at one point. And it is the Jews. Bibi Netanyahu, Bibi Benjamin. That would, but it's going to take like I'm joking, but it's going to take something that insane to get a not guilty verdict on Tyler Robinson.
And that concludes State's Exhibit 8. Mr. Sturgill, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So any additional video that was collected by either you or another member of the SBA?
Yes, the campus itself, UVU, is very well equipped with cameras throughout, and they were willing to work with us to provide video from those cameras, and so that was collected as part of the investigation also.
With regards to the UVU surveillance video, do you know if video was collected from there behind where Mr. Kirk was seated at the time that he was shot?
Yes, I'm aware that under the Hall of Flags there is I'll refer to it as a breezeway, but a way for people to move from one side into the amphitheater, walking underneath the Hall of Flags, and I know there was a camera situated in that location.
Okay. And do you know, with regards to that camera view, let me ask you this. So that particular camera view, there was surveillance that was provided.
I will change my position on all of this immediately if the defense calls Candace Owens. If the defense calls Candace Owens, I will buy Nestor a whole turkey and I will cook it myself. And it'll be a big bird. I won't skimp. And these little 12-pound anemic stupid bird, a 40-pound turkey, I'll cook that thing all day. And I will feed it to her and be like, you are the queen. If she brings Candace Owens to the stand, we all win. We all win. Oh my God.
To you or another agent from UVU?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall who provided that video to you initially and who collected it?
Initially, I don't know specifically for that video, but I know that whole process was overseen by Mr. Olson, who's responsible for that
Reel
system.
that lawyer guy,
Do you have
not
a
the
first name for
stream.
Mr. Olson?
Curtis
I'm not opposed
Olson.
to having
I'm
you
sorry,
on or
Curtis
anything.
Olson.
And do you know
this
what Mr.
stream, I'm
Olson or
just
Curtis
doing these
Olson's
hearings.
position is at
Let me
UVU?
get through
I
them.
believe he's a director.
Catch up to where we
Is
are.
it his job to basically gather and forward any video that's captured by UVU?
He has a long title, but I think it's Director of Infrastructure, but he is responsible for that system.
Okay. With regards to this particular video, the video from underneath the Hall of Flags, what, if anything, have you done with that video in preparation for today's hearing?
I went specifically to meet Mr. Olson, have him review the video that we had, and again, like with the others, I had him complete an 1102 statement for us, describing his role and verifying the videos. I did that actually on July 2nd of this year.
July 2nd of this year?
Correct.
Okay. Give me just one moment.
The trial would be bigger than Johnny Depp if she
Actually,
called
I'm
Candace.
going to correct myself on that. I can refer back to my notes.
Okay, please. If yes, your notes you have there with you again.
Yes.
And referencing
She's
that will
like,
help you refresh your
let
memory.
me tell you about Emmanuel
So don't
Macron.
read from it out loud. Just look at it and let us know when you've refreshed your memory.
Apologies, July 2nd seemed a little bit too soon. It was June 24th when I met with Mr. Olson.
Okay. And you personally met with Mr. Olson?
I did, yes.
Okay. And did you personally review this particular video, the Hall of Flags video with Mr. Olson?
Yes.
Okay. And he prepared a written statement?
He did, yes.
And on that statement, was that a bureau-provided statement form?
It was, yes.
Okay. And on that statement, do you recall whether it includes an advisory that his written statement would be used in lieu of his live testimony?
It did, yes.
Does it also include a warning that if he provided a false statement on that form, that he could be punished with a Class A misdemeanor?
It did, yes.
Okay. Is there something displayed on your screen right now?
There is, yes. It's
Okay, it should
Exhibit
be
12.3.
Yeah, it should be what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.3. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, it's a State Bureau of Investigations 1102 statement completed by Mr. Olson.
Does it appear to be in the same condition as when you collected it?
It does, yes.
As the State would seek to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.3.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would again renew our concern about hearsay and our constitutional concerns about that raised in our standing objection. Also, the concern is that the individual basically states they verified the recordings, but doesn't say how, doesn't say whether they viewed it, doesn't say whether someone else viewed it and told them, whether someone else viewed it and told someone else who told someone else who told them. There's just no explanation. We don't think it's sufficient to meet your reliability analysis, and we object to admission, and we also object to publication. This is for all the same reasons, Your Honor.
To the State.
Judge, again, the State's position is that this written statement was collected in compliance with Rule 1102, subsection B8. It is a statement collected with both the advisory and the admonition. From what we've heard from Sergeant Hull, this individual, Curtis Olson, is the person it is his job, basically, to handle this type of information and turn it over to law enforcement.
All right, I'll have, if the State representative can scroll through so I can review it in its entirety and just stop when the majority of that handwritten statement's visible. Thank you. Let me review that.
Did my microphone pick up that rather beautiful burp?
And if you could scroll down
If
to
it did,
the
I'm sorry, I didn't
bottom
mean
of the
to.
page.
I tried to get away.
Thank you. All right, under the same analysis for 1102 under Rule 1102, as well as Article 1, Section 28 of the Utah Constitution, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. Under Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, that final paragraph, the court overrules the objection and admits State's Exhibit 12.3 as it relates to publication. Mr. Sturgill.
Judge, with regards to publication, in this particular exhibit, it's the State's position that the presumption is that it's a public record, and we would ask that it be published both here in the courtroom and that the cameras be allowed to capture it and publish it as well.
All right, Ms. Nestor.
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
All right, I note the standing objection from defense, and given
Wait, Canadian Bimbo, are you saying do a fundraiser for Tyler Robinson to have a more attractive attorney? That's one of the funniest ideas. Imagine doing that. We really want his defense counsel to be better looking. Like, if we could do that, that would be great.
in the court's previous analysis for other 1102s, the court is going to publish it both in the courtroom and so it can be captured by the media. What we'll do is the same thing. We'll start at the top, pause for 10 seconds, and go to this middle section, and we'll pause about 20 seconds because there is a little bit, it is more dense, and then we'll scroll down to the very bottom for about 10 seconds, and then that will conclude that. So it's now on screen, and let's go from there. All right, you can scroll down. Okay, if you'd like to scroll to the very bottom.
Yeah, Chad meme. Her.
Thank you. That concludes publication.
I'm just going to stick with the objections we've already made. Let me say
Yes,
it sort of again. I've lost every single one of these. I don't want to change my strategy.
In Mr. Olson's 1102 statement, he references more than one video, does he not?
He does, yes.
Okay. So you, with regards to the Hall of Flags video,
2460, Joel. I have this playing at 1.5 speed, so we actually get through it today. It was an 8-hour hearing, And I obviously do not have 8 hours to do this. I also have to play today's hearing, which I'm not going to do on this stream. I may come back tonight to do it. I may do it tomorrow morning, trying to find a way to catch up. But these are long days.
Have you seen?
Although I think Thursday might be like a half day or something, if I heard right. So who knows?
Seen that particular video?
I have, yes.
Okay. And that video, what does it depict?
It's a view kind of looking what would be east, under the breezeway towards the back of the stage where Mr. Kirk was situated. It shows some movement behind the stage area, and I believe through the gaps you can see some of the crowd in the amphitheater.
I think I've neglected to do this twice before, so I'm going to do it right this time.
Canadian Bimbo, I should just have
Without
another
pressing play.
screen with a rotating cycle
Tell me when
of
you see something on your
attractive
screen.
lawyers.
It's on my screen.
Okay.
playing,
Do you
like,
recognize
right
what's
below
depicted
me.
in that still image?
I do, yes.
What is that?
It's the area underneath the Hall of Flags that I referred to as the breezeway.
Okay. And is this the beginning of the video?
Okay, tomorrow's the half day. Thank you, Sally. Hey, Sally, are you going to this thing at all? Or are you in the? I know that you have been in this area in the past. I don't know if you're still there. I don't know if you're like around or doing anything. But just curious. Nice to see you as always.
It is, yes.
Okay, then Mr. Olson provided you.
Yes.
Judge, the state would seek, the state asks or seeks to admit Exhibit
Well,
9.
we can't show all the attractive lawyers
with regards to
shirtless.
publication,
Some of them would necessarily
this is another
be
video that,
women.
due to its sensitive, the nature and the graphic nature of the video, we'd ask that it not be published here in the courtroom, nor published in any way that the media camera could capture it. And following your reasoning, Judge, out of
Jody Callahan, are you an attorney? Are you a defense attorney? You said you're not a garbage defense attorney, but are you a defense attorney? That's interesting. Nice to meet you.
reference to the victims and the victims' rights, and to have this type of information protected.
Ms. Nestor.
Divining Rod, Kurt.
Thank
is
you, Your Honor. We
covering
would
this.
object on our standing objection grounds, constitutional issues in terms of the concern about Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. We agree it should not be published. We object to its admissibility.
Thank you. Based off my analysis that I apply independently to this exhibit, but it tracks with the previous exhibits, I find that it is admissible, and I will admit it into evidence. This is State's Exhibit, I believe, 9. Mr. Sturgill?
Imagine
No, hold on, sorry. This is State's Exhibit
everything
9.
you object
Correct.
to. You
As it relates to
lose, like
publication
every
in the courtroom or by the
single
media, again, citing to the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 28, 1A, it states to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, and to be free from harassment and abuse throughout the criminal justice process. I find that this does
Kurt's
apply
covering it in
respect
gravy
to
and then green
respect
makeup.
and dignity and the human experience. I am going to not publish it in the courtroom, nor will it be broadcast, but the court will watch it in open court. And I note it is about, how long is this video?
3 minutes, Your Honor.
37 minutes. No.
Again, to the parties, if you could just indicate if your screen is obscure. Thank you, Ms. Nestor. And to the state, are your screens secure so they're not viewable? All right. Thank you. Seeing Mr. McBride nod his head, we can go ahead to the state representative. Go ahead and play State's Exhibit 9. And if there's sound, if you could activate sound. I'm not sure if there is. All right. So there. All right. Let's go ahead and replay it. Just wanted to
I
clarify
feel
there
like
is
this
no
guy
audio.
got
So let's go ahead and
done
restart it.
being on General Hospital
Thank
or
you.
whatever and then became a judge. He's kind of a handsome judge. I don't like his voice, but like the rest of, I don't know. He's attractive for an 86-year-old man. Kind of cool. He'd be like, next time you can wear the robes, Lamau. He's only 32. That'd be funny. How old is this guy, actually? I don't even know his name. Canadian Bimbo, you're not... Any woman who says I'm straight isn't. Like, we know what you mean. Where'd you even get this person's name? Corey Hopkins? Who's that? You're across the country. Doesn't make sense to me. Oh, I have Chat GPT. What am I even doing talking to you guys? Hello, best friend AI. Chat GPT. $57. He's 57. How old and tall is the judge?
State's Exhibit 9 has concluded. Mr. Sturgill.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to ask you just a few questions with respect to that video and the very end of that video, which is State's Exhibit number 9. Throughout that video, you can see a banner. Do you recall seeing a banner that's hanging basically in the middle of that video?
Yeah, I believe that's the rear of the gazebo.
Okay, the rear of the gazebo?
Yep.
And what gazebo are you talking about?
It's like a pop-up tent that Mr. Kirk was sat underneath while he was addressing the crowd.
Okay, so just really quick, just to be clear, where in relation to that banner that you see depicted in Exhibit 9 is Mr. Kirk?
Approximately dead center.
Okay.
He's on a stage, so he's slightly raised in relation to the bottom of that banner, and then he's seated in the middle of the stage, so approximately in the center.
And how many, if you know, what's the distance between the banner and then where Mr. Kirk is seated in front of that banner, if I'm understanding you correctly?
I don't know specifically. If I had to estimate, I would say 3 to 5 feet.
Okay, so close to that banner?
Yes.
Okay, I also believe towards the end of that exhibit, well, let me ask you this. If you know, what happened to Mr. Kirk immediately after he was shot?
My recollection is that Mr. Kirk's detail, his own security team, removed him from the scene whilst administering first aid, and they conducted what would be called a hasty transport to Timpanogos Hospital.
Okay, before you go any further, that Mr. Kirk being picked up by his own security, is that portrayed in the video? In Exhibit 9, I'm sorry?
It's kind of on the left side, the back of that, the pop-up tent, and then you can see Mr. Kirk being carried down the left side of the video under that breezeway.
Okay, and then you said that he was, that there was a quick transport, is that the language you used?
A hasty transport.
Hasty transport, what does that mean?
Just they were trying to get him to medical care as quickly as possible, so I believe he was thrown into one of the team's vehicles and then transported to the hospital, as opposed to waiting for an ambulance.
And I think you already stated, but let's just be clear. Do you know which hospital he was transported to?
I believe it's referred to as Timpanogos Regional.
Okay. And do you know if he was treated there at the hospital?
He was, yes.
There's no public
do you know whether or not he was
confirmation of
pronounced
his
dead
age.
there at the Timpanogos Hospital?
He was, yes.
Okay. And how do you know that?
The medical examiner had an investigator that responded to the scene, and I spoke with him, and he informed me that he was at the hospital when Mr. Kirk was pronounced deceased.
Okay. And that the medical investigator that you spoke to, do you know the name of that person?
Bullock, I believe, Officer Bullock, but if I can refresh my recollection.
If it'll help, if you have it in your notes, it will help you refresh your memory, go ahead and look at that. Again, don't read from it out loud.
It is Officer Bullock, yes.
Okay. And he is a peace officer?
He functions as a law enforcement officer, and he works also for the medical examiner as a death investigator.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Kirk was autopsied by the Utah Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, an autopsy was conducted by the medical examiner's office.
Do you know when and by whom?
Yes, it was late into the evening of September 10th, or it may even have gone through into the morning of September 11th.
Okay. And do you know who
I'm going to refresh my recollection because of the pronunciation, if you don't mind.
If it'll help you refresh your memory, that'd be great. Again, don't read it out loud. Look at it. Let me know when you've done that, and then we'll go from there.
Dr. Guajado, I believe is how it's pronounced.
Okay. You want to spell that last name?
Yes, Guajado.
Your Honor, if this is not personal knowledge, we object to the hearsay if someone told him all of this. I don't believe this individual was present at the autopsy, so we object to any testimony about the autopsy or what he was told about it.
Mr. Sturgill.
Well, Judge, if I could, I'll just simply lay foundation for the report itself. And I think this is all information that's included on the report.
All right, so as it hasn't been moved into evidence just yet, I'm not making a ruling. If you wish to lay more foundation, that's certainly your choice.
So you are aware that the medical examiner's office did
lawyer
conduct
guy.
an autopsy?
That'll be exciting to watch.
And did you receive a report from the
sounds
medical
great.
examiner's office?
I did, yes.
Okay. Detailing the autopsy that was performed?
Yes. Prior to receiving the report, myself and Agent Davis visited with the doctor.
Okay. You visited personally with the doctor that conducted the autopsy?
That's correct.
Okay. And then subsequent to that, and did you discuss the autopsy with the doctor at that point in time when you were meeting with him personally?
Yes, Agent Davis and I had a fairly in-depth conversation, yes.
And where did that conversation take place?
At the medical examiner's office.
Okay. Do you recall the date and time that personal visit took place?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was it within?
It was soon after, within a few days of the incident.
Of the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. And subsequent to that visit, did you receive a report from that doctor that you visited with?
We did, yes.
Okay. And that's the Dr. Guajardo that you're struggling to pronounce his name. Is that?
Yeah, I apologize. Yes, that's who it is.
And the report that was sent to you, do you recall when you received that report?
I don't recall the specific date.
Okay. Have you reviewed that report?
Yes.
Again, you stated earlier that this is not the first murder investigation that you've worked.
Correct.
Okay. I take it this is not the first medical examiner's report you've received.
Correct.
Okay. Do the reports typically look the same?
Yes, they're in a standard format that the medical examiner uses.
Okay. And this report that you received,
yes,
from who you believe was the doctor you spoke to,
Why was there an
that conducted
autopsy?
the medical exam, was there anything peculiar about that particular report that stood out to you?
No, it
Because
appeared
it
to be
looked like
a standard
a murder.
form as used by the medical examiner when they send us reports.
Okay.
Really simple.
On your monitor, Exhibit 11. going to have displayed what's been marked State's Exhibit number 11, Judge, for identification.
Right.
And I believe there's 9 pages. So let me know when you see that on your screen.
It's on the screen.
All right. What I'd like you to do is just look at this as it scrolls down through the 9 pages and wait till we get to the very end. And if you need us to pause or stop or slow down, let us know. I want you to be able to look at all 9 pages.
Angel the Aussie, catch you soon. Thank you for all the gifted subs. You are a freaking hero. Thank you. Real That Lawyer guy says, remember all this just preliminary trial. This is to see if it can go forward to a full trial. That's correct. This is just probable cause, which again is why some of the moves made by Nestor are a little bit baffling, because all of the deference is going to go towards the state. So it seems to me like she's really inflating the record. Fat joke, insert. She's inflating the record. She's confusing some issues. I don't really know why the state's going to get all the deference. You cannot counter a state fact. You can only show that the fact couldn't be true, and not with like, well, no, it's not true because this is true. It has to be like, this is impossible. The evidence is wrong, manipulated, lying, something like that. That's the only way you're going to fight anything at probable cause. Usually at probable cause hearings, if you don't have proof that someone is lying, you're boned. You're going to go on to trial.
Nestor is conferring with co-counsel like Solo Waningchi e Chutakai Wanawonga Blech Fart.
Solo Wanaking Ching Agatola. Oh. Oh, sweet Nestor. How fat are thee? Let me count the waves.
Did you look at that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the medical examiner's report of examination for Mr. Kirk.
Yeah, do you recall, you don't recall exactly when you received that?
I don't unfortunately remember the specific date when I received it.
Do you remember how you received it?
Then provided to us electronically.
Okay. Via email?
Sometimes via email, also on disk, compact disk.
Okay. And does there appear to be anything in the exhibit before you? Has that report changed at all? Or does it accurately depict what you received initially from the doctor?
It accurately depicts it.
Does the state would seek to admit Exhibit 11?
Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, this is an expert report without the expert being present, being offered by an individual who's not an expert in this field. If they're presenting him as an expert in this field based on the limited questions about his experience and seeing previous medical exam records, I'd like to voir dire him on his qualifications to opine about it. This is hearsay. It's highly technical. It should be presented only through an expert. It could never come in trial in any other way. We submit that it is hearsay. And to the extent they're going to ask this individual about any opinions about it,
hey, reliable hearsay, as you've been finding out all day, is just fine for probable cause. And yeah, it might not come in at trial, or it might come in at trial. It might need to be presented by an expert, but they'll probably bring an expert to trial.
That would be improper. He's not qualified to do that. And furthermore, we just think that this is clearly falling under our constitutional concerns about the absence of our ability to be effective, to cross-examine, to question we can't even question the expert's experience or CV or anything that we would normally do to determine if this should even be accepted or considered by the court. And so we strenuously object to its admission, and for all those reasons to its publication as well. There's some really personal things in there that should never be published that deal with Mr. Kirk's medical condition history, is the condition of his body. It shouldn't be published, Your Honor.
Thank you. To the state.
Judge, this is clearly reliable hearsay admissible under Rule 1102 of the Utah Rules of Evidence.
Mr. Kirk no longer has a privacy interest. Like, I'm not advocating for anything here, but he can't be defamed. He doesn't have an interest in his reputation. He is deceased. So that's all gone. That's not a real thing that Nestor just said. In fact, it's legally the opposite, specifically so. So, but we're really worried about his medical issues becoming not private. You mean the one where he's dead? Hey, Dad. What?
You like my lashes? I made a new method.
They look good.
Okay, so my method, I'll say it really quick. You take clusters, because strips are too hard, and you just glue them all together individually. Then you wait a minute. Then you take a mascara that
Thank you for waiting a minute.
The lid off with like the applicator thing, and you wash it so there's no mascara left on it, and then you put that to put the lash glue on your lashes, then you grab the custom strips you made with the clusters and you put them on. And
Cool.
it is perfect.
That's awesome. They look great.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
If you ever want to do your lashes.
Yeah, if I ever want to do my lashes, I'll just ask you.
Evidence. I would direct you specifically to subsection B5. For purposes of, and I'm quoting the rule, for purposes of criminal preliminary examinations only, reliable hearsay
Impow says, can't you defame by improper release of data violating HIPAA? Not really, because what privacy interest does a dead person have? They don't. They don't. There are all sorts of reasons for that. But imagine if you could have a deceased person exercising all sorts of interests, which would actually be the interests of other people, utilizing the deceased person's alleged interests that we don't even know exist to protect the dead from other people's information being released through them, for example. But no, again, she's specifically incorrect on this.
includes, in subsection 5, specifically states medical and autopsy reports and records. Again, that is supported by Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, which states that reliable hearsay can be relied upon at preliminary examination in whole or in part.
And to the second part in regards to publication.
As far as the publication, Judge, we agree with Ms. Nestor. This is a document that does contain very sensitive information and information that Mr. Kirk's family would appreciate it not being published. And so although we seek to admit it, we'd ask that it not be published here in the courtroom or that it be published in any fashion or way that the public can see it by virtue of the camera.
Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, I just want to point out that even though 1102 has a provision about exams, I mean, the court still has the overarching mission under 1102 to make this reliability finding, right? And it's just completely in a vacuum being offered by someone who's a police officer. So again, we would just argue that you're just not, it's hampering you from making the analysis you need to make to admit it, and we object to it.
All right. Anything further from the parties?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir.
All right. So again, relying upon the analysis on Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 12, as it relates to reliable hearsay, and then turning to Utah Rules of Evidence, Rule 1102, B5, it specifically notes medical and autopsy reports and records. The court is going to overrule the objection and admit State's Exhibit, I believe it's 11.
You're zero
11, yes, sir.
for everything. Still.
Citing to Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 28, dignity portion. Respect and dignity.
2460, Joel, yes.
It will not be
Nestor
published
is a
either in the
public
courtroom
defender.
or viewable on media by the camera for the reasons previously stated as it relates to the video. And so the court will receive it, and it is admitted into evidence.
Dragonfly says, I vote
And
for Kim K.
That
for the
concludes that
attractive
portion. Mr. Sturgill, is this a good point to stop to take our 15-minute afternoon break?
I think it'd be a great idea, Judge. I've just got one last question.
Kim Kardashian.
Okay.
With respect to the
Has
medical
she
examiner's report.
passed the bar yet?
Agent Hull, in that report, does the doctor relate cause and manner of death?
He does, yes.
Okay. And in that report, what is the stated cause of death?
It was stated as a murder.
And manner of death?
It was a gunshot wound to the neck.
I object. It's not stated as a murder. I believe it's stated as a homicide, which is an important distinction.
Judge, I'll go back and correct that.
All right, so I'm going to sustain. Well, first of all, let me look at the report. I need to see that section. I need to be able to draw my own conclusion. Okay, I see. Ms. Nestor, are you referring to page 1 of this report?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Could you repeat that? I apologize.
As it relates to your objection for the misstatements, are you looking at page 1 of the report?
Yes.
Yes, chopstick, campfire,
Your Honor, I also need to make an objection on the best evidence rule, too. Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to sustain the objection as it relates to the manner of death. It does not say murder. But in regards to the best evidence rule, again, under
You clearly
1102
don't
and
pay attention to
the
how
Utah
fast
Constitution
thing
that permits reliable hearsay, it is, State's Exhibit 11 is admitted. Mr. Sturgill.
Agent Hull, I'm going to ask you to look at the first page of Exhibit 11. No?
Yes,
See
I
that?
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you again. And you can look at it.
Yeah.
And would you mind relating what the doctor reports as the manner of death?
Yes, I misspoke. It does say homicide.
And then the immediate cause of death?
Gunshot wound of the neck.
Nothing further, Judge. Well, at this moment, I think it'd be a great idea that we take a 15-minute break.
All right, we'll go ahead and go on break. We'll come back at 3:25 and resume.
Canadian Bimbo, he does have
with this witness at that
male
time. Court is in a
attorney
brief
sitting
recess.
next to him, as well as Nestor's co-counsel. I don't know who all of Nestor's co-counsel will be for the trial. Corey Richens, she had that Wendy chick who looked always sad, like a droopy dog. And then she had that really young guy who's like, I guess he was like Hispanic or something, who was probably the best of the 3 defense attorneys. I think there were only 3. There might have been a 4th, but he was so unmemorable. Like, he would have been so unmemorable that I don't even know if that's true. I think it was only the 3. But the young guy doesn't appear here. But this is a probable cause hearing. It's not necessarily the trial team. The trial team might be, working and prepping for the, good job, cameraman, prepping for the actual trial and letting Nestor, take this with some help from someone in the office. But we'll have to see. We're going to skip forward.
In the presence of counsel, as well as all the parties, I believe we were continuing with the direct examination of Mr. Hull by Mr.
Hoping to wrap this thing up
Mr. Sturgill,
before too long.
Thank you, Judge.
An
So,
hour
Agent Hull, in addition to what you've already
15 minutes of
described,
video
what,
left.
if anything else, did you do on the
How
10th of
long
September,
this is.
2025?
That's what she
Primary
said.
focus was to identify the individual who'd been seen on the roof with the preliminary footage.
It should be about 40.
So there was
40 minutes
a big
or
effort to
so.
review as much of the video that we had available to us
I
from
think
both the
there is
public,
one
but
more
predominantly
break that
from
happens.
Utah Valley University, in an effort to follow that individual both forward and
hopefully
backwards from the time of the shooting.
Okay. So if I understood you correctly, priority was to identify the shooter.
Yes.
And to that end, you started reviewing even more UVU video than you've already described?
Correct, yes.
Okay. What, if anything else,
I don't find Kim
either did you do or
Kardashian
happened
that attractive.
initially
I don't really like
that
the
helped you identify who that shooter was?
So there was hundreds of hours of video that was reviewed, but the predominant focus, again, was on tracking the individual from the roof, either after the shooting had occurred or trying to trace the steps of the individual prior to the shooting.
Okay.
And
I'm not saying
we
that
were able
she's
to do
not-
that
not attractive
through a
or
combined
whatever,
effort of
like other
individuals.
people are welcome
And
to.
the focus
It's
was
just
having people reviewing video
not my
identify
style.
people
It's okay.
who could fit the original description of the individual that jumped off the roof.
At that point, so at this point, approximately how many hours of UVU video do you think you personally had seen or watched?
Myself, maybe 10 or 20 hours of video
Canadian bimbo, nothing you
being
can
called
hold
in
in
to
your
look at different
hand is
camera
fake.
angles and different views of individuals. But there was a large team of people reviewing video.
Reviewing video?
Yeah, from UVU.
Were some of them SBI agents?
Yes, correct.
And combined, how much video do you think you watched that first day on the 10th?
It would be in the tens or hundreds of hours of video was reviewed.
Okay. Did anything else come along that helped you identify who that shooter might be?
Eventually on the evening of the 11th, we received word from Washington County that an individual in that area had reached out to law enforcement and was wanting to turn themselves in for the incident at UVU.
Okay. And did you, at that point in time, did you receive a name from Washington County?
Yes, we did.
And what was that name?
Tyler Robinson.
Kim
What,
Kardashian.
what, if anything, did you do with that
is
information?
a
The name
whale.
Tyler Robinson.
That information was given
Catcher.
to our SIAC, or our State Information
That's
and
her
Analysis
job.
Group, and they put
Having
together
her
what
at your
we
law
call a
firm
workup. So they
would
would look at
increase your
driver's license
firm's,
records, DMV records to determine
business by
addresses, obtain pictures of
200,
individuals, and then any
300%.
associated vehicles or things like that.
So was that done with Mr. Robinson?
It was, yes.
Driver's license record was pulled?
Yes.
Did that include, if you remember, or do you know, did that include a photograph of Mr. Robinson?
It did include a photograph of Mr. Robinson, yes.
How about an address and date of birth?
There was an address and a date of birth, and I believe a DMV record with an associated vehicle.
All right. So that DMV record did include a vehicle that was associated with Mr. Robinson?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember what the make and model of the vehicle was that was tied to Mr. Robinson?
The Dodge Challenger.
Anything else beyond that you remember?
It was silver in color, and I believe there were 2 registered owners of the vehicle.
Okay. And who were the registered owners?
Mr. Robinson and then his mother.
Do you recall whether or not a date of birth was included in that driver's license information that you got initially?
Yeah, I believe the actual driver's license record was shared, so it would have included a date of birth.
All right. With with Tyler Robinson's personal information, were you able to expand your search at all?
Yes, once we knew a vehicle that we were looking for and we had an actual image of the individual, then we were able to use that video footage to try and track that specific individual.
Okay. And I'm sorry, let me clarify. So when I said expand your search, I'm referencing the UVU surveillance video.
Yes, we were able to.
Okay. And were you able to identify in that expanded search, did you believe you located that Challenger?
We did, yes.
Okay. Were you able to determine at what time or times Mr. Robinson visited the UVU campus on September 10th?
Yeah, we were able to establish that Mr. Robinson had been on campus approximately 4 times throughout the day, twice before the shooting, the time of the shooting, and then after the shooting later in the evening into the early hours of the 11th.
You said that you initially tracked the shooter forward and backward
Yes.
with UVU surveillance video.
Correct.
Okay. Did you do the same thing with that vehicle?
We did, yes.
Okay. Tracked it forward and backward?
Yes, using the UVU footage and additional information that was obtained, yes.
And I believe you said that in total, Mr. Robinson visited the UVU campus 4 times that day.
Yes, that's correct.
And let's just be clear, that's all based on UVU surveillance video. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Have you reviewed what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.1 for identification?
I have, yes.
Okay. And well, before we go there, of the video that you have personally watched, does the video include the 10th and the 11th, or just the 10th?
The video I've seen includes the 10th and then a very small portion, I think, about 0:30 of the 11th.
Okay. And I think you said initially you watched about 20 hours of video.
Yes.
Since that time, have you watched additional video?
Yes.
UVU surveillance video?
Yes.
Okay. And who provided the UVU surveillance video to you?
That was part of the collection of videos that was provided by Mr. Olson and his team that we already discussed previously.
Okay. Of all the hours of video that you've watched, do you have an idea of how many hours include Mr. Robinson or his vehicle?
Just with UVU or
just with
Phyllis
UVU? I'm sorry.
Tyler did not
just with
confess
UVU,
to authorities. He has
would probably be
statements
about
that are
16
seen as
hours.
admissions.
And let's
to
be
different
clear,
ones.
this is
I think
someone you
one to
believe
his
to be
dad,
Tyler
maybe,
Robinson.
and
Correct.
one to his
And this person that you've
friends.
identified as Tyler Robinson, that you've
Lover or
been
something.
investigating and that you viewed in the numerous hours of video from UVU, would you recognize that person if he were in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Is he in the courtroom today?
He is, yes.
Would you point him out and describe something that he's wearing?
Your Honor, we object to unduly suggestive in-court identification for constitutional grounds.
What? That's insane.
Do you wish to specify an unduly constitutional? I'm trying to understand your objection, so I want to make sure I fully understand.
Your Honor, I think there's some,
Do you recognize someone? Yeah. Is he here today? He is. Can you point him out? Objection. Like that. What? What do you mean objection? Oh, it's prejudicial if you say that that's my client.
defer to Mr. Bird if he wants to jump in, but I believe there's a long line of case law that says, and you ask someone to identify the defendant when they're the only person, sitting at the table with defense counsel, that's unduly suggestive and taints any future or past, definitely future identification. So we object to that happening in this fashion at this time.
Mr. Sturgill.
Well, Judge, Agent Hull has testified that he has watched numerous hours of video. Take a step back. He has looked at personal identifying information of an individual by the name of Tyler Robinson. He's looked at the driver's license record, and he's also looked at the DMV records and has been able to determine what car that person drives. He's also looked at surveillance video that he believes depicts this Tyler Robinson. And I've simply asked him if that person that he has seen, both in driver's license photos and the surveillance video, if that person is here in the courtroom today. And I don't know that that's unduly prejudicial or suggestive. It's the routine. I don't know of any other way to do it other than the way I just did it.
Every case.
Well, I wanted to verify the format of the question. I remembered it in my mind, but Ms. Nestor, was that an accurate portrayal of the question that was asked?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Sturgill, anything further before I issue my ruling?
Well, no, other than, Judge, I believe it's worth noting that Mr. Robinson is in plain clothes. Well, he's in
Counsel,
plain
please approach
clothes.
the bench.
Uh-oh. You're not supposed... See, that's where... State's counsel just screwed up. He's not supposed to be talking about this. That's not what's going on here. You need to be quiet. Just let him make the ruling you know he's going to make. You know he's going to overrule this objection. You know Nestor isn't going to win this because her objection is dumb. You didn't need to do that, buddy.
All right. Based off of what's been presented in court, I'm not finding that particular question as previously posed as suggestive. I find for the purposes of this hearing only that in-court identification by Agent Hull of Mr. Robinson has been made. Again, this only relates to the preliminary hearing, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Agent Hull, have you reviewed what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.1?
I can't get my head around the idea that identifying someone
And where did you review that video?
that you saw somewhere else
provided to me,
is somehow bad
I
in
reviewed it on
court.
my computer in my office.
Okay. And is that the first time that you've seen this particular video footage?
This particular version of the footage, yes.
Okay. So this particular version, the first
Generator
time,
ID.
have you seen the video
Hopefully it worked.
that comprises, I guess, Exhibit 12.1?
I have seen the original videos, if that's your question, yes.
So what is State's Exhibit 12.1? How would you describe it?
I would describe it as a compilation of the video that we obtained from Utah Valley University during the course of the investigation that depicts the movements of the individual, I believe to be Mr. Robinson, moving around the campus on September 10th, 2025 into the morning of September 11th, 2025.
Did you prepare this video compilation?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know who did?
Yes, Utah County Attorney's Office. I believe Ms. Durfler is the one that produced the video.
Okay. Do you know Ms. Durfler's first name?
Kimberly?
Okay. What, if anything, did you do to authenticate the video in this compilation?
I reviewed the video to make sure that it was a reflection of what I understood the original videos to show.
Okay. What, if anything, else did you do?
I reviewed it. I know that there were some zooms and some changes to the footage.
Okay. Did you meet with Mr. Olson with regards to this particular video?
Yes, this video was also part of that original meeting with Mr. Olson for the prior exhibit, yes.
Okay. So at the same time, you sat down with Mr. Olson and discussed the prior exhibit. And let's just be clear which exhibit that is. So I believe the 1102 statement that you gathered from him is exhibit 12.3, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So at the same time that you gathered that 12.3, or that written statement that is states exhibit 12.3, you talked to him about this specific exhibit as well?
Yes, Mr. Olson was shown this exhibit.
Okay. And did he include that in that 1102 statement?
Yeah, I believe he specifically referenced the exhibit by name, stating that it was a true reflection of the footage from the campus.
Okay, we have a 20-minute break coming up, so this last
And let's just go back to what you were stating
hour should go
earlier.
pretty quick.
To you, it appears to be a compilation of videos that you've already seen.
Correct.
That you received as a mass dump, I guess, for lack of a better term, of view video. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And the exhibit 12.1, does it appear to be the same as the raw video that you've seen previously?
It does, yes.
Okay. Are there some minor, are there any added additions or anything different about this particular exhibit?
There are some portions of the video where a zoom is initiated, which wasn't a function of the cameras. I believe some specific individuals have been blurred from the footage, and I believe there are some red circles to show poignant information or individuals within the footage itself.
Okay. So other than the red circles, the blur, and the zoom, does it appear to accurately depict what you've seen in the raw video footage?
I believe so, yes.
On your screen, I'm going to have displayed an image. Let me know when you see it.
So as we're winding down, because there's probably about 25 minutes left, if you have any chats or memberships you want to do, go ahead and probably do those sooner rather than later.
We're back.
Because
Okay,
once
we're back.
this is over,
So do you recognize
I'm gonna
what
roll
this
out
is?
Yeah, this is
pretty
the
quickly.
first frame of the video compilation that we just referenced.
Okay. And again,
you guys have
this
already been
video
amazing today.
portrays
Don't worry
what you
about
believe
it,
is Mr.
like-
Robinson visiting campus that day?
Correct.
Okay.
But if
Is
you
it
have
throughout the
anything,
day?
I just
It
want
is,
to let
yes.
you know.
And I believe you
that
said into the early morning hours
once
of the
this is
11th. Is that
over,
right?
I'm pretty much out. So there won't be like a bunch of exposition at the end of the video today.
Just the state would seek or would move to admit West Mark State's Exhibit 12.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, we have objections to its admissibility. This is a compilation video that was put together from a bunch of different sources by the county attorney's office. This individual did not create this compilation, can't testify to the accuracy of the actual materials that it was taken from.
Sally's saying
And
this gets thrown
furthermore,
out here. Spoiler
Mr.
alert.
Olson himself is just referred to by Agent Hull. He specifically says people have altered these recordings. They've zoomed in when the actual recording isn't zoomed.
This is
They've
a
added
better
little circles
argument
to
by
people they want you to
Nestor
pay attention to. They've
than
blurred people's
anything
faces out.
else all day.
So I mean, it's been clearly altered, and it's not. I mean, they admit it's been altered, so we have a real concern about authenticity of it. Furthermore, this particular video should be protected, and so that deals with the admissibility factor. As far as the publication factor of it,
Real quick pause. This is a better argument than anything she said all day. But this still should probably come in under reliable hearsay. I understand, Sally, you said it's not going to. It's going to get thrown out. Again, spoilers, rude. But none of this changes the reliable hearsay at the probable cause hearing. But I also don't think that this video is necessary to establish probable cause. I think they have plenty of other stuff to do that. So I don't think losing it's going to be that big of a deal.
the video should be classified as protected under UCJA 4-202.02 subsection 5. J is in jelly bean, and then little I and little double I, because this is going to interfere with the defense's ongoing investigation, with Mr. Mr. Robinson's ability to get a fair trial. This is basically putting together photos that are clear with photos that aren't clear, putting them all together in such a format that it makes the case that it's all one person. It would be extremely prejudicial for people that may ultimately serve on this jury to watch this video before this case goes to trial. We don't believe a proper foundation's been laid, which would make it admissible at this
Catch you
point.
later,
So
Canadian
the
Bimbo.
fact that it
Don't
would
be
be
a
shown to the
stranger.
public
Come
would be
around again.
extremely damaging to the ability to put on a defense at trial. And so we object to its publication both in the courtroom and to the media, Your Honor.
Florida
Sturgill.
Steele's my
So Ms. Nestor
soul.
is correct. There's a
I'm
compilation of a series
indoors,
of videos.
yes, but
The,
the sun is also in my office.
The videos, as Sergeant Hull has testified to, is a compilation of raw videos that he has received from Utah Valley University. And he has not only seen this video, but he has seen all the raw footage. And by his estimation, or according to his testimony, these are all videos that are accurate and they depict what the raw footage depicts, other than those minor additions. Judge, if you refer to Mr. Olson's written statement, it's Plaintiff's Exhibit 12.3. He, too, has reviewed this video, and he has also
I'm going to speed this up to
identified this video as being accurate with the exception of those additions. In his words, it's the zooms and red highlights. They weren't part of the original recording, according to Mr. Olson. But other than that, as he states, the same as Agent Hull, these videos are accurate, and they were captured by UVU surveillance video.
Do you have a version of this video that does not have alterations, such as zooming or circling? My concern is that if the 1102 says what it says about the videos, these were the videos, right? But then it was altered. And typically an exhibit which has been altered, and if it wasn't done by the person who supplied the 1102, that can become problematic. And so do you have a version of this exhibit that does not have the zooming in or the circling? Again, I don't know all the alterations that were made, but that seems to fall outside the 1102 because you don't have a person testifying 1102 saying I made the alterations. Right. And so that's the concern of the state.
It's one thing to say, no, this
Ms.
video
Nestor was
is
talking
what
about as it relates to the state's
happened.
evidence.
It's another thing to
I have that
say,
concern about
I
those
trust
alterations.
all
I don't know when they were made, what they were made, how much was done to manipulate the video. And I say manipulate to, not saying it in a nefarious way, but I don't know what the scope of that is and how much it deviates from what was the original form.
Well, Judge, to answer your first question, do we have a version of this particular video that has not been altered? We don't, not right now, not today. I guess there's a couple of things I'd simply like to point out, Judge, and that is that we have two witnesses who have watched the raw footage. And Agent Holt here today on the stand and Mr. Olson in the form of his written statement, they have both said that this video, with the exception of these alterations, accurately depicts the video that was captured by UVU surveillance video. Judge, I will proffer that those changes made to the video were not done by either. I know who that person is. We could actually call that person as a witness if that would cure that. And we're prepared to do that if necessary. But Judge, I think that our burden is to simply authenticate, what this is, and it is a video that, with only a few exceptions, alterations that really don't change the substance of the video.
No, if you have an edited video,
what the camera's captured on
you
September
better
10th,
bring in.
And we have two people who have seen that raw footage, and they've explained it's the only difference between what we have originally and the original videos and what you're seeing here today. And the additions, I'll submit, Judge, were only added to make it easier to view.
All right. Anything further from the parties? All right, I'm going to go ahead and I'm sustaining the objection. Typically, when exhibits are admitted to the court, it is without alteration. If a party circles an exhibit, a photograph, that's not the original format. And I do not have the person who made the alteration, an 1102, to substantiate that. And what I have is the original video, and Mr. Olson saying, this is the video minus the alterations. And we have Agent Hull saying, this is the video, and there are alterations, but I'm missing a link. And it may be minor. But in this type of case, I want to be thorough. And I want to make sure that what is minor is still important. And for those reasons, I'm going to sustain the objection and leave it to the parties on how you wish to handle the video in the future. I don't want to provide guidance either way. But as it stands today, this exhibit states
without having the person who was there testify, no, I did this. This is how I did the zoom. This is how I added the red circle. Here's why. The judge can't assess it. Nestor's right on this one. She deserves to win this. She's going to win this. It shouldn't come in under these circumstances. They could get it in by bringing in the video editor. And the state says we have them available. I can do that if necessary. Why didn't you? Why didn't you just do that? Why isn't that just your plan? That's the real question here. Michael W. says back to pinch and zoom. Yeah, exactly. Hocus pocus, out of focus.
Agent Hull, you testified that there were 4 visits to campus that day.
Correct.
And the first 3 visits, based on what you have observed, is your opinion that those videos were captured by UVU surveillance video. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. The 4th visit, the 4th visit too was captured by UVU surveillance video. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was there any other video that was collected either on the 10th or the 11th that you believe might be important or relevant to today's hearing?
There was a large amount of video.
I'm going to be a little bit more specific. Was there, other than UVU surveillance video, was there any other video that you collected and subsequently gathered an 1102 statement for?
Yes, we collected ring doorbell footage from the surrounding neighborhoods.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did that include video from a residence located at 680 West, 925 South Warren?
Yes, that's in the Horseshoe area. Yep.
Okay.
Something tells me they weren't going to come back after their timeout.
And what can you tell us about that video?
There was a ring doorbell video that was
commentary.
provided that showed a vehicle consistent with the one we had identified as belonging to Mr. Robinson, parking in front of the residence across the street.
Okay. And what can you tell us about the timing and the timing of that parked vehicle?
If I recall, that vehicle parked approximately 0:38 hours on the morning of the 11th.
Okay. So 0:38 hours. What time is
Look
that to
at
regular
that
people?
suit tidal wave.
Start at midnight.
At 12:38 a.m.
In the morning, yes.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on
How did
with
this
his
video come to your
jacket.
attention? That you're talking about this doorbell or whatever.
It is all
This
kinds
footage
of
was
distorted.
obtained as part of the canvas of the area that was
He's like
conducted as
sunk
part of the
into
investigation.
Were you able to identify the owners of that residence?
Yes.
Where that video was collected from?
Sit up
Okay.
straight,
Do you know who it was
you
collected from and by whom?
chump.
It was Mr. and Mrs. Noble. I believe Agent Davis collected the video directly from them.
Okay. And do you know what date it was collected?
If I can refresh from my notes.
If referring to your notes will refresh your memory, go ahead and look at that. Don't read it out loud.
Click the like button.
And don't have the specific date, but I do know that myself and Agent Davis returned to the address, as we had done with previous videos, and had the owners of the video verify that it was from their system. And we did have them complete an 1102 statement, which would be dated.
Okay. Do you know, so let's talk about this. What does this video look like?
It's a nighttime view looking from the front porch of the residence across the street.
Okay. And what about that video? Why was this particular video significant to you, or why do you think it was related to this case?
We know from the UVU footage that the person we believe to be Ms. Robinson had interaction with law enforcement, and a short period after
And
that,
to the scammer, I didn't.
the vehicle comes to that house, and some additional evidence that was collected
away.
from cell phone data and things indicated that
You
Mr. Robinson was
are
in the
a
area,
faggot.
and we were able to locate footage of his vehicle.
I
and that
didn't
doorbell
do
camera.
it.
That's what you believe is his vehicle.
The vehicle
But thanks
belongs to
for
Mr. Robinson.
playing.
And is there something about this particular video and this vehicle that was captured that leads you to believe that it was Mr. Robinson's vehicle?
Yeah, the vehicle has very distinct wheels. I won't say that they're wholly unique, but in terms of the video footage that we were reviewing, the wheels on the vehicle are fairly unique and stand out on the video footage.
So again, this is a video that you received early on in the investigation.
Yes.
And then in preparation for the preliminary hearing, you went back out and you met with someone about this video.
Correct.
Who specifically did you meet with about this video?
Met with Mrs. Noble.
And what did you do with Ms. Noble?
We did what we'd done before. We had a specific file that we wanted, or files that we wanted her to verify. The footage itself is broken into, I believe, 10-second segments. So we had specific files that we had her view and confirm that they were actually from her system. Those were written on the 1102 as they have been before.
Okay. And who wrote those file names on this particular statement?
I believe it would be my handwriting on the
I
1102.
wonder when the
What
actual
did you do
trial
next?
will happen. if
we
the
had
PC
view the
goes
videos and then complete a
I'm
statement
gonna
verifying
guess
the authenticity of those
PC
videos on the 1102.
Okay. Was this also prepared on a State Bureau form?
I believe this was on a State Bureau Investigations form, yes.
And in this particular form on which Ms. Noble provided her statement, does it have the advisory that it would be used in lieu of her testimony here today?
It does, yes.
Does it also contain a warning that if she gave a false statement, she would be punished, or it's punishable by Class A misdemeanor?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to have displayed on your monitor what's been marked State's Exhibit number 13 for identification. Let me know when you see that, would you?
I can see that.
Okay. And I'm going to have my assistant scroll through that slowly. Okay. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
What is that?
The 1102 that myself and Agent Davis collected from Ms. Noble.
Okay. And does it appear to be in the same condition as when you collected it?
Oh, I got
This is a
to
copy,
pee
right?
so bad again. Damn it! But I want to get through the rest.
And
of
the
this.
personal identifying information appears to be redacted, is that right?
It has been redacted, yes.
Okay. It wasn't redacted when you collected it, right?
No, the original form was not redacted.
So other than the redactions, it appears to be in the same conditions it was when you collected it.
That is correct.
State would move to admit Exhibit 13.
Ms. Nestor?
I know we were concerned about
I'll be right back.
unconstitutional hearsay being admitted. We also have the same concerns about the fact that Agent Hull amended this himself, and there's no foundation as to when he filled that in, if it was before or after she signed it. And due to all those reasons, we object to its admission and object to its publication as well.
Mr. Sturgill?
Judge, again, it was collected in compliance with Rule 1102 of the Utah Rules of Evidence, specifically subsection B8. It's in writing. It's in a form that includes both the advisory and warning, and it was collected by Agent Hull. It's also collected in compliance and being introduced as reliable hearsay, which is lawful to do here in Utah under the state constitution, Article 1, Section 12.
Do you wish to lay more foundation about when the statement was written, whether it was before it was signed or not?
I can do that, Judge. I appreciate that, yes. Agent Hull, do you recall when you collected this written statement from Ms. Noble?
Yes, it was in April.
In April, do you know what day?
April 6th, I believe.
Okay. And you collected it, did you go to her home? I think, is that what you said?
Yes, myself and Agent Davis went to the residence.
Okay. And did you sit there while she prepared it?
I did, yes.
And did you witness her sign it?
I did, yes.
Okay. At this point, I move to admit Exhibit 13.
All right, and to the state representative, could you scroll down? Okay. Right, pursuant to the Utah Rule of Evidence 1102 and Article 1, Section 28, Article 1, Section 12, which allows for reliable hearsay, I'm going to move it into, it's going to be admitted into evidence over the objection of defense. I note in particular that it states that I confirm that the above files were taken from our Nest doorbell videos and are accurate, and right before that statement is the notations that were allegedly made by Agent Hull. And so for those reasons, the court finds proper foundation has been laid and that this exhibit in its entirety is admitted into evidence. As it relates to publication, I will authorize publication in the courtroom and by the media if they so wish to capture it in that form. Again, following the same format, have it on that first portion of the screen for about 10 seconds and then scroll down to the written portion for about 15 seconds and then scroll to the very bottom to ensure that the full exhibit has been displayed. All right, that concludes the publication of State's Exhibit 13.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
It
couldn't wait.
The video that you took with you that day when you visited with Noble, or Miss Noble, had you previously, well, you've stated that the videos that you showed, the Nobles, were actually more than one video.
Right.
Okay, and I believe you said they were like 10-second clips.
If I recall correctly.
Short clips. Okay. And you showed Miss Noble all of those videos that are identified in that statement.
The one shown on the statement was shown to Ms. Noble, yes.
Okay. Have you had a chance to review what's been marked State's Exhibit number 12.2?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you have a chance to review that exhibit?
I believe that was reviewed last week, I believe,
okay.
with yourself.
Okay. And does that video, is it a single video that you watched?
Yeah,
No, I believe it's
IDH,
four
it
separate
was
short videos.
impossible.
And as far as, and I understand that, as far as 12.2 is
That's not what
concerned,
happened.
what does that exhibit consist of?
It shows the vehicle believed to be driven by Mr. Robinson arriving in front of the residence, an individual exiting the vehicle and moving away from it, followed by an individual returning to the vehicle and unlocking it, and then it shows the vehicle a short time later starting and leaving the area.
And those are the videos that you showed Miss Noble?
Yes.
Okay. What I have displayed on your monitor was Benmark's plaintiffs or State's Exhibit 12.2 for identification. Let me know as soon as you see, should be a still image.
It's there.
Do you recognize what's depicted there?
Yeah, this is the view looking what would essentially be west across the street from the Noble's residence.
Okay. At 12:38 a.m., I guess, or 0:38?
Yes.
Okay. And what is depicted in this? I think you've already described that. So, Judge, I would move to admit Exhibit 12.2.
Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, we renew our objection to allowing in the evidence without the sponsoring witness.
No
I do have some
kidding.
concerns because I'm not totally sure if this is a compilation or if this is just one of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 6 videos they took from the Nobles. So if we could have that clarification, I think that concerns me about authenticity, that I don't understand if this is just a portion or if this is the whole thing or is this just all of them or none of them. And for those reasons, we object to the admission and to publication.
Thank you. Mr. Sturgill.
That's a good point. And I'll ask additional questions before we seek to admit it. Agent Hull, this particular video, you described taking several videos to Ms. Noble and having reviewed them.
Yes.
Okay. This particular Exhibit 12.2, have you watched it in its entirety?
Yes.
Does it consist of either some or all of those videos that you showed Ms. Noble?
It does, yes.
Okay. And is it a single video? Is it a compilation, that is to say, or is it 4 different videos? Or a number of different videos?
Be a number of short videos sequenced.
Okay. A number of short videos in sequence?
I believe that's how this one plays, yes.
Okay.
Turn up
Just give
your
us a minute.
fucking
Anything further from
microphone.
parties?
Puck.
Given my previous rulings on exhibits, I apply the same analysis and find that State's Exhibit
I'm just
12.2, I
kidding.
believe, is admitted over the objection and may be published in the courtroom and by the media, if so chosen.
Okay, so before we play this video, again, what is it that leads you to believe that this is Mr. Robinson's vehicle?
The shape of the vehicle can be clearly seen as it pulls up and the distinctive wheels on the vehicle also.
And well, let's go ahead and play it.
Is there any sound associated with this?
There is, Judge, but it's night sounds. It's crickets chirping. And,
I have to do this in
there
kind of
is-
a weird
I
way.
I just wanted to see if there was sound or not. Okay. All right. You may play the video.
Okay, hopefully that balances out a little bit better. Puck, it might also be me being lazy with my mic discipline.
So in the first part of that video, what do you see?
Backing off too
The vehicle
far.
would believe to be driven by Mr. Robinson
Thanks for
pulling up and
letting me
parking
know.
from across the street.
I
from
wasn't
the
actually mad at you. I
And then in
still
the next
love
video,
you.
what do you believe is displayed in that video?
There's an individual who gets out of the vehicle. You can hear the door close, and then that individual moves away from the front of the vehicle. There's actually 2 reflective panels on the dumpster, and you can see the individual past those reflective panels.
And in the last of those series of videos?
The second to last one, the individual comes back across those reflective panels to the vehicle, unlocks the vehicle, and gets into it. And then in the last video, the vehicle is started and the individual drives away.
Hey, Neuro, can you find a stream to raid when we're done here pretty soon? For me? I appreciate it. RPP, I'm not trying to be lazy. How is I lazy? No, because of how I have my Roadcaster set up, and this is Super Tip's fault.
You may.
It routes everything through the main mic input. I think I could change it by having a dummy mic plugged in, but it routes everything through the main mic input, and then so it combines the output from through the Roadcaster of all the audio that hits the system, basically. I think there's probably, that's how you used to have to do it. I think it's changed on how you do it, but I have no idea. Maybe I'll call Moody up sometime and see if he can walk me through the new thing. But as long as that's the case, if I turn up my mic, I will turn up the volume of everything else, at the same rate. So I have to turn my mic up and then the sources down a little bit. Not that any of that, you guys don't care. You guys don't know my feelings. Can we get a skip? I don't want it on the, sorry, I'm trying to skip forward.
Well, roughly 4:30. So court is in recess.
Okay, they're taking their 10-minute break now, which I think is actually like a 20-minute break. Here we go. We'll skip this. So there's only 10 minutes of the
Please be seated.
left, and we're at double speed. So 5
Court
minutes.
is back in
left.
session. We ended with the attorneys discussing. How would we like to proceed?
Judge, I think I just have a couple of questions for Sergeant Hole. To finish up the day, I think we're in agreement that once we've sorted out these few questions, we're all in agreement that we want to break for the day. Is that right, Ms. Nestor? Well, sure.
You may proceed with your questions.
Okay.
We'll take it from there.
All right.
Chad and me
Agent
might
Hole,
think-
I asked you earlier.
After they fail the probable
testified about all
cause,
the video that you've watched and video that you believe
they're gonna go
depicts,
with,
Mr. Robinson from the UVU.
you haven't reached beyond
and
a
that combined with the
reasonable
driver's
doubt,
license and the
and they're gonna
DMV
lose.
records. Whether or not you believe that person that you have seen in the video and the driver's license record is in the courtroom today. And I believe your answer was yes.
Yes, that's correct.
And then I asked you if you wouldn't mind pointing him out, describing something that he's wearing. And I don't believe that I allowed you to do that.
Okay.
Would you do that right now?
Your Honor, just for the record, we would impose an objection based on the 14th Amendment for due
And
process due to an unduly suggestive
MLS,
in-court ID. Also, we
they
believe there's a
also
lack of
wanna keep the
foundation
death penalty
establishing
away,
his ability
right?
to interpret the surveillance video. And based on that, we would object.
What's up, Arklutz?
I note that, well, to the state, do you wish to be heard on
Right
what was just
about
stated?
that.
Well, Judge, I think we had this discussion, and I think you ruled on that specific objection. And then after you ruled, I just neglected to come back and follow through with the question and the answer. That's my recollection of the bench meeting.
I believe I stated for the purposes of this hearing that identification by Agent Hull of Mr. Robinson was made. I could be wrong, but
Well, and I just want to clarify that, Judge, because there was some question about whether that in fact
Chairman
happened.
Lamau,
And so if that's your
sort
recollection
of.
of what happened, and if you're willing to put on the record that Agent Hull has identified the
I can
defendant,
sort
you
of hear my live mix,
does the defense want to be heard?
but it's not the same because there's still like fucking post-processing that happens somewhere. I don't know.
Your Honor.
Well, if for the benefit of the record and for thoroughness, if you wish to re-ask that question, you certainly, well, we can see what happens.
If I could, Judge, I'd like to. Would you please point him out and identify something that he is wearing?
Yeah, I believe that Mr. Robinson is between Ms. Nestor and other counsel wearing a grey suit jacket with a dark tie and a white collared shirt.
Judge, I would ask that the record reflect that Agent Hull has identified the defendant.
I mean, I made my objection already.
Okay, I just wanted to check.
No, thank you,
All
Your
right. For the purposes of this hearing, I find that Agent Hull has identified Mr. Robinson. Again, this is only for the preliminary hearing. You may
We
proceed.
already ruled on
Judge, I think
this.
for today, with Agent Hull, we're done for today. We'd ask
Agent
that it's going to
Hole
take a break
is the
until tomorrow.
worst name.
All right, so are you saying that you're going to recall Agent, well, we're going to resume with Mr. Hall tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning, and let me explain and I was going to explain this, but let me explain why. Judge, our intent is to prepare an original version of the video that has been in dispute today, without the circles, without the blur, and without the zooming in. And our intent is to introduce that tomorrow as a different exhibit. And we just can't prepare that in the next hour or so. So we're going to need this evening to prepare that exhibit. And we'd like to return with that. Judge, what I would also suggest, well, let me get your take on that, Judge.
All right, does the defense wish to be heard about ending for the day? We have about 19 minutes until 5 o'clock. What is the defense?
Your Honor, we're happy to accommodate the state on that.
All right. So for today, Agent Hull, you may step down, and we'll resume with your testimony tomorrow morning. Anything further, Mr. Sturgill?
Well, just one other thing, and it's a suggestion.
Agent Hull, can you wait just 1 second? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sure Ms. Nestor may have a position with regards to this, but Judge, we would invite you to review the exhibit that we've been talking about today. It is 12.1. We suggest that you look at it between
Defense
today and
should
tomorrow,
object to this.
because our intent is to seek to admit the version where it doesn't have the circle or the blur or the zoom in, and if that is admitted, we do intend to introduce that exhibit 12.1 as well. And I think it would be helpful if you saw that in advance, and you can compare that to the version that doesn't have the circle, the blur, and the zooming in. I would
Object
ask
to
you to do
this
that.
defense.
I don't
Come
know
on,
if Nestor has
Nestor.
a different
You can
opinion
do
about
it.
that, but I think it would be helpful in determining whether or not that particular exhibit 12.1 is admissible.
Ms. Nestor.
I don't
I don't have anything to add to that. I defer to what the court prefers to do on that.
Why?
I do have another matter
Why?
before Agent Hull's release that I do want to address with the court, but I don't have any concern if the court wants to look at it in advance. It's kind of a little bit of a long video. I think it's just about 5 minutes, maybe. It's not very long. So if you want to wait until tomorrow, it's not going to slow the matter down very much, but it's up to the court.
All right, I appreciate the parties. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wait till it's properly before me and a motion has been made for either of the videos, and then I'm happy to entertain the motion to review both of them, or however the parties. I don't want to issue a pre-ruling, so I'll wait till it's properly before me, and I can take it from there. It's about 5 minutes. I'm not too concerned about how much time is needed. I also want to be thorough, so I'll wait till it's brought before me and we can address it from there. And turn to Ms. Nestor as it relates to your request.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I recognize that Agent Hull is the case agent and is working with the state in preparing for this.
It's not that.
But he is still on the
control
stand, and I would ask that he be
volume.
instructed that he can't discuss his testimony,
It's
even
just
though
a
he's
setup for
the case agent. I don't think it's proper for him
secret
to discuss his testimony while he's excused from
hack
it.
job.
Mr. Sturgill. All right, so Agent, from this moment on until we come back in court, you're instructed not to discuss your testimony with anyone, as you are still on the stand for all intents and purposes. And we'll, if the state recalls you this tomorrow morning, then we'll proceed. Okay? All right, may this witness be excused. For today.
I
All right, thank you,
cannot
Mr. Hall.
believe
Anything further from the parties, or do the
Nestor
party need the
fought
benefit of the record before we
everything all
adjourn?
day, and she didn't
All right, no,
fight
neither party wishes to.
Your
Wishes the benefit of the
Honor,
record.
maybe
Court
you
is in
should
recess
just
until
look
9
at
a.m.
the
tomorrow
video
morning.
that you didn't admit. Why? Why would he do that? Why would he look at the video that he did not admit? Hey, just check it out. Maybe you'll like it and admit it afterwards. What a dumb thing. Like, the state was weird there. They didn't need to do that. Like, look, you said you're going to bring in an unedited version tomorrow. If you can get that introduced, you'll bring in the editor of the first version, and then you'll try and introduce it with the editor. Okay, do it. Don't tell the judge, maybe you want to watch the edited video, though. In the defense, the state trying to get away with something stupid isn't a surprise. Nestor fighting all day, and then at that moment not going, no, judge, you shouldn't be watching. Look, you're the finder of fact here, and you should not be watching a video that's not admitted and not published until we make a determination that it should be admitted and published. Then you can watch it. That's the proper way to do it. Why would they ask you to watch this in camera? That's crazy. That's crazy. The judge actually, would have given her that win, but she didn't take up the fight. The judge ruled in her favor anyway, even though she's like, whatever you want to do, Your Honor, you're so sweet. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. I got to roll out quick. So I don't know. I was planning on doing day 1 and day 2 today. I didn't realize it was going to take 5.5 hours to do day 1. That was insane. Too long. Well, if tomorrow's the half day, it's likely I'll do day 2 and 3 tomorrow. I'll have some stuff early in the day, but I'm still planning on starting earlier than I did today. I'll try and make announcements and get a stream up when I know the exact schedule. I may still stream tonight, but I'm not going to I don't think I'm going to do day 2 tonight if I do, because if I do another stream, I'm not going to do a 6-hour stream later, but I may do like a couple hour stream. We'll see. Thanks for hanging out with me, guys. Click like on the way out, and I'll see you very soon. All right. Have a good one. Peace. Peace.
So pour out an art bag about more of the bright spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear Lost Blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nan to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the thought better than